years that I don't get too carried away election day. I know that a lot of things can happen, turnout, whether, who does the best job in the last few hours of a campaign. And I suspect, Larry, we won't know who's going to be in control of the Senate until tomorrow morning, maybe even for days. And it could actually be a month, because if Mary Landrieu in Louisiana doesn't get 50% of the vote, then we would not know for a month who would be the winner in Louisiana.
The turnout has been what? I mean, Minnesota reporting a pretty good turnout, but generally forecasts are under 40%. Why?
I think it will vary, Larry, from state to state and election to election. I think maybe we make too much of that sometime. Nationwide, there are a lot of states that don't have really key races this year. In my state of Mississippi, Thad Cochran doesn't even have a Democratic opponent. So we're not going to have a huge turnout in that state. We only have one contested congressional race. In other states like Minnesota, they traditionally have pretty high turnout. I think I've seen their turnout as high as 82%. I suspect it'll probably be in the 60s or 70s in Minnesota. Other races where you've got a key race will probably be higher than that. But then when you average it out nationwide, unfortunately, it's still probably going to be too low. Maybe it's because we don't give them enough defining issues to really get excited about. Maybe it's the times, Larry. People, after 9/11, with the economy not doing as good as we'd like for it to do, but showing some recovery signs, there's just not a huge driving issue to get people to go out and vote.
Thank you, as always, Senator Lott. We'll be calling on you again.
Appreciate the job you do, Larry.
Thank you. Senator Trent Lott, the minority leader of the United States Senate. That might change tonight. Speaking of tonight, we're going to have continuous election coverage, of course, with the best news team in the business, in my opinion. We'll be on at about 50 minutes before each hour. In fact, in the next hour, two former United States senators, two distinguished United States senators, Alan Simpson and George McGovern. Right now, we turn it over to the team in Atlanta for CNN's continuing election coverage. Stay with us.
America Votes 2002 from CNN Election Headquarters with Aaron Brown, Judy Woodruff, Paula Zahn, and Jeff Greenfield.
Well, good evening and welcome to America Votes 2002. This is the last act of the greatest of Democratic dramas. And this night in this year begins with drama indeed, because something has happened today that affects how all of us in the news business, all of the networks, how we report, what we report, and when we report it. And that's where we'll begin our coverage on this election night. We turn to our senior analyst, Jeff Greenfield, to explain what went wrong.
Well, as we were saying 2 years ago, sometimes things can happen. And here is what happened today. Voter News Service is a joint effort for the 5 networks and Associated Press that gathers and analyzes exit poll data. It's how the networks project races just at poll closing time if the spread is big enough, and it's how we try to figure out how different groups voted. Well, this afternoon, Voter News Service said that they simply lack confidence in the accuracy of the analysis. They collected exit poll data, and when they put it through the computer, something went wrong. So Voter News Service has said they will not be in a position to provide exit poll data on either state races or national voting trends. And what that means is we will be projecting races off sample precincts. Those are real votes. And fortunately, CNN set up this real vote system of our own where we are gathering thousands of votes from hundreds of sample precincts in 10 states with their close races. So we may be projecting, but not off exit polls.
We'll talk about that part, the real vote part, a little bit more. But essentially, this is what a lot of people have wanted for a long time. Really, you go back to 1980 and the presidential election of 1980, which was called, those of us who lived in the West, really early. This time it's going to be based on votes, actual votes as we go. More on real vote in a second. We're here with Jeff, obviously, you've already seen, and Paula Zahn, and Judy's here. Judy, here we go. You've been through a bunch of these.
I have, and I think you're right, Aaron. I think there are going to be people out there tonight watching us saying, well, it's about time you guys waited until the votes were counted, and we will be doing a little more of that tonight than we usually do. but we're trying to be just as upfront and straight with you as we possibly can be because we want you to understand it as we understand what's going on. As Aaron was saying, this announcement from the Voter News Service is just one of the many twists that have been the hallmark of these midterm elections. We've seen a tragedy in Minnesota. We had a scandal in the state of New Jersey, both of them bringing two politicians out of retirement with a combined career in politics that spans something like more than a century. We won't get any more specific than that. Mondale, Lautenberg, hardly the only prominent names to watch for this evening. There is a Dole running in North Carolina. There is a Kennedy in Maryland, not to mention a Bush in Florida. Paula.
And of course, there's the legacy of Florida that none of us sitting up here tonight will ever forget, and that, of course, hangs over us this evening. And the lessons learned that we hope will guide us through the results pouring in from all over the country. We are going to attempt to approach each call we make in a deliberate, careful way with the help of new tools that we hope will smooth out the kinks in the system that plagued us back in 2000. Which, of course, brings us to the subject of real vote.
One of the things you learn in the election business is don't get smug, okay, about any of this. And we enter this without being smug about the projection tools we have available to us. And so a while back, CNN set up a system, as Jeff alluded to a little bit ago, that is essentially a backup system, a redundancy that will look at those races that we believe we're going to be especially close today, especially close races. We've identified 10 states, 10 races, and Candy Crowley is up in New York manning the decision desk there, and she can explain, and we'll do this kind of slowly because it's complicated stuff, how the real vote system, as we'll call it, works. Candy, good evening to you.
Hi, Aaron. I'm up here in your home base of New York. We've brought along Joe Linsky, who is one of CNN's analysts. I mean, basically, the people you see around here looking into their computers are already looking at numbers, already putting them into computer models that include a lot of statistical analysis, trying to figure out what's happening where. Joe, sort of be a little more specific for people without getting wonky on us.
Okay.
And tell us what they're doing. What do they look? What information do they have right now that we didn't have yesterday?
Well, we have the 10 states that CNN has specified as real vote states, and we have hired reporters to go to the precincts and get the vote, the actual vote data, the real vote, as it is reported at those precincts, and call it directly to our computer system. So we have our own independent second source of data for projections in those critical states.
Now, how does that differ from the information, the real vote information that we'll be getting from selected precincts from the Voter News Service, the consortium that the networks all use in
Well,
AP?
Voter News Service does something very similar, and they will have similar sample precincts with real votes in their system. And we will compare the two, and when we're confident that the two agree, we will make a projection on the air. In addition, VNS has exit poll data, which we have been looking at during the day and have found some questionable data. Some of it makes sense, some of it doesn't make sense, and until we have real votes that confirm what we see in that data, we won't make a projection.
So how does it affect us? How does it affect how you call races and when you call races to not have the exit polls? And I guess maybe we should explain that exit polls are done, again, in selected precincts.
Right.
Thousands of people are sent out to those precincts and are asked, you know, every third person, every fifth person, every 10th person to fill out a form and say, who did you vote for, why did you vote? So now, and that's usually the first information you get and you start to analyze. Now
Right.
that you think that might be unreliable or you're worried about it.
Well, it may be reliable. We just need to check it before we say anything. And what you've normally seen on the air is right at the poll closing times, any wide margin states will be called at that point based on the exit poll. We're going to hold off on those states until we see some real vote in those states before we make a projection. So you may see calls made 15, 30, 45 minutes later than you would have seen in the past.
So we're looking at later, but maybe calls that you're more sure of then.
Well, we're going to be confident on anything we put on the air tonight.
So if you have a race, say John Kerry, you know, a Democrat running in the most Democratic state in the nation,
Right, and he doesn't even have a
Republican, you're still going to wait to get actual votes from there.
Right.
Okay. All right. So, Aaron, that's a little bit of what we're doing up here. Again, I'm surrounded by all the smart guys, and so, you know, they're going to tell us when they can call things and when they can't in those 10 races and in some others.
It's easy to be a smart guy at 6:07 Eastern. It gets a lot harder to be a smart guy at midnight. Candy,
Yeah, we'll test them.
thank you. We will test them indeed. part of the problem here is, look, there's no sin in waiting for the votes to be counted. It's going to make the night that much more dramatic in many ways. But there are a lot of things the exit polls provide us, Jeff, that we're not going to have, the kinds of the whys in some cases of the election.
That's true, but what we are going to try to do is even based on the results, when someone wins or loses, we think we can be able to answer, at least intuitively, if you will, certain questions about what happened tonight. For instance, one of the questions we want to answer is, how did the defense and national security issue play? I mean, we've been talking about this, did Iraq, did national security affect votes? While we won't have exit poll data, we know that there are races in Georgia, for instance, South Dakota, where it was a big issue. And so we will at least attempt to surmise, based on who won or lost, whether it did. Obviously, was the economy a factor? That's another issue. Obviously, Democrats complaining it didn't cut. And finally, believe it or not, an old chestnut, did the social issues cut? There are races where abortion, where gun control, where school prayer, or even the environment played out.
And family values.
Precisely.
You think of the Arkansas Senate race.
So as these results come in, even again, without exit polls, we think we can be able to say, we think something interesting happened in these and other areas there. That's what we're going to be doing.
That's why it's nice to be surrounded by the smart guys. Thank
As long
you,
as they stay awake until the wee hours of the morning.
Thank you, Jeff.
Or the not-so-smart guys, the way it can work out.
Well, while we're all watching the process of how they count the votes and tell us who's winning and who's losing, our own Wolf Blitzer, who is in Washington, is in touch with those places around the country where they may be reporting problems at the polling places. Wolf, I know you've already been talking to folks. What are you hearing at this point, even though it's just a little after 6 in the East?
Well, we've been speaking to officials all day, Judy. So far, election officials are holding their breath across the country, with Florida, of course, very much on their mind. So far, the voting process has gone pretty smoothly, we're told. No sign of the widespread problems that caused such a disaster in Florida 2 years ago. But, of course, the night is still young. High-tech voting machines are making their debut in more than 200 counties across America. Georgia's using, for example, only those touch-screen voting machines, mostly so far, to good reviews. But there have been a few glitches. In Florida, for example, reports that a dozen precincts in Miami-Dade and Broward counties had problems when voters pushed icons for the gubernatorial candidates. When some voters pushed the icon for the Democratic candidate, Bill McBride, it actually showed up as a vote for the Republican incumbent, Jeb Bush. Florida state officials insist they are not aware of a serious problem. Similar glitch, of course, as we are now hearing, has cropped up in some of those touchscreen machines in Georgia, but once again, we're told, not a very serious problem. In Tarrant County, Texas, which includes Fort Worth, those optical scan machines did not record straight ticket votes. Those votes will have to be counted by hand, which could postpone election results in that county. As expected, there are also charges of voter intimidation and fraud. In Baltimore, Maryland, for example, there were some bogus pamphlets that were found in minority neighborhoods warning people they wouldn't be allowed to vote if their traffic tickets and their rent weren't paid up. In Massachusetts, the campaign of the Republican gubernatorial candidate Mitt Romney complained that labor union supporters of Romney's opponent, the Democrat Shannon O'Brien, were escorting Hispanic citizens into the voting booth at a Boston polling station. The Massachusetts Secretary of State says his office is investigating. Judy, let me just wrap it up by saying there are thousands of Democratic and Republican lawyers. They're ready to pounce if there are serious problems. We'll be watching this story all night. Judy?
Well, I think a lot of people will be glad to know that traffic tickets aren't going to count when it comes to going to the polls. All right, Wolf, and we'll be checking back with you, and I'll just add that we talked to the chairs of the two political parties a couple of hours ago, and at least at that point they weren't willing to point the fingers at each other, but we'll see if that lasts through the night. All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, our colleagues from Crossfire will join us and a look at the hottest races on the East Coast. This is America Votes 2002. CNN has a big newsroom in Atlanta, and we blocked off one entire corner of it because we want to show you none other than the Crossfire 4. Now, each of you, as I understand it, has picked out a few races that you're going to be watching very closely. And we want to tell our viewers, before I turn it over to you, that they can all go to CNN.com tonight, check in on your races, they can ask about other races, and now it's yours, guys.
And you can hold us accountable, which is the scary part.
You better
of all
believe
of this.
it.
All right, let me start. There's three races I'm looking at, Judy. I'd start with Colorado. Okay, Wayne Allard, a very vulnerable incumbent Republican senator, being taken on by Tom Strickland, who ran against him the last time around. And I think, you know, it's going to be a tough race, toss-up race. We'll see how that one works out. Second, Minnesota. The whole country's been watching that since Paul Wellstone's tragic death, and Walter Mondale carrying the Democratic banner against Norm Coleman, former Clinton Democrat, now a Bush Republican. My third hot race to take a look at is my home state of Texas, which I just can't let go. There's some chance, I think it's a real chance, and you can see a Democrat, the only Democrat in Texas to win in years, could beat Ron Kirk, the popular Dallas mayor, is given a run for money to John Cornyn, who's Attorney General, handpicked by President Bush. And the Bush folks have done everything they can to prop him up, but it's a tight race down in my home state. Bob?
My favorite race is Georgia, because we have Max Cleland, the Democratic senator. Nobody thought he could possibly lose. Nicest guy in the world. He's a triple amputee veteran from the Vietnam War. Nice man, not very effective in the Senate. But the interesting thing is he's out of touch with Georgia, and he's running against Republican Saxby Chambliss, who is the chairman of the House Terrorism Committee, a very smart guy, frequent guest on Crossfire, unlike Max Cleland, who will never come on. If Saxby Chambliss wins that race, it's a bad night for the Democrats. Secondly is Maryland, a great Democratic state, and we have Bob Ehrlich, who is leading in the polls against Bobby Kennedy's oldest child, Kathleen Kennedy Townsend, another race that would be very embarrassing for the Democrats to lose. And third is Florida. The great chairman of the Democratic National Committee, the blowhard Terry McAuliffe, said we're going to go down there and smash Jeb Bush. Bill Clinton went down and campaigned. As soon as they did, what had been a close race with trial lawyer Bill McBride running against Jeb Bush, turned into a Jeb Bush landslide. I think he's going to win big. James?
The three I'm looking at are Missouri, North Carolina, and Texas. If the Democrats get any one of these, it would be good news. If they get two, it would be spectacular news. I think that we're in the hunt in all three. I'll be honest with you. It's possible we could lose all three. More possible we could lose all three than it is if we win all three. But any one of those would indicate a pretty good night for the Democrats. Two of them would indicate a very good night. So, I mean, those are three that I think we're sort of slight underdogs in all three. Let's see what happens there.
Boy, you're bucking me up here, James. I'm interested in the Missouri Senate race where Congressman Jim Talent faces off against appointed Senator Jean Carnahan. If she loses, and I think it's possible she will, I think it will be at least partly because she voted against John Ashcroft as Attorney General right after getting to the Senate. People saw it as a spiteful vote. It was. She may be punished for it. I'm also interested in Maryland 8, where 71-year-old Connie Morella running against Chris Van Hollen. The question here, I think, is can you run as a Democrat if you're a Republican and win? Connie Morella certainly run as a Democrat. Will the voters reward her for that in a mostly Democratic district? We'll find out. And finally, Ohio 17. Tim Ryan, only 29 years old, ordinarily wouldn't have a shot to win. However, his opponent, Jim Traficant, now an independent, is in prison. And also, and perhaps more significant, he wears a wig. Voters know that now since he's been behind bars. Will they bring him back to the House of Representatives, though he's behind bars? We'll find out. It's going to be a terrific race to watch. Paula?
We'll be watching it right alongside you. Thanks, Tucker. We explained to you a little bit earlier on the challenge of trying to bring you the results as soon as we have them, and because of that problem with the VNS system, it's going to take a little longer than it has in previous elections. We just wanted to remind you that you could check our website, CNN.com, throughout the night. Enough information there to make even Jeff Greenfield's head spin. I don't know how you catalog the stuff you do, but somehow you're able to do that. You can get the latest results and set up your own personal election scorecards to follow the races you're most interested in. Aaron.
All right, quickly onto the whip, as we say each night at 10. We'll take a quick read from our correspondents around the country, at least on the East Coast, starting out in the state of New Hampshire. This is a terrific Senate race up in New Hampshire. Bill Delaney has been covering it for us, and Bill is there now. Bill, give us a quick headline on what to look for tonight.
Well, Aaron, there's not a closer political race in the country than the Senate race here in New Hampshire.
Doesn't get quicker than that, Bill. Thank you very much. You learned your lessons well. On to New Jersey. As Judy mentioned a bit ago, this one took a great turn, the Senate race in New Jersey, when Bob Torricelli dropped out. Frank Lautenberg came in. Deborah Farrick is in New Jersey tonight. Deborah, a quick headline, but perhaps not that quick.
Okay. Well, Aaron, 2 months ago, the Republicans considered the New Jersey Senate race one of the most important in the nation. Their candidate, Doug Forrester, was leading in the polls. Bob Torricelli, the Democrat, seemed beatable. He just couldn't shake an ethics scandal. But then everything changed. Bob Torricelli dropped out. Frank Lautenberg swept in. And as one political analyst said, the wheels of the Forrester bus simply came off. They just could get it back on track. Even the White House sending the signal that New Jersey no longer important. President Bush bypassing the state on his 5-day, 15-state campaign tour across the nation. Aaron?
Deborah, thank you very much. Think how hard that is. You plan a campaign for a certain matchup, and then all of a sudden, when everything seems to be going your way, the matchup changes. The problem for Doug Forrester in New Jersey. North Carolina, a long time ago, a lot of people thought this would be a slam dunk. Elizabeth Dole and former Clinton Chief of Staff Erskine Bowles down there. Gene Meserve has been covering North Carolina. Gene, a headline from you tonight.
Aaron, first some reaction to the news about VNS. One party official here in North Carolina telling me, get the coffee brewing. It's going to be a long night. But in fact, it may not be that long. The State Board of Elections telling me that they will have first results soon after the polls close at 7:30 Eastern, and we may get a pretty good picture of this race, they say, as early as 9:30, almost certainly by 11, although those results will not be official and certified. Now, the Dole campaign believes the results will favor them. They believe they have enough of a lead to hang on, but the Bowles campaign says they think they have the momentum to overtake her. Aaron?
Gene, thank you very much. Gene Meserve in North Carolina tonight, the Dole-Bowles Senate race down there. And finally to Florida. There are so many things to talk about in the state of Florida. There are voting procedure questions, been there, done that, and there is a terrific gubernatorial race as well. Bill Hemmer is back in the state of Florida. Bill, a headline from you tonight.
Aaron, 3 headlines from Florida at this point. The polls are open for about another 30 minutes, but we're here at Bush headquarters in Miami. Some Bush officials indicating they are very optimistic right now. One official saying they should win this race by 3 to 4 points. If that plays out, that would be less than what some of the earlier polling indicated, anywhere from a 3 to 8 point lead for the Republican Governor Jeb Bush, the younger brother of the president. A couple things on turnout which may or may not portend anything in the end here. Broward County, South Florida, heavily Democratic. A lower than expected turnout today. They expected 60%. They got 45. Meanwhile, the Bush folks are telling us up in the Panhandle, which tends to go heavily toward the Republican candidate, they're talking about a presidential level turnout today, which may indicate strong support for the Republican governor up there. Meanwhile, on the voting problems that we all witnessed for 36 very long days 2 years ago, right now, no significant snafus to talk about. It looks like 2 years later, Florida may have gotten it right. With regard to the VNS voting right now, early indications from the Democratic front, Bill McBride, he's the Tampa attorney taking on Jeb Bush for the governor's race here. An official with his campaign said they are getting ready for a long night based on this news in the past hour. Aren't we all, again, in 2002? More in a moment from Miami, Aaron.
Bill, thank you very much. Bill, Gene, Bill, and Deborah, thank you all for setting the stage in this first wave of races in the East. We have a long way to go tonight. We take a quick break, and America Votes 2002 continues.
Welcome back. We don't want to overlook the battles going on for governorships across the country. While they seem to be races that only affect individual states, it's important to keep in mind how key the results will be in 2004 and the race for the presidency. Some governors saying that it gives a presidential candidate a 3 to 4 point advantage if the governor from that state matches their party. Now, there are 36 races going on across the country. The Republicans have the advantage now with 27 governors to the Democrats' 21. 2 are independent. And each and every race is important, but there are still a handful of standouts. Florida comes to mind. You just heard Bill Hemmer's reporting that the Bush camp is saying that at this point they think they're 3 to 4 points ahead. But it's hardly the only one that we're going to keep our eyes on this evening. We should also mention, Jeff, that this is probably the Democrats' best chance to gain some power this evening with these governorships.
There is this belt from New York westward to the Mississippi, New Jersey, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Illinois, up to Michigan, Wisconsin, where Democrats haven't governed between 8 and 12 years. They have big expectations of taking back a lot of those big industrial states. We'll see how that plays out, but given the tightness of the Senate, the pessimism about the House, here's where their biggest hopes are.
Let's also mention the women's factor tonight. 10 women are running.
That's right, and it is very possible that Jennifer Granholm will become the first woman governor of a major industrial state. That has never happened before.
And we should also make it clear she will not be one of those ones that can dream about becoming president one day because she was born in Canada. That usually starts the speculation when these governors win. Since so many presidents have been former governors along the way.
She's out in Michigan, and I'm almost certain she's the only candidate to ever appear on the dating game. Almost certain, but
when
not
she was
positive.
about 20 years old, right?
You know, and how bad is it to have all the things you did when you're 20 years old brought up on national television?
In her defense, one of the few things we've done.
In her defense, what she said, I think, yesterday was, well, at least it shows I have a sense of humor.
And we should also, I think, very quickly mention Roy Barnes, governor of Georgia. There are some people who think that he may have notions of emulating another former governor of Georgia and moving up, since governors tend to be elected presidents more than senators, and we'll see how well he does tonight on that one.
Well, we're going to talk about governors a lot tonight. And once again, we're going to talk about Congress. Before we talk about some of the more interesting races, let's step back for just a second and look at where we are now in terms of a balance of power. The Senate right now is split exactly 49 Republicans, 49 Democrats, 1 independent, and 1, we know, seat vacant after the death of Minnesota Democratic Senator Paul Wellstone. Now, there are 34 races total that are going on where people are going to the polls and deciding whether or not to either re-elect the person there or put somebody new in. Among the 34, 20 Republican and 14 Democratic, and you can see why even one race could be decisive. Now, over in the House of Representatives, every 2 years, as it always is the case, all 435 seats are up. There are 223 Republicans, there are 208 Democrats, 1 independent, and then there are 3 vacant seats as well, and those are all Democratic seats right now, and we don't know whether they'll stay that way.
So that's what's in play. That's that is everything that is in play. The Senate, the House, the gubernatorial seats across the country. Congressional correspondent Kate Snow joins us now with more on that battle for Congress. Kate, good evening to you.
Well, good evening, Aaron. Taking a look at the House of Representatives, which maybe isn't getting quite as much attention as the Senate these days, that's because, for the most part, people here in Washington saying it's a bit of a foregone conclusion. It doesn't look likely that Democrats are going to retake the House. So say analysts, and also some Democrats privately will tell you now that they don't think their chances are very good. That said, let's take another look at the numbers that Judy just went over. The balance of power in the House as it stands right now, 211 Democrats, 223 Republicans. There is 1 independent. His name is Bernie Sanders of Vermont. He votes with the Democrats. All 435 seats in the House up for grabs tonight, but really it's going to come down to about a dozen seats that could make all the difference.
Control of the House comes down to places like Augusta, Georgia, South Bend, Indiana,
Larger geographic.
Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. No one region, no one unifying national theme. In fact, if there's any trend this year, it's that there's no trend.
30 years of traffic, 30 years of talk about new bridges. Then Ann Northup fought time and again to take action.
Along the river in Louisville, Kentucky, the big issue was bridges. Out in South Dakota, drought relief for farmers. In suburban Maryland, commuter gridlock.
What you really have is a trench-like warfare where voters in one district are voting for something that voters in another district have absolutely no concern for. And so instead, you just have a very fractured election for Congress.
Long Islanders know America's at war against terrorists. Does Tim Bishop?
Ads will matter, money matters, but in some districts more than others. Of the 435 House seats, only a dozen or so are toss-ups. State legislatures redrew the congressional maps this year, often making districts even safer for incumbents.
And across the country, lawmakers created 18 brand new House districts. Some of them are in play. For example, Colorado's 7th district. That's one that we're watching. It's in the suburbs of Denver. Bob Beaupre, a banker, a former state GOP chair, is up against Mike Seeley, a Democratic attorney and a former state Senate minority leader. Some of the other races to watch in the House tonight: Northern Indiana, attorney Chris Chicola running, even though he doesn't live in that district. He says that the Indiana Democrats threw him out of that district. His opponent, Jill Long Thompson, who served in the House already once before, 1989 to 1995, and was an agriculture undersecretary under President Clinton. In Minnesota, Democrat Representative Bill Luther fighting off John Klein for the 3rd time now. He is one of the most vulnerable Democratic incumbents. In southern New Mexico, a tight race for an open seat there between Republican Steve Pierce, who's an oil man, and John Arthur Smith, a conservative Democrat who favors gun rights. South Dakota's gotten a lot of attention in this election on its one lone House seat. The governor of that state of South Dakota, Bill Janklow, looking to change jobs and come to Washington as a freshman congressman, but he's having a hard time against a woman half his age. She is Stephanie Herseth. And finally, Maryland's 8th district in the suburbs of Washington, Connie Morella, very well-known Republican. She's a moderate. She's seen as one of the most vulnerable incumbent Republicans. Everyone thought that her opponent, Aaron, would be a Kennedy, Mark Shriver, but he actually lost in the primary. Her opponent now, Chris Van Hollen, and that's another one of those races to watch. It's going to be very tight. Aaron, back to you.
Kate, thank you very much. Kate Snow in Washington tonight. If you want job security in your life, run for office and win, Jeff, because it seems to me one lesson of this year, and perhaps every year, is that it is not impossible to beat an incumbent, but it's really hard. 435 races in a redistricting year, and maybe a page of races we think are competitive.
I think the incumbency rate over the last several elections is roughly 98%, which exceeds the Soviet Politburo. You're right. You know, you get free frank mail, you get on television for free, people give you money because you cast votes in committee, and therefore you can outspend your opponent. Yeah, it's tough to lose.
How about the notion that these candidates played it very safe this year?
Well, who really played it right were the parties. As we talked about this, Aaron. This was a redistricting year, and normally redistricting years throw the system open because they have to redraw ballots. In state after state, the Republicans and Democrats sit down and say, all right, we'll protect ours, you protect yours, and maybe there'll be one or two people who will fight.
And there are some egregious examples. I mean, the entire state of California, something like 54, 55 seats, there is one seat that's competitive that's in play, and that happens to be, the Gary Condit seat.
Yes, I think 53 seats in the state of
It's a stunner. And New York, I don't think there's a single seat that's considered in play. Maybe
just the first in Long Island.
That's right. There's Long Island.
Felix Grucci, the fireworks guy, is in trouble.
Right.
So if you thought being a professional baseball player or something was great job security, I'm telling you, politics is the way to go. Once you win, you start adding up your pension.
All right. Ordinarily, by this time of the evening, what are we now? It's about 6:35 in the east. We would maybe have some numbers that would be coming back to us from those exit polls. But Bill Schneider, as we've been saying and explaining to all of our viewers and to ourselves for the last hour or so, that isn't going to come in. So what information are we going to have to help people understand what's going on?
Well, I'm tempted to quote Admiral Stockdale, who famously said, "Who am I? Why am I here?" Well, to shift quotes a little bit, in the words of the late great Rosanna Dana, it's always something. In 2000, it was Florida. Now it's Voter News Service. We will not be able to explain in detail tonight what groups voted for what candidate and why they did that, but we'll have plenty to analyze. We can talk about the economic issue and the national security issue. We know what races they played big in. And we have a lot of pre-election polling that will give us some important clues about what role they played in the election. We'll look at the gun control issue tonight and how that played, particularly in the wake of the sniper episode. We have some information on Hispanic voters, a crucial bloc in several big states. We will look at President Bush's coattails, the states where he raised money for candidates. How did they do? We'll look at the most expensive races around the country. How much did they spend? What difference did it make? And we'll be able to look at how Democrats did in the Bush states from 2000 and how Republicans did in the Gore states. So, Judy, we'll have plenty to look at.
All right, Bill. Talk for just a moment, though, about the order. What are the first pieces of information that you are looking for tonight to help us understand what's developing here?
Well, we're going to look at some of the key races that were supposed to be close and see if they're trending in any one direction. We're going to take a look at turnout. And, you know, we heard from Florida there were indications that turnout was heavy in Republican areas, lighter in South Florida and Democratic areas. That could be an indication that President Bush's last-minute campaign to rally the Republican base is paying off. We'll be looking for indications like that of what could happen as the night goes on.
Well, we know, Bill, in the last few days, the polls that they do before Election Day, there have been some discrepancies. We've had one set of polls showing maybe a little bit of a surge for the Republicans here as we get closer to the election, maybe because of the president's campaigning, and others showing perhaps not.
Yeah, well, you know, the president is going out to campaign, and there are indications that the president does help, but only for a few days, and then the effect wears off. But you know what? He's been out there for the last couple of days. The last-minute campaign swing is clearly motivated. Perhaps it'll only last a couple of days, but that's all he needs to put these Republicans over. He's trying to drive up enthusiasm among the Republican base to make this an election about support for President Bush. And if that pays off, it'll be a good night for Republicans.
All right, the only other question I have for you right now is, are you going through a little bit of exit poll withdrawal?
Oh, there's not a lot to withdraw from. We're going to have a lot of information tonight. Exit polls are one source of information. We're going to be able to look at a lot of other things, including some real votes.
All right, Bill Schneider. We'll be seeing his smiling face throughout this evening. Well, we've been talking throughout not only this day, but several days about the kinds of machines and devices that people are using to cast their ballots all over the country. Paula has a little bit more about that.
As you know, Judy, there is unprecedented scrutiny of this whole process of voting. You all probably remember that Congress earmarked some $4 billion worth of funding or authorized that kind of expense to apply towards new technology for voters to make sure Florida didn't happen again. Joining me right now is Daniel Siebert, who is our technology expert, who's going to run us through some of what American voters were exposed to today. Now, we are already hearing reports of problems in Georgia and problems in Florida with this very state-of-the-art equipment. Why don't we start at the left
Right,
here?
it's this touchscreen technology. In fact, Georgia is the machine we're going to start with first. Georgia being the first and only state to adopt this uniform touchscreen technology. We see an example of it here. The machine is made by Dole. There are 22,000 of these machines in 159 counties in Georgia. They are reporting some problems, and partly what we're hearing is, if you can see here, I've got a smart card. When you go into a polling booth, you're given this smart card in order to bring in the ballot into the machine. What we're hearing is reports of people trying to slide the card into the wrong slot, that it wasn't possible for them to slide it into the slot here. Diebold actually makes ATM machines. They tried to make it like an ATM machine. When people would slide this card in, it then pulls the ballot into the machine and loads it up. Then you would use
There's
this
no
touchscreen.
suggestion that cost anybody their vote today, because they would figure it out.
Right, exactly. That's right. In
by
fact,
the machine.
and this card cannot be used again. Once you leave the polling booth, you return that card, and nobody else can use it. It's actually deactivated. Once you come to this screen, you would have a menu of instructions that you would need to use. Then the machine works in much the same way a touchscreen device would. This is obviously a sample ballot, not an actual ballot. We've got
Burt Reynolds isn't running for
Burt Reynolds, you know, might come as a surprise to some people. We've also got these famous leaders and famous Georgians and famous athletes. Now, if you touch the screen, you can see part of the reason they adopted this technology was to eliminate overvoting. People remember this from a couple of years ago. So that if you touch anywhere else on the screen, you can't actually cast another ballot. You would have to go in and make a change and then change your ballot to something else. And if you wanted to write in, you could do that as well. And again, you'd have to use this touchscreen technology and then go back. And once you've gone through all of these choices and preferences, of course, there's also the issues, if you wanted to make those choices. Finally, at the end...
You still have the ability to change your vote, don't you?
You still have the ability to change your vote. And that's what's interesting here, because you get a review page. You can look at all the choices you've made. If you decide to go back and make any changes, you can, simply by clicking on the one that you wanted to change. And you can go and cast your vote, go to the review page again. That's something that, you know, maybe people weren't familiar with when they were going into the polling booth. They could have this chance to review everything. And then finally, you would cast your ballot. Now, that is similar to dropping the ballot into the box, and that once you've done that, the card pops out and it's gone. You can't go back and make any more changes. but that's how they design it in order to be sort of foolproof in a sense when you're using the machine.
And Georgia, if all the states we're talking about tonight, Georgia really had the most uniform.
That's right. They did have the most uniform, the only one actually, and it did a $54 million contract, as we understand, for them to use it.
Let's quickly move through the rest.
Yeah, let's move through the rest of them. This one is a little bit different. This one being used in it was Houston and Charlottesville, Virginia. This is from Hart InterCivic. A little bit different because it's not a touchscreen machine. This is something that may have confused voters when they go in. Instead, it has this dial wheel here, and when you go into the voting booth, instead of getting a smart card, you get an access code. And you have to type this code in using the enter key here. Once you've done that, then the ballot comes up, and you use this wheel to scroll through and select your choices like that. Again, you can still go back through and make any changes that you wanted to do, but it has slightly different technology than with the machine we saw previously.
But nothing terribly complicated about it.
Nothing, you know, not exactly complicated. If you were confused and thought it was a touch screen, maybe you would realize that as soon as you started touching the wheel. So a little bit different machine there. Now this one is being used in Miami-Dade and Broward counties. This is the Ivotronic machine. And we haven't nailed down exactly what the reported problems were with this machine. However,
although those reports have been confirmed.
They have been confirmed. We have seen them come in.
Key precincts in Broward County.
Right, exactly. And part of the concern or problems may have been related to the training. You know, of course, there's a human element to all of these machines. Even with the automation and the technology behind them, people still need to be trained on it, and they have to pass that information on to the people who are using the machine. So there could have been a breakdown there as well. As with some of the other machines, there's a chance to choose the language that you want. Once you've done that, a touchscreen manner, much the same with the other machine that we saw. Again, it loads the ballot into the machine, and it also prevents you from overvoting. A little bit different interface, as we say, in technology, where it looks a little bit different.
But visually, it's very easy to
Visually,
follow.
very similar, and then at the very end, you would actually cast your vote by touching the top of the screen, a little bit different. And they all come with Braille, I should mention, by the way, and headphones and audio instructions for the blind. This one being one of the ones that has that as well. You can see the buttons down here.
At first blush, this looks like a fairly traditional setup. And
yeah, it does. And this one in particular, this is similar to the one we saw with a smart card. Again, you've got the smart card for the voter. When they come in, it is actually activated for the voter. Then you would slide it in much the same way you would for an ATM machine, just into the front of it here. And it would load the ballot in. Now, this is also being used in Florida. There are 4 counties that we know of, actually more than that, before I can tell you about. It's Palm Beach, Indian River, Pinellas County, and I'm trying to remember the other one now off the top of my head, but I can't remember. Anyways, in some of the key counties in Florida, once again, you would use the touch screen to make your selections, choose your language, go through and make all of your choices. Again, you notice it tries to prevent you from overvoting. If you want to go back in, you can, but you need to choose the one that you just chose. It's trying to prevent that from happening. Again, they try to make it as easy and accessible for people as possible.
There seems to be a safety net with each one of these systems.
There is,
if you
absolutely.
made a vote that was incorrect at the beginning, you have the option.
Right.
Before the final vote goes in, of changing it.
Right. And what's interesting about all of these machines is once the polls close, what's actually being done with all of this information. There are memory cards in all of these machines that need to either physically be taken to the county courthouse or wherever the central location is to be counted, or they can send the information over a modem and do it that way. Now, some of the counties we've talked to, they're going to be doing it in the traditional way where you'd actually get in your car with that memory card and drop it off, and then they would take the information out that way. They're meant to be more efficient and faster, but you know there's still that human element and that human breakdown. And the last machine over here is a New York State machine. This one is a little bit different. It's much bigger. This one, because in places like New York, you actually have to see the entire ballot. So if you can see here, it's much larger than the other ones, and it's a touch pad. There are sensors in the back here that register that. A little bit different than the other machines we've seen. But again, you know, there's technology, high-tech doesn't mean problem-free. That's
you
something
attempted to move us into this century. I know about you, Aaron. I voted the old-fashioned way, paper ballot, absentee. Didn't have to worry about that.
I'm a Canadian, so I don't even have to worry about that.
We won't hold that against you. Daniel Siebert, thank you very much for your time tonight. Aaron?
Show you how smart I was. I actually had the punch card ballot. We'll see if it counts. In about 15 minutes, polls will start to close in some states here in the East, and votes will start coming in. And our coverage of America Votes 2002 continues after this break.
As America votes, stay with CNN.
Over in the crossfire corner of the room here. Gentlemen, you've been patiently sitting and thinking. What have you been thinking about, Mr. Novak?
I've been thinking about the Georgia race, which fascinates me because I think there's a very good possibility that Max Cleland, who is unbeatable, is going to get defeated. And he's going to get defeated because he does not vote like a Georgian. He's a nice man who bucked the president and went along with the labor union bosses on the Homeland Security bill. That was pointed out by Saxby Chambliss, and some of my colleagues here excoriate Mr. Chambliss for telling the truth.
Well, in fact, they're calling him here in Georgia Saxby shameless because he ran an ad against Max Cleland, who left 3 limbs on the field of honor, and said that Max is wrong when he says he has the courage to lead. Now, to impugn a man's courage because he has a bureaucratic disagreement about which bureaucracy is best to organize Homeland Security is shameless and it's outrageous, and I certainly think people here are going to reject it. Polls close here, by the way, in about 12 minutes, so Georgians who are watching got 12 more minutes to go out and vote.
Look, I agree with you that it's not a question necessarily of honor, but I think Bob's point is an excellent one. It is a question of Georgia politics, and Max Cleland does not vote like a Georgia senator. Now, he was endorsed by Zell Miller, and he seemed to think that was going to be enough, but the difference itself is telling. Zell Miller votes like a Republican, which is why he's still in office and so popular.
I think that Miller, former Marine, was outraged and has been on television outraging us. This is the most despicable, odious ad I've ever heard of. And it's just sort of typical of this thing. But I'll say this. I mean, if the Democrats lose Georgia, that makes it necessary for them to either pick up North Carolina or Texas. I mean, I think it's an important race for those out there. No sense in arguing about it because it's 12 minutes to go. But it would be a big win for the Republicans.
Can I ask you a question, James?
You can ask me a question, Bob.
You asked Senator Miller to return a $1,000 contribution you made to him because he voted for a tax cut and he acted as an independent.
You know what, Bob?
Now, let me ask my question, please. And the question is that since he now is supporting Max Cleland, are you going to give him his $1,000 back?
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask people not to vote for me because James Carville doesn't have one damn thing. I'm not getting here. It is we have an election and you asking me about a campaign contribution. How irrelevant can we make this show? I'm saying there's a decorated Vietnam War veteran who left 3 limbs in Vietnam.
That's not an
and you have an odious ad compared to Saddam Hussein.
Now, gentlemen, unfortunately, we're going to get into some more of your campaign contributions when we come back. For the moment, we're going to go back to Aaron Brown. Aaron?
Thanks a lot. 10 minutes to 7. Polls will be closing shortly in a number of states around the East. Also joining us as part of our coverage, our friend and colleague, we meet them both. Larry King joins us. Larry?
Thank you, Aaron. Nice getting a toss from you. We're joining us now from Sioux Falls, South Dakota, the former United States Senator, former candidate of his party for the presidency of the United States, Senator George McGovern. We expect to be joined shortly by former Senator Alan Simpson of Wyoming as well. Senator McGovern, have you voted yet in South Dakota?
I have voted. I got that done early.
Okay, so this means that at this minute, Tim Johnson is at least 1 vote ahead. And since there's no exit polling, he's in the lead, and we can safely report this. How close is that? How's it going to come out?
This race is so close that you have to be here to feel the closeness of it. The last time we had a Senate race like this in South Dakota was exactly 40 years ago tonight when I was first elected to the United States Senate. When you people went off the media air that night at midnight, I was 118 votes ahead. We had a recount, and it was a full month before I was declared the winner. I hope that doesn't happen here tonight.
Why is it so close with an incumbent like Senator Johnson?
Well, you had 2 incumbents in a sense, in that we have a congressman at large office here in South Dakota, and that means he runs in the same statewide constituency that a United States senator does. These are 2 very able, attractive guys. I like and admire both of them. Obviously, as a Democrat, I'm for Tim Johnson. But I'm going to have just a tinge of sadness for whoever loses this race. They're 2 good men. And they've fought this race so hard that, having been in politics all these years as I have, I can't think of a major miscue that either candidate has made in this race. They've done everything you can think of.
Senator Alan Simpson now joins us from Cody, Wyoming. When you were, the days when you were running, what was this night like for you?
Ann and I were talking about that today. You wake up in the morning and you think, this eternal marathon is over.
And here it is, and they're going to the polls, and what you really think about it, no one knows this unless they've been in elective office. This is a very intimate thing. They are approving or rejecting you by your name, It's a very powerful thing. Other people are looking at polls and they're doing this and dancing around, but to the candidate, George McGovern or myself could indicate it is a powerful thing of rejection or acceptance. It's pretty tough in life.
Senator Simpson, what's the story in Wyoming tonight? You've got the incumbent Republican Mike Enzi seeking re-election against the Democrat Joyce Cochran. GOP, the governor, the term limits there. Who's going to win that governorship?
Well, Mike doesn't have anything to worry about, I think, or Barbara Cuban, so that's, I think, going to be all right. But this governor's race is a barn burner, just like the Senate race in South Dakota. It's going to be very close. A tremendous turnout. It's a beautiful day. 55 degrees in Wyoming, high blue sky, and boy, those old troops are floating to the polls, and they started early, and they'll be finished at 7, and it's going to be a flypaper apart.
Senator McGovern, what's the turnout in South Dakota? I'm sorry, you want to say something, Alan Simpson? Go ahead.
I was just going to say you got to say my friend Al with Walter Mondale jumping back into the fray, and Frank Lautenberg in New Jersey. Maybe you and I ought to get back in a couple of years from now. What's wrong with us? We're tanned and tested and ready.
Senator McGovern, what's the turnout like in South Dakota?
Well, from what you can see, and it's a superficial observation, it must be rather high. There was great interest in these races, not only in the Senate race, but with Stephanie Herseth running for congressman at large against our governor. That race has drawn a lot of attention. I think the voter turnout will be substantial in South Dakota.
How important, Senator Simpson, you've been out of the game for a little while, is this election? Because most people say they think it's important, but they don't vote.
Yeah, well, it's big time. This is an off year, and the pundits have covered it pretty thoroughly, but what I love to do, and I get the opportunity to teach young people, and I say, so you don't like politics? No, we don't like it. It's too stupid, too banal. I said, well, you want to move to a country where they don't have any politics or partisanship, and then tell me what a great time you're having. And then remember that you can't hate politicians and love democracy. That's not the way it works. And I know George McGovern, for years, he was in the Senate when I was. We had a good feeling about each other in a bipartisan way, and now it's it's a contact sport. We knew that, but man, oh man, now it's a blood sport in some ways.
Senator McGovern, can you understand why former Senator Lautenberg, former Vice President Mondale appear so excited about the prospect of going back?
Well, I think they heard the fire bell ring again. They're both men that have given a good many years of their lives to public service. In some respects, politics is an incurable affliction. You never get away from it once you've been involved entirely. And so I think they're thoroughly enjoying themselves. I think they'll both put up good races, have put up good races. And it doesn't surprise me at all that those two men are back in the fray. George, don't you remember what Mo Udall said? He said the only way you get it out of your blood is with embalming fluid. Well, I think that's probably right. John Culver once said, politics is the only game in town for consenting adults. I think that's probably true.
All right, give me a crystal ball, guys. Senator Simpson, we want to make a forecast for tonight in the Senate?
Yeah, I think that the Republicans will do well. We don't get exit polls anymore. There was too much egg on the face of everybody in that one. But from what I'm getting from internal sources as we call in per hour, I would say that I think it's going to be that the Senate will I think it'll go Republican by one vote.
And Senator McGovern, what's your read on the Senate? We have less than a minute.
Well, I hate to disagree with my friend Al Simpson, and he is my friend and a colleague I greatly enjoyed, but I think the Democrats will squeeze this out. I think Tom Daschle will still be the majority leader of the Senate at this time next year.
Thank you both very much. It's always good seeing you, two distinguished members of the United States Senate, who I think every member of the Senate who served with them both would say they missed them both. Senator Alan Simpson, former Republican senator from Wyoming, in 10 of those years he was a party whip. And Senator George McGovern, who was his party's candidate for the presidency back in 1972 with a distinguished war record second to none. When we come back in the next hour, at about 10 minutes before the hour, Bob Woodward, the Pulitzer Prize-winning reporter of the Washington Post, will be our special guest to give us his read. Right now, as we go to break, we invite you to stay tuned for more of CNN's special coverage of Campaign 2002. Don't go away.
America Votes 2002 from CNN election headquarters with Paula Zahn, Judy Woodruff, Aaron Brown, and Jeff Greenfield.
And welcome back to our team coverage here. 7 p.m. in the East, and the polls have now closed in 6 states: Georgia, Kentucky, South Carolina, Virginia, Georgia, and Vermont. We want to quickly recap you on a development that has changed how we're going to bring you the results tonight. The Voter News Service has said it will not release the results of state or national exit polls because it's not satisfied with their reliability. We here at CNN have a system called Real Vote that we'll be using to bring you projections when and only when we are confident in them. And we're going to start out with some projections we are confident in the state of Kentucky. CNN projects that Mitch McConnell has won a 4th term. He happens to be the husband of Labor Secretary Elaine Chao. He has made his mark in the U.S. Senate as the leading opponent of campaign finance reform. As you can see, with 17% of the precincts reporting, Senator McConnell with 123,000 plus votes. And we should make it clear that 75% of the voting public lived in the zone where the polls actually closed about a half hour ago. The rest living in the zones that closed just about 2 minutes ago. And moving on to Virginia, John Warner, with CNN projecting that he is a winner. We're not going on at some great limb there. The Democrats couldn't even field a candidate to take him on. You might remember him as the man who was previously married to Elizabeth Taylor. Judy?
And Paula, we have some other races to show you, but no projections because we just don't have enough information yet. In Georgia, the Senate race, this is a tight one. The incumbent Democrat, Max Cleland, being challenged by Congressman Saxby Chambliss, and we're going to be watching this one into the night. Also in Georgia, we've got a governor's race. The incumbent Democratic governor, one of the few Democratic governors in the South, Mr. Barnes, Roy Barnes, is being challenged by Sonny Perdue, and we're going to be looking for numbers on that. Moving to South Carolina, the Senate campaign there. This is the open seat. Strom Thurmond retiring. We see Congressman Lindsey Graham, the Republican, in a race with Alex Sanders, former college president, the Democrat. Also in South Carolina, the governor's contest, the incumbent Democrat Jim Hodges being challenged by a former Congressman Mark Sanford, another close race that we're going to be watching. And finally, in the state of Vermont, governor's race, this is an open seat. Howard Dean retiring, and we have, in fact, there are 4 people running. We're showing you 3, the Democrat Doug Racine, the Republican Jim Douglas, and the independent candidate, Mr. Hogan, and there is also a Progressive Party candidate, so we're going to be watching all of those. So, Aaron, these are races we're watching, but we can't tell you yet because we don't have a lot of information.
And here's the rub.
What's happened?
On Vermont, if no candidate gets 50%, then it goes to state legislature. That's happened 20 times, I think, over the years. More or less, state legislature goes with who got the most votes, but they don't have to. So we may not know Vermont at all tonight, and not until the Vermont legislature convenes. Back to this story about the Voter News Service. At some level, this may seem like inside baseball a little bit, but it in fact has enormous impact on when, A, we can call races, and B, what we can say about why they ended the way they ended. Jeff, you want to run through this one more time? I think both the problem, what happened, and what the limitations are and how we're dealing with it.
The problem is that Voter News Service, which is this consortium, this joint effort of the 5 networks and Associated Press, they gather exit poll data, they go talk to thousands of people, and they check it out. Well, they got the numbers in, put them through the computer, and something happened that caused Voter News Service to say, we can't guarantee, we don't have confidence in the accuracy of exit poll projections. We will not be giving you, meaning the networks, either state race projections or national trends, how young people voted, women, blacks, labor union members, whatever. So we are going to call races off real votes, either our real vote system or votes collected. Now, there's one little detail. In a blowout race, where pre-election polls have shown like a 30 or 40-point lead, if the exit polls come back with a 40-point lead, we don't think the margin of error can be 40 points. There may be some projections there. But caution is the watchword here.
But what it comes down to is for all of you who have over the years said, and many of you have, why don't you just count the vote? We'll count the vote tonight. That's how we're going to find out what happened. A moment ago we were in Kentucky. We had about 10%, I guess almost 20% of the vote had already been counted in Kentucky, and that enables us then to make the projection. But by and large, as Jeff said, unless there is a blowout somewhere, we will not rely on the exit polling. We will just wait until they have counted enough votes in enough representative precincts that matters in this equation to tell you who won.
Kentucky being one of those states with a time zone change right in the middle, smack in the middle of it. Most people, as Paula said, live in the part of the state where the polls close at 6 Eastern, but some we had to wait till 7.
Quickly, that's another change. We used to say we will project when the great preponderance of polls in a state have closed. After Florida last year, where the panhandle closed late, we will call races only when all the polls are closed, no matter what, off votes, off whatever. I think that's a good thing to do.
You know, for anyone who thought maybe this would be over quickly and you get to bed by 10, it's not going to happen, okay? Maybe that's the short, sweet, and simple way to say what's going on.
How much fun is election night if you go to bed early? I mean, come on, we all want to stay up till 6.
Exactly.
Right?
Some of us are staying up till
Some of us are staying up till 6. Well, we've been telling you, and you know, if you watch CNN at all, we've got some incredible reporting that our own correspondents have been doing the last weeks, months, in fact, of 2002. We're going to check in right now with 4 of our intrepid reporters. Let's start in Minnesota with Anderson Cooper. Anderson, what are you looking for there?
Well, Judy, polls close here in a little bit less than an hour, and as we've been saying all day long and for several days now, this thing is just too close to call. I've talked to a lot of campaign workers, state officials, and they all say the same thing, that voter turnout has been very high, and this in a state where they are used to a high turnout in the 60s, 70 percentile. They're saying it is, some people even said unprecedented levels in some stations. Again, that's all anecdotal. But both candidates were working hard up until the last minute, taking a little bit of a break now. Tonight they will be looking to pull out a victory. Should also point out that the man appointed as the interim senator by Governor Jesse Ventura yesterday was sworn in today. He also received a call from President George W. Bush congratulating him. So a little bit of a sideshow, but the main event tonight, the race between Norm Coleman and Walter Mondale, and it is a very tight race indeed. Judy?
All right, Anderson, thanks. And we know Dean Barkley, that man you mentioned, is being wooed mightily by both both parties in the United States Senate. All right, let's quickly go to South Carolina to our John Carl. John, the polls have just closed there, but I imagine you're not learning much more than we are, but tell us if I'm wrong.
Well, in South Dakota, actually, and you're right, Judy, we're not learning much more, and that's because of those, South Dakota, much colder here. But campaign officials in both parties are looking at the fact that there will be no exit polls tonight and saying that's going to mean a much longer night for them here in South Dakota. But speaking to people on the Republican side at the John Thune campaign, they're saying, well, hey, look, this is a situation where we knew it was going to be a late night, a race this close. It's probably best to wait and count the actual votes before going out and trying to predict a winner in this race. And on the Democratic side, they're echoing something Trent Lott said today, which is we'd rather have no results than have the wrong results. So it looks like we'll be waiting a while here in South Dakota, Judy.
All right, John, I've got egg all over my face. Thanks. South Dakota. Well, they don't get any closer than Minnesota and South Dakota unless we're talking about Missouri, where Carol Lynn just happens to be. Hello, Carol.
Hello, Judy. Yeah, we're getting reaction now also from the Jim Talent campaign as well as the Gene Carnahan campaign to the fact that the Voter News Service is not going to be making projections tonight. Both campaigns are actually happy about it and even relieved, very similar to what Jonathan Karl is hearing. in South Dakota. They'd rather have the actual numbers coming out of the state and county election offices than to actually have projections that could be wrong. You might recall that back in the 2000 race here, there were several voter irregularities, a lot of problems with people voting, and so they want to make sure that they're getting the direct election results from the county offices. So they are actually relieved to hear that they're not going to have those projections. In the meantime, we are hearing projections of voter turnout being exceptionally high, especially in some key Democratic districts. That would bode well for Democratic incumbent Jean Carnahan. The Secretary of State had projected a 45% turnout. We're hearing in some jurisdictions that turnout is as high as 60% or higher, and that the word is that they are motivated by this extremely tight Senate race. This is a chance for Missouri voters to make a difference as to who actually will dominate the Senate next time around. But if you're looking for bags under my eyes, you're going to be finding them, because, Judy, we're going to be here for a long, long time tonight. Nobody is expecting election results confirmed in this race any time tonight. It may be early in the morning.
All right, Carol Lynn, we're all in this together. Carol at Carnahan headquarters, and we're touching only on the closest races tonight. Next, we want to go to our own Arthel Neville, who's in New Orleans. And Arthel, it's not, this is one where not only do we think it's going to be close, the question is a little more complicated than that. It's how well can the incumbent Democrat Mary Landrieu do?
That's right, and the reason being, Judy, because there is a unique law here in Louisiana that says a candidate must garner at least 50% of the vote in order to win outright tonight. Otherwise, there will be a runoff come December 7th. And, of course, political analysts are saying that that will indeed happen. Now, according to the Secretary of State, preliminary voter turnout here is at about 35 to 40%, which is actually higher than expected. But, again, the key question will be, will it be enough to for a victory for Mary Landrieu tonight, who is the incumbent and who is trying to maintain a hold of her seat. And the polls close here at about 8 o'clock Central, which is 9 Eastern. And again, the end of this night could be a new beginning to this race.
All right, Arthel Neville in New Orleans, thanks to you, to John Carl, Carol Lynn, Anderson Cooper. You know, you all, we will be coming back to you early and often throughout this night. Our coverage continues. Election night 2002. The team will be right back.
These midterm elections aren't necessarily a referendum on the president in the White House at any given time, but over the last 5 days or so, the president has done his part for Republican candidates in a dozen states, all of the critical states. It is the power of the White House, and it can be effective. Our senior White House correspondent, John King, joins us from the White House tonight. John, good evening to you.
Good evening to you, Aaron. The president's prestige certainly on the ballot. His name is not. But the president and the entire Republican leadership believe they have done as well as they could have done in this campaign cycle. To accentuate that point, Mr. Bush having dinner in the White House tonight with the Speaker of the House, Dennis Hastert. Mr. Bush is fully confident Mr. Hastert will still be the Speaker come January. Also at the dinner table, the Senate Republican leader Trent Lott. White House officials and Senator Lott believe there's an outside possibility, some say an even possibility, that Mr. Lott will once again be the Senate Majority Leader come January. Also at the table tonight, the two men who head the Congressional Campaign Committee. Senator Bill Frist helps raise money for Senate Republicans. Congressman Tom Davis of Virginia runs the House Campaign Committee. They are watching the early results tonight. All this, the president back at the White House after doing his part in democracy this morning in Crawford, Texas.
Count one vote for the Texas Republican ticket, but no national predictions from the president.
All people vote. Encouraging all people across this country to vote.
Back at the White House to await the results, the balance of power in Congress and the fate of the Bush agenda hanging in the balance.
For him to accomplish increasing safety and prosperity and homeland security and cutting taxes, it is going to take leadership in the United States Senate that is Republican and not Democrat.
15 states in the final few days, 40 states in all this year.
The best thing that can happen to Arkansas and the best thing that can happen to America is to put Tim Hutchinson back in the U.S. Senate.
Not to mention raising a record $140 million for Republican candidates. And it was hardly a solo effort.
We elect John Sullivan to Congress on November 5th.
Vice President Cheney was a constant campaigner. And in the final month, 12 members of the Bush cabinet traveled to 33 states as part of an unprecedented White House effort.
I think he's done something that President Clinton, I think, didn't do in the midterm races or even in his re-election, which is to use all of the authorities and powers of the White House to try to get some kind of electoral advantage. You know, and that's something that is within the bounds of what laws and regulations there are, but still, it's really, I think, a first in American politics.
But if Republicans defy the traditional midterm jinx, the reasons extend beyond the president's aggressive campaigning.
Let's be honest. Between the Iraq debate and the focus on terrorism, the Democrats never got a typical off-year election where we focused just on domestic issues. There's this whole enormous international component that's made it very difficult for them to nationalize the election around the economy.
Now, Mr. Bush is a man who likes to be in bed, usually sometime around 10 o'clock tonight, aides say. He will push that a little bit. He is, of course, most interested in whether the Republicans can get the Senate. He won't know the answer to that tonight, most aides believe, and, of course, his highest interest, will his brother Jeb win re-election in the state of Florida? You can be certain the president will stay up late enough to know the results of that one.
Aaron, it's not just the legislative agenda, it is also, and I'll be the first to say it today, the prospects of a run in 2004. These elections are important to the White House.
Of course they're important to the White House. When it comes to 2004, it might be more important, or at least more damaging in the short term, what happens in the governor's races, because the Democrats are expected to have a good night when it comes to governor's races, and that does make it harder when you pick up the phone and you want, as President Bush does. He lost Pennsylvania last time. He would very much like to win it. He lost Michigan narrowly last time. He would very much like to win it. It is easier when you can pick up the phone and call a governor and ask them for a campaign staff, but his aides also make the case. Yes, the Democrats will gain in that regard when it comes to 2004, but Republicans ran Michigan and Pennsylvania last time, and Bush lost them. They say it hurts, but it is not a terrible wound in their view.
John, thank you. Our senior White House correspondent, John King, who will be back with us this evening. Paula?
And I'm over in crossfire territory, Aaron, along with some new friends here, as they react to a little bit of what John King just reported about, a little bit of what you just said about this midterm election not necessarily being a test of the president's agenda, but certainly a test of his endurance and his standing. My question to all of you, and then I'll get out of here, is can the president really move a number tonight simply by going to these 15 states or 15 different stops in 5 days?
Yeah, I don't think he did in North Carolina. Elizabeth Dole was running against Erskine DuBose there. President Bush went there 5 times. She had a 20-point lead, and now it's gone down to a dead heat. Now, is that because of President Bush? No. But if Elizabeth Dole loses, as I suspect she might, a lot of people are going to blame the White House, or at least say that maybe they should have done more, maybe they should have stayed out. Truth is, when I worked for President Clinton, we kept them out of everywhere, whether it was popular or unpopular, in 1998, because we found out that it doesn't do any good for the president to go in there. It raises money, but otherwise distracts the campaign.
Well, it does raise money. I mean, that is one thing the president's been
Let me let you talk among yourselves.
good.
Go back to the adult table.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, I can understand, you know, that if a candidate has certain deficits, and Mrs. Dole, for instance, is not a great campaigner, quite a tense campaigner, as anybody who's ever covered her can tell you at some length. But the White House can't hurt. It can't hurt in a state that voted overwhelmingly for Bush, for Bush himself to show up on behalf of the candidate. And I'd argue the White House doesn't do these things by accident. There's a reason they wouldn't send the president out to all these different states if they didn't think it was helping. I think it is helping.
Okay.
This is a little bit of history, Paul. 8 years ago, when we had the first midterm election in the Clinton administration, we said on the air that every place that Bill Clinton went, he hurt the Democratic candidates. That's why they didn't want him to go there. Every place that George W. Bush goes, he probably helps a little bit. Now, North Carolina is an interesting situation. All Senate races in North Carolina are very close. Jesse Helms just barely won his last two elections in the state. As Tucker said, Mrs. Dole is not that great a candidate. Everybody knew she was going to fall down. But Erskine Bowles, one thing he didn't want anything of was his old boss, Bill Clinton, coming through there. In fact, he used Trent Lott in his commercials when they were together to show that, boy, he is a bipartisan guy. In all of these southern states, and James will admit that, you have to run as a moderate, even if when you get to Washington you vote as a liberal.
Look, the truth of the matter is that the polls are going to close in 10 minutes. I said if the Democrats lost Georgia, that I'd puke. I guarantee you, if the Republicans lose North Carolina, these guys are going to puke. We can say anything we want. North Carolina Georgia is a must-win state for Democrats. North Carolina is a must-win state for the Republicans. If by some reason they split, then it wouldn't be that bad.
No, but James, I agree with you. Back to the original point, the question of does the president's presence hurt or help? Virtually every Democrat in a tight race around the United States has run ads, either on television or on the radio, tying him or herself to President Bush. Now, Democrats who tie themselves to President Bush aren't doing it because they think it's going to hurt them. They're doing it, of course, because they think it's going to help.
Every place that the president has come in, the Democrat in that area has used President Bush in his commercial.
Well, again, in point of fact, he hadn't done any good for Elizabeth Dole in North Carolina. Her mighty lead evaporated. But he doesn't do very much good for anybody. No president does. I mean, I actually had to study this. I was paid to study this. We looked at popular presidents like Reagan, unpopular presidents like Nixon. It doesn't make a difference. It does help to raise money, but at best, it gives you, it's like my friend Doug Stosnick, who worked for President Clinton, used to say, it's like a Chinese dinner. You know, it fills you up for a little while, but 5 minutes later you're still hungry. It doesn't ultimately win a state for anybody. This is Elizabeth Dole's and Erskine Bowles' race to win in North Carolina.
Well, then, James, why was the former President Clinton out in Maryland the other day campaigning for Townsend?
Again, I think Townsend's problems run deeper than former President Clinton being there. My point is this. If the Democrats win Georgia, the Republicans have to win North Carolina. If the Democrats lose Georgia, the Democrats have to win North Carolina. I mean, it really doesn't matter. The things are going to close here in 5 minutes. The consequences of this race are going to be enormous if Elizabeth Dole loses it. It is just the way that you do the math on election night. I don't know that she will. I don't have any. I know it's going to be close.
I'd like the two practitioners, though, on the Democratic side to make a concession that somebody like Erskine Bowles, who's a good guy, smart guy, has to run as a sort of non-party centrist in these southern states. He can't run as a Democrat.
In fact, when I worked with Erskine Bowles, he was to the right of where he is today as a candidate. He was a very big supporter of free trade, and he kind of was more protectionist in the campaign. Okay. So he actually ran to the left in North Carolina because it's more of a populist state.
We actually run on Social Security also, and medical leave.
We'll close the gap at Social Security.
Which is evidence that not everyone evolves. Some devolve. Now back to Paul Azan.
Tucker, can you help me with something? I'm still not sure the consensus you arrived at.
We'll explain it in our next
Paul was just saying what? It fills you up, it helps for 2 days, and then the presidential effect is all but gone?
Yeah, we're settling on Italian
food. That was what Paul said, but it doesn't happen to be the truth.
If you're looking for consensus, this is the wrong corner. This is not the consensus corner. This is the unconsensus corner.
The food fight here in the CNN cafeteria is in this corner here,
That's why we'll be coming back to you early and often, gentlemen. Thanks so much. America Votes 2002 continues right after this short break. Isn't that a beautiful shot of the United States Capitol? That's in Washington. We're here in Atlanta. And whenever you say Election 2000, the word that first comes to your lips is Florida. We all know what happened there 2 years ago, and everybody's waiting to see if any of that is going to happen again at this election. Our Bill Hemmer is down there keeping a very close eye on it all. Bill?
Hey, Judy, good evening again. A bit loud here at Bush headquarters. We are getting word right now from the highest levels in Tallahassee. Jim Smith is the current Secretary of State. He's calling Florida's vote today and quoting now an unqualified success. Florida's been a major embarrassment across the country the past 2 years, but $32 million of election reform money trying to shore up the system here apparently has led to very good results today. We've been watching various precincts throughout the state today. No major snafus to report. In fact, some of the election officials at midday looked downright relieved that they did not have any major problems again as voters came out today. In addition to that, an interesting note to pick up on here at Bush headquarters regarding how they will gauge and tabulate the votes. We talked about BNS not doing the early exiting polls. The Bush campaign, after 8 o'clock, tells us that the counties, all 67 across Florida, will start reporting their results up to Tallahassee. They do it electronically by way of computer. That website is where the Bush folks will be logged on tonight to see the results as they come in. For example, from Orlando, Florida, they know how many registered Republicans and registered Democrats vote in that part of the state. They'll gauge the returns, and at that point they can say whether or not they're doing well or whether or not they're behind. Early indications right now that that's how they will get their information right now with regard to BNS being absent, at least in the short term tonight. Also, one other note here, the governor has arrived a short time ago. Jeb Bush is here, and so too has the former President Bush. Number 41 is here with the former First Lady Barbara Bush as well. They're waiting patiently upstairs in their suite, as we all do here in Miami, Florida. Judy, more in a moment.
Bill, I was having a little trouble hearing you because it is such a loud party atmosphere there behind you. Maybe you can slide the microphone a little bit closer. I just want to ask you to clarify. Can you hear me? Yeah. Can you clarify what you were saying about what...
I can hear you, Judy. Go ahead.
Clarify just briefly, if you would, what you said about what they're going to do at 8 o'clock when the polls close.
Yes. Officially, there's a website here in the state of Florida. And after 8 o'clock, the counties at that point can start reporting their results up to Tallahassee. The campaigns will be logged onto that website. They'll be gauging the returns based on the number of registered Republicans, Democrats, and Independents. At that point, they'll be able to tell whether or not they're ahead or behind and how well they're doing, at least in the early turn tonight here in Florida. Judy, a bit better there? Sorry about that.
That was better. That was better. Bill, thanks very much. I think we got a slightly better sense of what's going on. Maybe we can find a quieter place for you to stand the next time we come to you, Bill. So, Aaron?
Somebody said, you don't work with children, animals, and a band. It's just hard to do television with a band. Coming up on 7:30 in the East, polls will now close in a number of other states. And in those states, we are looking at a number of critical races, a couple of senatorial races, and a gubernatorial race as well, beginning in North Carolina. This is one of the races that has gotten very close. Erskine Bowles, the former chief of staff to President Clinton, Elizabeth Dole, former head of the Red Cross, as you know. She started out with a huge lead. It seems to have dwindled some, and there is a sense that this one is very much in play. In West Virginia tonight, Senator Jay Rockefeller against Jay Wolf, an insurance agent, former member of the state Senate in the state of West Virginia. Jay Rockefeller, the Democratic incumbent. And one other race to keep track of in this wave, Bob Taft, the governor of Ohio, and Tim Hagel. There has been, talking about going into the family business, Jeff, there have been Tafts, I guess, in Ohio for a century at least.
Just think of this record. His great-grandfather, William Howard, was President of the United States and Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. His grandfather, Robert A. Taft, was a Senate minority leader, Mr. Republican, the conservative hero before Barry Goldwater. His father, Bob Taft, was a senator, Robert Taft, and he's Bob Taft. They keep getting more informal. I guess when the son goes into the Senate, he will be Buff. But that's what they do. That's the family business.
That is the family business. And, you're trained in the family business, you go in the family business.
Yeah, Jeff had a good line about if the son of this Taft wanted to go into the music business, the family would say no way.
This is the calling. This is the business they have chosen, if I may quote a popular movie of some time ago.
And I think you'll have a family theme to talk about all evening long. There are a lot of instances of this.
Very quickly, Erskine Bowles, his father ran for governor of North Carolina 30 years ago.
Skipper.
Liddy Dole, her husband ran for president 6 years ago.
She even ran for president herself.
There you go.
Just quickly want to go back to something on West Virginia. The Jay Rockefeller, the Democratic incumbent there. This is the first moment like this we've had tonight. VNS, the Voter News Service, has now called Jay Rockefeller. It's projecting that Jay Rockefeller will be the winner in West Virginia, holding on to that seat for the Democrats. Having said that, I will now tell you we are not ready to say the same thing. We are working we're working through the material to our precincts to make sure that we're comfortable with the projection that VNS has given. But VNS at this point has projected Jay Rockefeller to hold on to his Senate seat in the state of West Virginia. We talked a moment ago about concerns about voting problems at polling stations in the state of Florida. In fact, there are concerns. These concerns come up in every election, but we are all much more aware of them because of the events in Florida 2 years ago. Wolf Blitzer in Washington is tracking the reports that are coming in, and they're coming in from a variety of places of problems big and small. Small problems will happen. Wolf, are you aware of any big ones?
Well, nothing huge yet, but there are some significant problems that we could talk about, specifically in the Fort Worth area of Texas, Tarrant County. Some of those optical scan machines that they've been using did not work the proper way when people were voting along strict party lines. Those votes are now going to have to be counted by hand, and that could postpone the results for some time. In fact, the Reuters news agency is reporting that around 300,000 ballots will have to be hand counted. We might not know for hours who's going to win some of those hotly contested contests, especially for governor as well as Senate in the state of Texas. It's certainly not going to cause a huge problem, only a problem in delaying the outcome. In Indiana, there was a minor problem. The Democratic Congresswoman Julia Carson couldn't even vote for herself. The lever on the machine she was using was able to work for every candidate except herself. Listen to this.
I went in there and pulled the Democratic lever. I wanted to elect my friends. And so the lever came down for my friends, but it didn't come down for me. This is my precinct, been my precinct for 35 years, and of all machines in all places, the machine does not vote for Julia Carson.
Now, poll workers did manage to fix the problem shortly after Carson left. They tracked her down and had her come back to vote again. Of course, she did. She voted for herself. One critical voting station went up in flames, literally. A fire forced the evacuation of a country club in a southern suburb of Chicago. That precinct has more than 800 registered voters. There were no injuries, no damage to election equipment, but the equipment had to be moved to another polling place. Polls in that precinct will stay open for a couple of extra hours. Finally, thousands of Democratic and Republican lawyers there. They've been trained by the respective parties. They're ready to move right now. Doesn't look like they're moving necessarily all that quickly, but we're watching. We're in touch with precincts all over the country. Aaron?
Well, thank you. So there are problems, but they don't seem to be, yet, the kind that are going to keep us up all night. We shall see. There are other reasons we may stay up all night, though.
Indeed, we might. One of the big stories of this election has been turnout. Both parties, the Republicans and the Democrats, rolling out money, people, volunteers, paid people to get their loyal stalwarts to the polls. Bill Schneider, our senior political analyst, is with us. Bill, turnout, you know, in a way, it's a cliche. We talk about it every election, but it really can make a difference.
Well, that's right. And if you want to hear a shocking number, this number may shock you. Typically in congressional elections like this one, only about 1/3 of the voting age population even bothers to vote. And that's down from about half in the early 1960s. In 1994, turnout jumped a little bit to 37%, and that had enormous consequences. That's that middle figure there. Congress became Republican for the first time in 40 years. That shows 9 million unexpected voters showed up in 1994, mostly gun owners, religious conservatives, Southern conservatives, people who had not voted in midterms before. They were angry at Clinton, and they took it out on the Democrats. In presidential elections, the typical turnout is actually closer to 50%, as we see here, which means a lot of people vote only once every 4 years. And 2 years later, like now, they just disappear in the midterm election. That's why both parties put so much emphasis on rallying their base. Because in a midterm election like this one, turnout is the name of the game. Judy?
Well, and it's, you know, it's a lesson you'd think that we all would have learned after Florida and several other states in 2000, but Jeff Greenfield is dying to get a word in edgewise.
Just very quickly, one of the reasons why the Bush campaign was so shocked in 2000 was their polls in state after state were showing they were going to win by 3 or 4 points. They'd put a lot of money into the ground game, and Karl Rove has said this, the White House political director, they were out-hustled. They were outgunned by the Democrats, who got their vote out enough to almost win the thing for the Democrats.
It's interesting to note what percentages have increased and decreased over the last 20 years. 40%, some 40% less 18 to 20-year-olds are voting today than they were, and yet 75 and older folks are voting 20% more of the time. And Bill Snyder's told me there's a very good reason why. And why is that, Bill?
You know why? Because, thank goodness, people are living longer. There are more seniors. They're healthier. They're voting.
and they make up a bigger and bigger share of the electorate. And the problem is no one has figured out how to mobilize the youth vote. They've been trying to do that for 30 years, but seniors are a reliable constituency, and they're getting bigger and bigger.
It's amazing how little young people care about prescription drug benefits.
Yeah. Or Social Security.
Or Social Security.
But it is, I mean, we're not in the lecture business, but it is a great shame of the American democracy that we vote as badly as we do, or don't vote as often as people do. It's just a shame. So that's all I have to say on that. I have nothing else on that subject. I won't lecture anyone again, ever.
I am told that we have a projection to make in one of the House races in the state of Kentucky. This is polls that close at 7 o'clock Eastern. This is a Republican, Ann Northup, who was considered in danger by her Democratic challenger, Jack Conway, young man there. But look, we are ready to project that Ann Northup is the winner. And it was not without a little help from her friend, President George W. Bush. Jeff?
When the Democrats early on entertained notions that they might take back the House, this was one of the races they most zeroed in on. And the fact that we can say this early that she has taken kept her House seat, I think if we were over at Democratic National Headquarters now, there'd be a kind of, not maybe going to happen for us. It's early, I know, but this was just so much in their crosshairs.
Well, early in the evening, there are these bellwethers, for lack of a better word, that both parties are going to be looking at in these early states. Where, you know, we've been saying all night there aren't many competitive races, but among those races that are competitive, both parties are looking each hour as those polls close, as those numbers start to come in, and this is one that the Republicans are going to be very happy about.
I mean, I think it's an interesting point that you maybe have a dozen races in play that are competitive. You lose one that you thought you had a chance in. Breaks your heart a little bit. Among the races that we are most focused on today is the Senate race in the state of North Carolina. Elizabeth Dole, the Republican, Erskine Bowles, the Democrat. You know their histories by now, and you're going to hear a lot about them as we go. CNN's Jean Meserve has been covering that race, and she joins us from North Carolina tonight. Jean, good to see you again.
Hey, Aaron, the polls in North Carolina closed only about 5 or 6 minutes ago. We're waiting for the very first results. State Board of Elections officials say we should have a pretty good picture of this race, perhaps as early as 9:30, probably as early as 11 o'clock. It has been a very competitive race in these final days, but both candidates expressing optimism. No mystery about how this North Carolinian voted, but what about the rest?
I'm feeling real good about the election.
Elizabeth Dole's Democratic opponent, Erskine Bowles, is feeling good, too, after having closed what was a yawning gap in the polls.
Nobody in their right mind would have gotten anything for logic. I was 48 points down. Today we have a dead-even race.
This is the most expensive Senate race in the nation this year. The candidates have spent almost $21 million. And if anyone expected these respected centrist candidates to be high-toned, forget it.
We have some pretty high standards for negative campaigns, as you know. But this has lived up to those, or lived down to those. Yeah, it's gotten really nasty on both sides.
The central issue, jobs. There have been skirmishes over Social Security, education, and the president's authority to negotiate trade agreements. She has tried to enhance her already gold-plated Republican resume with visits from President Bush and other tip-top Republicans.
Elizabeth Dole will support President Bush, and we know that her opponent will not.
He has not brought in his old boss, President Clinton, who might have done more harm than good, but has recruited black actresses to help win over the African-American community, which is key to his success. The state Democratic Party says it has launched its biggest get-out-the-vote effort ever, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not $1 million. The Republicans have been trying to match that, sending out volunteers and also some paid people to knock on Republican doors. But it's a rainy and cold day here in North Carolina, and the State Board of Elections says the turnout is moderate. Back to you.
And have they given you any sense of where the vote is running light, where the vote is running heavy in cities like Charlotte, for example? Any feel at all for where the vote is coming from?
Well, the State Board of Elections is not making those sorts of comments. We have heard some things from the state parties. This is anecdotal information. It is not official. The Democrats tell us that the African-American vote is running very strong all across the state. They say it's at presidential levels. The Republicans say the voting has been quite good in Republican precincts across the state. Everybody's spinning this to their heart's desire. Hard to tell where the center of gravity is. Aaron?
I was going to say, with all this spin, we'll all get dizzy. Gene, thank you very much. Imagine a U.S. Senate without Jesse Helms, who will be gone in January, without Strom Thurmond, who will be gone. Yeah, I think Strom Thurmond turns 100 a month from today. Neither will be in the Senate when it reconvenes in January. Our coverage of this election continues in Rowland.
And welcome back to America Votes 2002. We're going to concentrate on the state of Louisiana right now, where the polls will close in just about an hour and 15 minutes. And to give you an idea of what the incumbent senator is up against, let's look at the field here. Senator Mary Landrieu up against three other candidates, Suzanne Hawk Terrell, John Cooksey, and shortly you'll see Tony Perkins' name up there. Now, what is unique about this state is if she does not end up with 50% of the vote, she will end up in a post-November 5th runoff. Let's go to Arthel Neville, who's standing by in New Orleans to walk us through what that drill will be like. Good morning, or good evening. Actually, I always see you in the morning, and
exactly.
That's our normal drill. Good evening, Arthel.
I have a feeling, Paula, we'll be here until morning.
You
anyway.
and I will be.
Absolutely. But you know what? The good news here in Louisiana, they're expecting results at about 2 hours after the polls close, which you've already said close at 8 o'clock Central, 9 Eastern. And the Secretary of State's office is not anticipating any problems here. They're using centralized ballots that are printed by the state, and all parishes are using an electronic voting system. And again, they're not expecting any problems because of that. Of course, there were problems in the past, but right now everything is under control, and voter turnout is at about 35 to 40%, which is higher than expected. And Mary Landrieu's camp, they're feeling pretty encouraged at about now, because they're saying that many of their voters tend to vote late anyway, historically. So we will find out what happens if Mary Landrieu can garner those 50+% votes needed. Paula?
Are they sounding so confident at this hour that they think they can avoid a runoff?
Well, they haven't gotten that sort of comfort level going here, but I have to tell you this, Paula, they are happy to hear that BNS is not going to report exit polls, because according to early BNS numbers, apparently Mary Landrieu's predictions were a little bit lower at about 45% than they were hoping. Of course, those numbers are encouraging to Susie Terrell, who at this point is Landrieu's most valid and biggest rival here.
Jeff, you want to jump in here?
Very quickly, if it goes to a runoff,
yes.
6 years ago, Mary Landrieu won her Senate race by only 6,000 votes.
That's correct.
And so while people might think she's a favorite if she runs 48%, we've seen in the past where the first place finisher does not win in the runoff. And I think that's got some Democrats a little nervous.
Yes, and another concern for the Landrieu camp is the African-American vote here. Apparently, they are turning out at higher numbers than expected. But again, here in Louisiana, there is only one other Democrat on a ballot. He is a black minister here in town. And in fact, he is there particularly to split the vote, to force a runoff. And in fact, Mary Landrieu had some defections among some of the leading Democratic black officials here in town who did not support her, and they have supported her in the past. So again, a lot can happen here, and it will be quite exciting, and we'll keep you posted, of course.
Arthel, before we let you go, you just brought up the issue of race. We should also bring up the issue of racial profiling and how it played in this campaign. Tell us a little bit about Representative Cooksey and how he got himself into so much trouble.
Right. Well, apparently he made that remark after 9/11 that they should indeed profile men of Middle Eastern descent who wear, quote, diapers on their heads. Of course, that did not go over well here, and of course it did not go over well nationally as well. Cooksey had since apologized, but I think those comments definitely stuck in voters' minds.
Thanks for that update. Great to see you in the evening for a change, Arthel.
You're
locked into our 4 a.m. wake-up calls. That's when we're usually working together.
You know, she had said earlier there were tornadoes that were threatening to come through that area, and we talk about how weather does or doesn't affect polling. We just got an email our political editor did from his father, who votes in Maryland 8, which is a race we're all keeping an eye on. Connie Morello, the Republican, running for re-election against a young Democrat, Chris Van Hollen. Apparently it's raining so hard that the lights went out in polling places all across Maryland 8 for about an hour. They're back on now, we're told. But this is one instance where the polling machines kept going, but the lights were out. So people were holding, we're told, flashlights and candles to vote. So
I get to vote.
The romance of politics.
That might be an inducement for people to vote next time around.
A romantic way to vote.
Yes,
maybe.
exactly.
Bring a glass of wine and a candle and vote. Whatever gets you there.
As we are every hour, at about 10 minutes before the hour, before the polls close in more states, we are going to turn to our colleague, Larry King, because he always has some interesting people to talk to. Hello there, Mr. King.
Hello, Miss Woodward. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much. Thanks for joining us. Why did I go English there? Anyway, as we come on the air, the polls are closed in now in 9 states at this point, 16 more states, and the District of Columbia will close in 10 minutes. And we'll spend those minutes with our friend Bob Woodward, the assistant managing editor of the Washington Post, the Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist, best-selling author. He's got a new book coming, Bush at War, Inside the Bush White House. It'll be out later this month. He'll guest for the hour on this program, Larry King Live regular show, on the night of November 18th. That's on the eve of the book being in all stores. Bob, let's go for first. Do you have any surprise in store tonight? Any race you're looking at for an indication to you which way this is going to go?
No, I don't think anybody has a lock on this. The unpredictable factors are just, we are awash in them. But one of the things that interests me is there's all this discussion about control of the Senate. As we know, and anyone who has watched the Senate, no one really controls the Senate. If you're a Republican leader, you have somebody like John McCain, who no one steers down any path. He's very independent, and because of Senate rules, you have to have 60 votes to really control things. If you look in the last 2 years, the most important things that have come before the Senate during the Bush presidency have been the tax cut of last year, the famous $1.35 trillion tax cut. A dozen Democrats voted for that, including Democrats like Carnahan, Cleveland, Tim Johnson in South Dakota. So in a sense, Bush has those people on some of these big issues. On the Iraq war resolution, again, there are more than 24 Democrats voting with the president.
So then what is the big deal they're all making in it?
Well, it has to do with control at the margins, has to do with committee chairmanships. You can certainly set the agenda, but you don't have the kind of old 50s style control where the majority leader can say, or if he's of the White House party, this is exactly how we're going to do things. Everything is contentious, except something major, and at least in the last 2 years, Bush has had a controlling hand.
Do you see any strain running through the country that tells us why these races appear to be so close?
Maybe people intentionally or unintentionally want divided government. They don't want somebody to have the full handle on this, including the popular president, and this is a way to dampen it.
What do you make of now what we've learned tonight that Voter News Service will not provide exit poll data? We apparently will not have a repeat of 2 years ago when you and I were together till 2 in the morning and we left with one guy elected and woke up in the morning with no one elected.
And it was back and forth in between in a very embarrassing way for everyone in our business. I think it's a breath of fresh air. I think that this election and all elections are too poll-driven. Suppose you're a candidate, Republican or Democrat, out there, and you really have some new ideas. You don't want to play the money chase all the way, so you only have 47, 48% of the vote. And people in our business say, well, that's not competitive, so we're not going to cover it. What a shame. And again, that's money and polls, and they need to be diminished.
If the forecasts hold true that the Democrats do well in the governor's races tonight, how important is that on the national scheme as we look to 2004?
Well, it probably is. If they win in places like Illinois, Michigan, Pennsylvania, that central region that is so important in presidential politics. To have a Democratic governor there would obviously help the party in 2 years.
What about Bush on the campaign trail? Do you think that will prove effective?
Well, I think that's the thing everyone's watching. And can a popular president, if you look at his message, he went out and said, I need allies. I need people who, he didn't say are going to march in perfect line with me, but I need allies. That may be appealing or may not, and that's probably going to be the main headline in all of this, much more so unless there is some shift in the House or the Senate.
Now, campaign finance reform, that new bill takes effect, I think, midnight tonight. So it starts tomorrow for all intents and purposes. What effect will it have?
I have too many decades of reporting on money in politics, and no matter what law is passed, people figure out how to get around it. And again, they're already developing schemes to do this. We keep waiting and hoping, and I think the public probably does, for a candidate who's going to get up there and say, I'm really serious. I'm not going to look for all the money, and I'm going to run on ideas and positions, and hopefully someday that will take hold. But the money in politics is sickening.
Now, the Democrats are expected to do well in the governorships, but one of the disappointing areas for them, at least poll-wise, has been in right where you are, Maryland. You live in Washington, D.C. You live right near Maryland. What happened to Kathleen Kennedy Townsend?
Well, the polls and lots of focus groups indicate there wasn't the confidence level in her that would be expected given the extraordinary Democratic registration in the state. A Democrat should almost be a shoo-in. The last Republican elected governor in Maryland is the famous Spiro T. Agnew. So it's been a long time. May happen again. I'm not sure. There was a very interesting story, I hate to say, in the New York Times today about the polls, and that all of these young people have cell phones, and the cell phones aren't listed, and people have answering services and so forth. And there's a great deal of concern of whether you're really polling the general population, and that there may be a segment that is not being polled, and in tight races that could change things. So there may be an immense number of surprises.
We have a minute left, Bob. Do you have any thoughts as to why a majority of people don't vote in off-year elections? They don't vote in on-year elections, but they especially off-year.
Well, there's a sense that it's divided, and there's no compelling issue. Look, the big issue which is hanging in this country is the war on terrorism, perhaps a future war with Iraq, and the Congress voted on that before the election, so that is not on the ballot directly or indirectly. So the major issues are not before the voters. It has to do with personalities and the negative campaigning. I don't know how much of the negative advertising you watch. Some of it clearly works, but it's disconcerting to see it get all the attention.
Bob, as always, thanks. We'll see you on the 18th.
Thank you.
Bob Woodward, Assistant Managing Editor of the Washington Post, the Pulitzer Prize winner. We're with you at 50 minutes past the hour, every hour through election night coverage. Our next guest in the next hour will be the former governor of Texas, Ann Richards. Later in the night, Mayor Giuliani. Meanwhile, now we return to headquarters in Atlanta, where you're getting superb coverage of this election night as America Votes 2002.
America Votes 2002. From CNN election headquarters with Judy Woodruff, Aaron Brown, Paula Zahn, and Jeff Greenfield.
And thank you for joining us. It is 8 o'clock in the east. The polls have just now closed in 15 states and the District of Columbia. We have some very close races we're watching. We want to tell you about 4 of them right now off the bat. In the state of Florida, the governor's race, this is one of those real vote races. CNN keeping a special eye on the incumbent Jeb Bush, the Republican, being challenged by Democrat Bill McBride. Watching that one, no call to make. In New Hampshire, the Senate race, an open seat because Bob Smith was defeated. Republican John Sununu beat him, and he is in a very close race with the Democratic current governor, but she's running for the Senate, Jean Shaheen. Another Senate race couldn't be much closer. Missouri, the incumbent is Jean Carnahan, who the widow of the late governor who took over that spot when her husband was killed in a plane crash 2 years ago, facing a very tough challenge from Congressman Jim Talent. And another Senate race where we had a surprise candidate. Frank Lautenberg just got in that race a few weeks ago. He is facing Doug Forrester, the Republican. It is open because Bob Torricelli, as we know, dropped out.
No calls on any of those races, but we can... I'm sorry, did I jump on that?
That's quite all right. We all get a chance
here. No call yet on Delaware either. Joe Biden, the incumbent senator from the state of Delaware. We can make calls.
That's right. We're not making calls in Delaware or in Illinois, but we're watching this one very closely because this is the incumbent Dick Durbin being challenged by the Republican and Mr. Durkin. In the state of Maine, Susan Collins, the Republican, being challenged by the Democrat Shelley Pingree. Watching that one. In Oklahoma, Jim Inhofe, the Republican incumbent, being challenged by David Walters, the former governor of that state. He's a Democrat. And one of the other states where the polls have just closed, Tennessee, the Senate race. Lamar Alexander, it's an open seat. He's a former governor and a former senator. He's running for that Senate seat now, and he's being challenged by Congressman Bob Clement. He's a Democrat.
I was so eager.
We're all eager.
We can now make a call in West Virginia. CNN projects that J. Rockefeller, who went to the Senate in 1984, will serve yet another term from the state of West Virginia. CNN projects he will win tonight. Also tonight, we can project that Jeff Sessions, a Republican senator from the state of Alabama, will go back to the U.S. Senate, defeating Susan Parker in Alabama. And then a couple of others we can put check marks on now. John Kerry, the Democrat in Massachusetts, running unopposed. Think about that. It's a free ride for one of the 100 best political jobs in the country. And Thad Cochran, likewise, in the state of Mississippi, running unopposed, the Republican senator there. Yeah.
And Aaron, as John Kerry prepares to run for president in 2004, which most of us think he will do, we should note that he has another distinction. He is the richest man in the U.S. Senate because he married Teresa Heinz, who was the widow of Pennsylvania Senator John Heinz, and thus inherited his ketchup fortune. But Senator Kerry says he doesn't plan to spend that money should he run for president, although I guess he could actually have 57 varieties of ads if he chose to do so.
And then some.
Thank you. You walked all that way just to do the 57 varieties of ads, didn't you?
You know,
it was worth it, though, Aaron, wasn't it?
Exit polls are late, Aaron.
On to the governorships that we're looking at, affected by these 8 o'clock polls closings in Alabama. The incumbent governor, Don Siegelman, up against Bob Riley. Even the Democrats acknowledging that Siegelman is the most endangered governor in 2002. On to Connecticut, where you have a rematch here between the incumbent Governor John Rowland and the comptroller, Bill Curry, a Democrat he beat by just 3 points in 1994. If he wins, Mr. Rowland again, and serves all 4 years, he would become Connecticut's longest-serving governor since 1784. On to Illinois, Jeff, where there was some name confusion that hurt Republican Jim Ryan.
Well, Democrats haven't elected a governor since 1972, but they think they have a shot with Congressman Blagovjevich in part because Jim Ryan, the Republican, keeps getting confused with the outgoing and highly unpopular governor, George Ryan. George and Jim have spent the last couple of months mutually insulting each other, which has not helped party unity.
On to Maine, where John Baldacci is running against Peter Cianchetti. This was a seat that normally leans Democratic, an open seat vacated by Governor Angus King. On to Maryland, where Kathleen Kennedy Townsend is in a very tight race with Bob Ehrlich.
That we should make note of this, Jeff. The last Republican to win the Maryland governorship was Spiro Agnew back in 1966. And yet, Ms. Townsend, according to polls that we've seen over the last couple of weeks, has some problems.
She has the dubious distinction of being the only candidate, she's Robert Kennedy's oldest daughter, ever to lose a congressional or statewide race. She lost for Congress some years back. And I'm sure that it would not, it's not in her desires to add to that distinction.
Let's go on to Massachusetts, where you got a whole stage of characters here. Jeff, you want to give us a quick run-through of it?
Well, the two major party candidates, Mitt Romney, son of George Romney, one-time governor of Michigan, ran the Salt Lake City Olympics, came back. Jane Swift, the acting governor, decided not to run for a full term. She's being challenged by Shannon O'Brien, who survived a tough Democratic primary, beating, among others, former Labor Secretary Robert Reich. This race is very close. It is one of those races where we're waiting to see whether or not the year of the woman now extends to state houses, and both minor party candidates, the independent candidate and the Green Party candidate, could have an impact on this race because it's so close.
On to the state of New Hampshire, where Governor Jeanne Shaheen's seat is up for grabs tonight between Mark Fernald and Craig Benson. Then in Oklahoma, familiar name Steve Largent, the Republican candidate, up against Brad Henry. And then on to Pennsylvania, where Ed Rendell, a name familiar to many people across the country, is running against Mike Fisher.
And if Ed Rendell wins, he will be the first mayor of Philadelphia to become governor of Pennsylvania in 90 years. They have a real problem with big city mayors in the rest of the state. He's fighting history.
And finally in Tennessee, Phil Bredesen against Van Heller. This, of course, is a seat that is open because Governor Don Sundquist is term limited and is quite unpopular.
And Paula, what we are also able to tell our viewers now is that the Voter News Service, which is the group we've been talking about all evening, not in a position to use exit polls, but they are in a position to call a couple of those races that you all just mentioned. One is in Pennsylvania, Ed Rendell. Voter News Service is saying that Mr. Rendell is the winner. CNN is not ready to do that, but we want to let our viewers know about that. And in the state of Illinois, the Voter News Service is calling Dick Durbin, the incumbent Democrat, the winner over James Durkin, the Republican challenger. And again, when CNN is ready to call that one too, we will do it. Well, CNN's Candy Crowley is in New York. Candy, watching what we're calling the real vote states, those 12 contests in 10 states where we're adding more information.
We are comfortable with it.
Yeah, basically a real vote state is pretty simple to explain. It's a state where CNN has its own body of information that is being sent back and put into computer models, and is also using DNS information, which is doing the same thing, and that way we have a backup. I wanted to sort of show you the room here. Why are we doing this? One word, Florida in 2000. We thought that people really needed to see what we were doing, and what we've got here, back here, are people who are now poring over this data and looking into it, putting it into the computer, and seeing if it fits within the models. When they feel strong enough with all of their statistics that they can call a race based on these randomly selected precincts and the vote totals that they are getting in, that's when you'll hear from us in those 10 races. I also wanted to show you one of the toys they've given me to play with here. Now look, this is called spatial logic, and what this is, I want to show you here. This is North Carolina. What you are beginning to see here, blue is Democratic and red is Republican. Just think red states, blue states. So we're beginning to get from VNS some preliminary vote totals. Now this is not the end of the votes, but the bluer it is, the greater the margin of the Democratic votes in that state. The redder it is, the greater the margin of Republican votes. It can change over the night, but what we hope is that through the night, as these colors change, and they can change minute by minute if the vote totals come in that fast, we will be able to show you in all of our 10 real states just exactly where the counties are going. And if we can't call a state, we'll be able to say, well, look, the reason we can't call it is there's a problem up here near Raleigh. It's not going according to historical patterns. So next, we can go on. We can do this with a lot of states. Missouri, let me just show you that real quickly. We can move to that. Again, what we can do is move through here. show you where historically Democrats or Republicans have voted and whether or not they're following the same pattern. And we can do that on and on with all of our 10 states. So stay tuned. We hope to show you some pretty pictures and have some real vote decisions.
And Candy, just a little clarification here. Okay. When they call these votes in from the precincts, we're talking, what, 8, 10 precincts in a state, or presumably in a state like Texas, we're talking more precincts.
Yes, absolutely. And I can tell you that for VNS, there is, at the Voter News Service, there is someone in every county in the country. So obviously the precincts report to the counties. But we also have both CNN and VNS in these real vote states, other people that are out there at the precinct level. And so they can call in votes obviously earlier than the county will get them. And so, yes, there are, it depends on the size of the state. They are randomly selected.
All right, Candy with the real vote. And Aaron takes us right back to Civics 101.
Where we count the votes. And these are real votes that are coming in now from the state of Florida. And we can give you a look at where the vote is now at a little bit after 8, about 8:10 Eastern Time. The incumbent, Jeb Bush, with a sizable lead. Now, having said all that, we don't know where these votes are coming from, but it is a formidable lead. This is one of those races that a couple of weeks ago, the Democrats had lots of hope for. The last couple of weeks, their hopes started to diminish a bit. This is the first look we've had at real votes out of the state of Florida, and the president's brother, Jeb Bush, looking for a second term there, at least coming out of the gate pretty well, which has gotten the attention of the Crossfire gang over in the other part of the room. Gentlemen?
Aaron, thank you. I don't see any gentlemen here, but I gather you mean us, so we'll take it here, guys. This is a race where the Republicans began saying we can't lose. You thought Janet Reno was going to be the Democratic nominee. Bill McBride comes out of nowhere, defeats Janet Reno, and all of a sudden it's a dead heat. It did look like in the end McBride sagged just a little bit. But even if the Democrat goes down, this has tied up enormous resources for the Republicans. The president, the whole cabinet. I think he moved the federal seat of government to Tallahassee for most of this election year.
Paul, I don't know what they tied up the resources for. This is not a presidential year, in case you might have forgotten. There's no presidential race that you're starving. I don't know that McBride ever caught up with Jeb Bush. But what happened was that the Democrats in Washington, particularly the national chairman, Terry McAuliffe, got very, very excited. They said, boy, we're going to send down people. They did send down an agent from the DNC to take over the campaign, and didn't have much success. Former President Clinton was there. Former Vice President Gore was there. Probably did more harm than good. But I don't think this race was ever very close. I think it was wasted resources by the DNC.
Agent. The secret agent. The secret agent is some sinister thing that, whatever. Look, if these are early results, I would be the first to tell you discourage it. I think there are two things to keep in mind. And number one is it was a primary. And I was in Florida campaigning with Bill McBride, who's an outstanding guy. And I think in terms of South Florida, the Democratic base never quite warmed up after the primary. And the second thing is I think that he would probably tell you when this is over, be the first to tell you they should have been more aggressive in answering some of the charges. But I guess the agent that they sent down from the DNC is, now, going back to prison or wherever he had him coming from.
I hope so. But here's the problem, James. I love Paul. No, but truly, here's the problem. This race was never about issues. If you talk to Democrats, you talk to Kerry McConnell, they could never tell you the 5 things Jeb Bush had done wrong. They didn't hate him on ideological grounds or even on the basis of ideas. They hated him because he was the president's brother, and that's a pretty weak reason to hate somebody. It's not his fault he's the president's brother. It was a ludicrous campaign to begin with. Bill McBride's never been elected anything, got his great biography, but that's it.
No, in point of fact, education was one of the central issues. There's a fiscal mess. The governor, where's the matter? The governor did a terrible job managing Florida's fiscal balance. It took a deficit, took a surplus, turned it into a deficit, and class size became the issue that Bill McBride ran on. Now, he stumbled, and I think this was the break point. Didn't have anything to do with anybody else coming in. Right. He ran on this idea, but he didn't tell people how he was going to pay
during the debate.
Stumbled that badly in a debate, which means you need more ideas, not fewer. And Democrats did run ideas, but they should have done a better job at saying how they paid.
Let me explain to you what happened.
Yes, sir.
Because what he did was he said, gee, we need more money for schools. The Republicans, Jeb Bush says, how are you going to pay for it? Are you going to have higher taxes? You see, the problem with the Democrats, it's been the problem for about 30, 40 years, is that they're a high-tax party. And what really nailed Bill McBride, he had done. He had never caught up with Bush, but he was in challenging distance of Bush. But what nailed him was he looked like he was going to raise taxes. People don't like to pay taxes. They really.
I agree, and children don't like to go to schools and trailers and everything else that they're doing in Florida. And remember, this is a governor who actually took credit for the installation of a traffic light. So folks, that's his accomplishments as governor. No. But the agent at the DNC should have been more aggressive in answering some of the ridiculous charges that they were.
What they shouldn't have done is toss aside Janet Reno after 8 distinguished years as a sitting
She's like in the election fair and square, sucker. What are you supposed to do, rig it? That's what Florida Republicans do. They rig the election.
We're Democrats. We don't rig elections. We just go run. It's a little different.
She ought to come back and run again with Gore in 2004. She's a proud member of the Clinton administration, and I think Democrats need Janet Reno.
Speaking of rigged elections, let's not let our conversation of Florida go without mentioning District 13, Katherine Harris, the Cruella de Vil lookalike who stole the 2000 election from Al Gore.
Tell me in one sentence what she did wrong. You can't? Sorry.
She tried to stop, I'll say one sentence, she stopped the legal counting of voting in the state of Florida. And the rumor in Washington this week, take it for what it's worth, which is not much, is that she was actually in trouble in a very safe Republican seat. If she goes down, you guys have to admit
that. Cruella's up by 10 points with like 10
there was a little basis for the rumor, because some tracking polls had shown that her opponent had almost caught up with her, but that is really a safe Republican.
Well, I think we can report with confidence. I think she's 10 points up, 55 to 45.
So no Dalmatians.
She thankfully is going to win. She'll be on crossfire. We can guarantee that.
Yeah,
Back to you,
Katherine.
Aaron Brown.
Thank you, gentlemen. And one reason to keep an eye on the bottom of the screen as it goes by throughout the night is Katherine Harris's name went by with a check mark next to it. So we are projecting that she has defeated Jan Schneider in the 13th district in the state of Florida. Ms. Schneider, as I recall, was a law school classmate of Hillary Clinton's.
And there's teeth gnashing. I guarantee you, even though this was a safe seat, there was no doubt for Democrats who regard her as, I don't know, Lady Macbeth with a hanging Chad. The fact that Katherine Harris is going to the Congress is just another salt in the wound if you're a Democrat who hasn't gotten over 2,000 yet.
Anyway, so in the 13th district in Florida, Katherine Harris, former Secretary of State, everyone knows that. By now, that is a pickup for the Republicans as well. And it's just an easy opportunity to remind you that throughout the night on the lower part of your screen, a lot of information, particularly in these House races, is going by. And the check mark means that we've made a projection there, so you'll want to keep an eye on that as well. Our coverage continues after this short break.
This is CNN.
It's 20 minutes after 8 in the East, and here's one you want to listen to. We have a projected winner in one of our real vote states. Let's go quickly to the desk in New York. Candy Crowley, what's the news?
Judy, it is a big one. Democrats called Jeb Bush their #1 target. It looks as though they have missed. CNN now projects that Jeb Bush has been reelected and will be reelected as governor of Florida, and that he will beat Bill McBride. Back to you all.
Okay. So, doesn't get any clearer than that. This was the Democrats' fondest hope, that they could knock Jeb Bush off, the president's brother, and they didn't do it. Or we're projecting that they didn't do it.
They had very high hopes when McBride beat Janet Reno, who the Democrats regarded as a sure loser, and the polls had closed. There was a debate where Bush, by most observers, clearly bested McBride. There was a ton of money that came in, and the president himself had a rooting interest in this one.
It's going to be interesting to see if and when we ever get exit polling, if we look at the African-American vote, which the Democrats have always been highly dependent upon, although it only represents, I guess, 10% of the population.
This is these are the numbers as we have them, and this is the first time we've had to explain this, so let's take a moment. The CNN checkmark is a real vote projection, VNS. The network consortium, you'll all be saying this in your sleep tonight, I'm afraid. The network consortium has yet to make a call on Florida, but we have analyzed the data, and we are comfortable now projecting Jeb Bush as the winner in the state of Florida. Bill Hemmer is at Bush headquarters in Florida. Bill, can you hear us?
Yeah, I sure can, Aaron. Thank you. Just to pick on Jeff's point there, Floridians will tell you that essentially this race turned for the better for Governor Bush 2 weeks ago during that debate, October 22nd, when Bill McBride was pressured and questioned many times as to how he was going to pay for his education reforms across the state of Florida. At that point, it appeared that Jeb Bush really started gaining major traction throughout the state. And if these numbers hold up, that 19% advantage for the governor, Jeb Bush, will show two things. Number one, that it was an overwhelming victory, far ahead of the early projections we've been watching for the past week now. The other thing it shows that for the first time in Florida state history, a Republican governor has been reelected. And, you know, the Democrats really want to knock off Governor Bush in 2002, then go after President Bush in 2004. If these numbers hold up again, that will not be the case. President Bush has been to this state 13 times since taking office back in January of 2001. He's helped the Republican Party in Florida raise almost $8 million. That is second only to the state of California. Republicans wanted to make sure that the president stayed strong in 2004 for a re-election. They could not afford his younger brother being upset here. At this point, it does not look like that is the case. We do expect the governor. He's in the building here. So, too, is his father, the former President Bush, number 41. If things continue to hold up this way, we shall see them shortly as the night continues. Aaron?
One of the issues that voters in Florida are dealing with tonight became a very prominent issue in the campaign is this initiative to reduce class size. This is in many ways a classic example of voters on the one hand saying they want to improve public education, they believe in public education matters, but when the issue came down to how to pay for reducing class size, and Governor Bush was against the initiative, McBride had some problems explaining how he's going to pay.
Indeed, that was the case, and the moderator of that, Tim Russert, pushed Bill McBride right at the outset of that debate, and it appeared at that time that McBride could not support his answers. And for the folks who are watching it, that helped seal the deal. In addition to that, there's a referendum on the ballot that Floridians are voting on today, Aaron, regarding reformation throughout the Florida school system. Education was a major point for McBride throughout this entire campaign. It appears right now that that did not hit home with Florida voters.
Bill, thank you very much. Bill Hemmer is in Miami tonight. We're expecting Governor Bush to come down shortly. We'll get to that. And we are ready to make yet another real vote projection, which would be the contraction between prediction and projection. We go back to Candy Crowley in New York. Candy?
Aaron, another real vote projection here. It is out of New Jersey. Another comeback kid, Frank Lautenberg, will return to the Senate. CNN is projecting that Lautenberg will beat Doug Forrester in that race in New Jersey.
And Mr. Lautenberg will be delighted you referred to him as a kid at 78 years old. He'd be more than happy. Not exactly an accidental senator, but 4 weeks ago, we wouldn't have anticipated it.
Doug Forrester, whose campaign I covered a bit, ran his entire campaign on one premise: I am not Robert Torricelli, the ethically challenged New Jersey incumbent. And by God, the New Jersey voters decided they were not going to vote for Robert Torricelli. It's just that it's a Democratic state.
And Frank Lautenberg pulled this off with a lot of New Jerseyans upset at the way that happened, that Lautenberg was put on at the last minute, even though the deadline was supposedly longer than that. I'm told that John King at the White House already has some reaction to the Jeb Bush projection. John?
Hello to you, Judy, from the White House. The president's still having dinner with Republican congressional leaders. We are told, at least as of a few moments ago, he has not spoken to his brother as yet, but that he definitely will speak to him tonight. White House officials are ecstatic at what they see as the early margin there. They're hoping it holds up. Remember, this White House has had a strange experience of its own with the state of Florida, so they would like to see 100% reporting on the screen, not the 25% we had up a few minutes ago. But they say they are ecstatic with the results, and for obvious reasons. The president's younger brother will be reelected to a 4-year term, and his younger brother, a strong Republican, will be in the Florida governor's mansion in Tallahassee as the president prepares for reelection and prepares to dedicate a lot of time, a lot of travel, and a lot of focus on the state that decided the last presidential election by such controversial means. 12 trips by the president to Florida since he has been president. Look for him to perhaps come close to matching that in the second 2 years of his first term. Judy?
John, we did get the impression that this was important to the president and to Karl Rove and all those people around the president who really want the president reelected in 2 years.
This race very important. And Judy, I want to give you a little more insight into the president's midterm election day. We are focused on what the composition of the Congress and the governorships will be next year. CNN also was told, though, that the president had a telephone conversation today with a man whose tenure in the Senate will be quite brief. Dean Barkley, the independent interim senator appointed by Governor Jesse Ventura in Minnesota to fill the seat, the vacancy created by the tragic death of Paul Wellstone. The president called him, offered him any help the White House could offer him as he was trying to get up to speed on the issues. The implication here is there will be a lame duck session of Congress. They believe Mr. Barkley's vote could be key, not only in determining whether the Democrats or Republicans run that lame duck session, but whether the president gets a compromise on terrorism insurance, whether the president gets a compromise and finally gets that new Department of Homeland Security. So short-term politicking by the president, even as he looks ahead to the long-term results here.
You're right, John. The Senate comes back into session. The Congress does next week, and in that, even just those few days before whoever the permanent or six-year senator is from the state of Minnesota, in that interim period, legislation can get passed. All right.
Legislation can get, and very important legislation can get passed.
All right, John King at the White House, where the president is enjoying dinner, we're told, still with several leaders of the Congress.
And back to New Jersey now, where CNN can project that Frank Lautenberg is back as a senator of New Jersey, which would make him the first U.S. senator to voluntarily leave his office and then come back to win another Senate election since Mr. Humphrey, Hubert Humphrey. Let's go to Deborah Fayrock, who's standing by at his headquarters to see what the reaction is there. Deborah?
Well, certainly, Paulo, the reaction, one of jubilation here at Lautenberg headquarters when the announcement was made that he has apparently won this election. One political analyst I spoke to this afternoon said the real wild card here was, would enough angry Republicans turn out at the polls to really make a difference? Of course, angry because of the fact the Democrats swapped candidates at the last minute, changing from the scandal-tainted Robert Torricelli to the three-time Senator Frank Lautenberg. There was a major effort to get out the vote. Republicans spent $1 million calling up people to make sure they'd go to the polls, but the Democrats spent 3 times that amount of money. They also had triple the number of workers, some 11,000 people in the last 24 hours calling up voters here in New Jersey to make sure that they got out to the polls. No official number yet on just what was voter turnout here, but the people I'm speaking to informally say they think it was higher than it normally is during an off-year election. Had the race been close, of course, everybody would have turned to the absentee and military ballots, but there are only 1,000, so not enough to really make any sort of a difference. Those ballots have until next Monday to be counted. Paula?
Have you seen any sightings of Senator Lautenberg there yet this evening?
Everybody was eagerly anticipating his arrival here, but he went in a back door. His campaign spokesperson said that he would be basically writing his speech and watching election returns as they came in. He didn't have very much to watch since there were no election polls, or exit polls, I should say, but he has been preparing his speech. We have yet to hear from the Forrester campaign because the announcement just coming in that Lautenberg appears to be the winner.
Deborah Fayrock, thanks for the update.
When I say New Jersey is a Democratic state, the last Republican to win a Senate seat in New Jersey was Clifford Case in 1972. They don't send Republicans to the Senate.
A pretty moderate Republican at that.
Lost in a primary to a conservative who promptly got his clock cleaned.
They do send Republicans to the House, though.
Yep, and to the State House. They just got there's a Senate thing there that they just don't do it.
Coming up towards 8:30 now in the East, actually is 8:30 in the East, and a couple of races we'll keep an eye on as polls have now closed in Arkansas. No calls here yet. Tim Hutchinson, the incumbent Republican senator, in an interview yesterday with one of the papers in Arkansas, virtually conceded that he would lose to Mark Pryor. This is another one of those family business candidates. Well, both of them, actually. The Hutchinsons both served in the Congress. Asa Hutchinson now runs the Drug Enforcement Agency. And Mark Pryor is the Attorney General. No call yet, but the polls have closed. And Mike Huckabee, the incumbent governor in the state of Arkansas, at one point was thought to have a fairly easy go of it but his wife is running for Secretary of State and is not doing very well, and it is said, it is thought by people in Arkansas that that has hurt the governor's chances. In any case, no projections to make in either of those races. The polls in Arkansas have just closed. So we have some states where VNS, the Voter News Service, has made some calls. There are some states where we have made some calls, and Candy Crowley has the responsibility tonight to explain why one, not the other. Candy.
Okay, one of the promises we made after 2000 was that we would put in a backup system in place, and that's our 10 real vote states, and that we would also try to bring our viewers in and try to give them an idea of how these races are called. So it brings me back to Joe Linsky. Joe, how did you call Florida? What was there that made you so certain we could just project Jeb Bush?
Well, we had hired 100 reporters to go to specific precincts around the state, and 68 have already reported, and as the numbers came in, they were rock solid for Bush. And we became convinced with 2/3 of our reporters in that Bush is going to win this race.
And tell people how you do that, because there's many more than 68 precincts in Florida.
Right.
So how can you take 68 and go, oh, Bush?
Well, you use random probability theory, but you make sure that the sample you pick is representative of the state both geographically and by past party vote. And what we were making sure before we made the call is that in each region of the state that Bush was overperforming what he needed to do to win, and it was consistent across the state that he was overperforming what he needed to win.
And you had, two layers of information. You had both the Voter News Service precincts
Correct.
and the CNN precinct.
Correct, and we were comparing the two, and in terms of just the reported vote numbers only, not the exit poll. We were not looking at the exit poll in this race. Just the reported vote numbers only. Our numbers and VNS's numbers were very close to each other.
Okay, I have to ask, given Florida's history in 2000, how this all started, was there any part of you that said, boy, I'm sure, but I just don't want to do it?
Well, if it were any other state with any other governor named Bush, not named Bush, we probably would have made this call even earlier. But we wanted to make sure every precinct had the right data, every region, that Bush was overperforming what he needed to do to win.
Okay, so now tell me about New Jersey. This was one we thought would be closer, but as the days wore on, it looked like it was. But you called that fairly early.
Yes.
What told you New Jersey was callable?
Well, again, we had 70 reporters in New Jersey. 36 of them reported really quickly, and Lautenberg's lead was rock solid again. And again, we were comparing to just the reported vote that DNS is showing us, and the numbers matched very good, very well.
So again, was this something that became clear pretty much immediately? How quickly, like we have people that are sitting in some of these precincts, they call in physically where?
They call into our computer system, and they plug the numbers in. We prompt them for the candidates, and they plug the numbers in that they got from the voting official.
Okay, and then all those numbers show up on your computers back here.
Yes.
And I wish you all could have heard the tension and excitement level here, because I kept hearing Florida, New Jersey in the background, and the voices got louder and louder. So there was a lot of excitement, particularly with Florida.
Yes.
So, when you look at these, what's the discussion about? Like, if somebody says, no, don't call it because this, and you say, no, we can because of that?
Well, we're looking at our data precinct by precinct and comparing it to past races. We're also looking geographic region of the state to make sure those compare well. And also we're looking at heavy Democratic precincts and heavy Republican precincts and make sure they're performing the way we think they're performing.
Joe Linsky, come back and talk to us.
Okay.
Call a really good one next.
I'll try to find one.
Aaron, back to you.
Thank you. You think your job gives you heartburn. Think of the men and women sitting behind Candy, and honestly, the responsibility that is on their shoulders and in their computers tonight to get it right, particularly given what happened 2 years ago. They are working very hard and very well.
And I was just guessing that many of them may be teaching math in their real life, but they're doing this because they want to make sure we get it, help make sure we get it right on election night. As we've been telling you tonight, our Wolf Blitzer is keeping a close watch on the polls, seeing if there are places with problems. And Wolf, we know that some have cropped up. Where do things stand right now?
Well, there's a serious problem that's cropped up in Arkansas. Aaron just reported that the polls in Arkansas were supposed to close at 7:30 Central Time, 8:30 on the East Coast. Well, in most of the state, polls have indeed closed, but in Pulaski County, which is the largest county, the home of the state capital, Little Rock, polls are going to have to remain open for an extra 90 minutes until 9 o'clock Central Time. 10 o'clock Eastern because of some ballots were simply missing as voters showed up to vote throughout Pulaski County, representing about 27% of the state's eligible voters. Two key races, as we all know, going on in Arkansas right now for the Senate as well as for the governor's races. Arkansas Democrats asked a judge to file an injunction to keep the polls in Pulaski County open for an extra 90 minutes or so. The judge has agreed because for some inexplicable reason there were not enough ballots. Some of the Democrats were saying that the people were showing up at 3 o'clock this afternoon. There were no more ballots for them in Pulaski County, in Little Rock, and in the suburbs outside of Little Rock. So at least in one county in Arkansas, and perhaps another one, the polls are remaining open for an extra 90 minutes as they sort through what could be potentially a serious problem if that race for the Senate and for the governor, of course, becomes increasingly close. Judy?
So, Wolf, when they make a decision like that, presumably they do have to go to a judge or to some official. I mean, it's not just an arbitrary thing where the people running that poll, I mean, they've got to go check with an authority who oversees polling procedures and the polling law.
Right, and they went to a judge. The Democrats went to the judge, and the judge granted their request to keep the polls open in Pulaski County because there were a lot of ballots that weren't there. Now, there have been reports throughout the state of Arkansas all day, and we've been checking with Election Commission officials as well as Democrats and Republican Party officials in the state. There is apparently high voter turnout in Arkansas, especially in Pulaski County. That may have been one of the problems, but Democrats are at least crying foul to a certain degree, saying there weren't enough ballots to go around in Pulaski County, and a judge has agreed to let the polls stay open for an extra 90 minutes in that county.
All right, so that means that it'll be 10 o'clock before we can begin to report anything on the state of Arkansas. All right, Wolf, thanks very much. Paula.
Well, the turnout may be good in Pulaski County, but we do know from 1998 that only 35% of the electorate even bothered to show up to vote. Let's turn to Anderson Cooper, who is standing by in Minnesota, where we are told turnout is expected to be very good as former Vice President Fritz Mondale takes on former St. Paul Mayor Norm Coleman.
That's right, Paul. It's interesting you mentioned 1998 because here in Minnesota in 1998, voter turnout in a non-election year was at a record high at 60%, which is just extraordinary. The average here in a non-election year is still very high, 55%. And in the presidential election in 2000, they actually had the biggest voter turnout in the United States. I believe it was at 69%. As you mentioned today, we are seeing long lines, people waiting their turn to cast their ballot in this very important, this crucial election between former Vice President Walter Mondale and Republican Norm Coleman. In Hennepin County, Minnesota, which is where Minneapolis is, not only have there been long lines, the state actually had to print extra supplemental ballots because so many people were coming out and voting. What we've learned now about the supplemental ballots, of course, the reason they have supplemental ballots is because of the death of the late Senator Paul Wellstone. They had to change the ballot. They weren't able to have the high-tech optical devices that they normally have in other elections. To add the name of Walter Mondale, they had to use these supplemental ballots. That means they're going to be counting by hand. It is going to be a long night. Polls close in 20 minutes. But importantly, those people who are still online when the polls close under state law are allowed to vote. So even though the polls may be closed, some people may still be in lines and will still be able to cast their vote. Paula?
Before I let you go, just what does the reaction continue to be to the debate yesterday?
It's been really fascinating. I actually watched the debate again for a second time because, the original debate was on at 10 a.m. local time here, at a time many people weren't able to see it, frankly. They replayed it last night. A lot of people watched. And people, across the board, no matter what party they were in, I think were very impressed. It was really an extraordinary debate. I'm not from the state. For an outsider to see this kind of debate, I've never really seen anything like it. Two candidates literally across the table from each other, basically just talking, and it was a real exchange. It wasn't, soundbite after soundbite playing to cameras. It was really very Minnesotan, I'm told. It was, I think people were very impressed. Even if they don't like one of the candidates, I think most people come out and said that they were very pleased with how the debate came off. And of course, what the candidates really wanted was to try to convince that estimated 10% of Minnesotans who were still undecided in a Sunday poll, and the candidates felt they were able to get their messages across.
Well, Anderson, the Minnesotan sitting next to me nodded in an approving way when you said the debate was very Minnesotan. Would you like to explain to those of us from Chicago what that means?
First of all, there is great truth to Minnesota nice. And you had two nice men in the former mayor of St. Paul, Norm Coleman, and in Walter Mondale. And this is how politics, I'm telling you, is practiced in the state. It is not that they don't have their sleazy little moments, mind you, but by and large, it is pretty above board, and Minnesotans vote. Right?
Well, you heard that 60%.
You betcha. You betcha, as we say in Minnesota. You betcha.
Which is why Jesse Ventura is a unusual, if not unique, figure in Minnesota politics.
But it's always, I mean, not to sort of go off in Minnesota politics, but it's kind of a weird, it's always produced a weird, I mean, I don't mean weird like they're weird people, but outside the main candidates, and frequently. Jesse was yet another, but he was way outside.
Well, as we watch Anderson, this race come down to the wire between former Vice President Mondale and former St. Paul Mayor Norman Coleman. We'll keep you posted on that, but let's skip to New Hampshire, where there's another Senate race that will be capturing a lot of our attention this evening, and that's where we find Bill Delaney. Good evening, Bill.
Good evening to you, Paula. Well, the polls are closed here in New Hampshire, and election officials now saying that this will be the highest turnout ever for a midterm election in New Hampshire. Voters apparently pretty obviously inspired by what's expected to be the razor-thin margins in this race that will elect either Republican Congressman John Sununu or his opponent, Democratic Governor Jeanne Shaheen. An example of how intently everybody's taking this. Many absentee ballots, we're told, around the state already being challenged by one side or the other. This is an election that could come down to a few thousand votes. Now, we spoke just moments ago, Paula, to John Sununu Sr. Now, he's the former governor of New Hampshire who was the first President Bush's chief of staff. The senior John Sununu, a man who knows politics. Of course, he brings a certain prejudice to all this, but he had some hard numbers for us. And the numbers were that, for example, in the city of New Hampshire, which should have been a Jeanne Shaheen stronghold, it now looks like John Sununu, Congressman John Sununu, will take the city of New Hampshire. That's a small reading. It's still early, but that's a significant reading. The other thing John Sununu Sr. told us is that in rural places where outgoing Republican Senator Bob Smith won last time, Congressman John Sununu is trending well ahead of Senator Bob Smith, 3 to 5%. So they're looking for a big score here for Congressman Sununu in the rural districts. But it's still early. All the trends so far with 20 or 30% of the votes indicating that Sununu will do well in the rural areas and that Governor Shaheen will do well in the urban areas. But as I say, it looks like Shaheen may have lost just by 1,000 or 2 votes the city of Manchester, and that could mean something, but it will still be a very long night ahead here in New Hampshire. Paula?
Yeah, Bill, and we're going to have to wait to go through the rest of the geography of that state. Jeff was just making the point that it's important to remember to keep us all in perspective that New Hampshire has not sent a Democrat to the Senate since 1974.
New Jersey doesn't send Republicans. New Hampshire doesn't send Democrats. Jeanne Shaheen is definitely fighting the fact that this is the one conservative bedrock in the moderate liberal region of New England. New Hampshire is different.
New Hampshire is not quite the same state it was, though, in 1960. I mean, there are parts of New Hampshire now that are almost suburban Boston. I mean, they're in that high-tech corridor there. It's just a very different state. In any case, we can now take a look at the gubernatorial race, the race to replace Jeanne Shaheen, and we are now, CNN is prepared to project. We will project. They keep looking for exactly the right language. Craig Benson, that's the right language, the Republican candidate for governor in the state of New Hampshire. That would be a net gain of 1 for the Republicans in state houses. Craig Benson, the winner in New Hampshire, and our coverage of this election night continues after this break.
And as we move up in the 9 o'clock hour here, and a number of new poll closings at the top of the hour, let's check in with Candy Crowley in New York, who has another real vote projection to make. Good evening again, Candy.
Hey, Paula, we are on a roll now up here. CNN projects that in North Carolina, another important state with another familiar name, Elizabeth Dole, we project, will be the winner in the Senate race in North Carolina, defeating former Clinton Chief of Staff Erskine Bowles. Back to you, Paula.
Candy, let's talk about that among our team right now.
Well, that means the Republicans hold on to that seat. They very much wanted to hold on to Jesse Helms' seat. He's held it for how many terms, Jeff? 4 terms?
30 years.
Okay, sorry. 5, 6, how many? 6
Well,
terms?
that would be 5 terms.
5
if
terms.
I do my
5
math
times 6
right.
is 30. Thank you.
But you're quite right. This is one that the Democrats kept hoping was tightening. They kept saying that they thought that Erskine Bowles could make it. A lot of Democrats said if the primary had been in May rather than delayed in September, Bowles would have had time. But Elizabeth Dole's roots were in North Carolina, lots of money. And
initially, the Democrats thought they would get a lot of mileage out of attacking her for this fundraiser she had held with Ken Millay of Enron. That didn't have much traction, did it?
you realize the spouses of both presidential nominees from 1996 are in the Senate. Hillary Clinton, say hello to Mrs. Elizabeth Dole.
Yeah.
That's, talk about unprecedented.
And this is the first of the true marquee matchups of the night that has been called. You know, one does not a trend make, but it is the first of the marquee matchups that we have been looking at, and it goes to the Republicans and Ms. Dole.
And Erskine Bowles, we keep saying he's the former Clinton White House Chief of Staff, but he never wanted Bill Clinton in there to campaign for him. Let's go directly to Dole headquarters, where we find our Gene Meserve. Gene.
And Judy, you can find a very enthusiastic crowd behind me. Maybe you can hear some of the shouting over there. They heard that projection made by Candy. They are a very happy crowd here. Of course, when this race started, a lot of people thought this was going to amount to a coronation of the woman some people call Queen Elizabeth. That's Elizabeth Dole. But Erskine Bowles in the final weeks mounted a very serious challenge. He brought to this race a number of the same things she did. Experience, national connections, and money, a lot of money. $21 million almost spent on this race by the candidates. Bowles himself poured in millions of his personal fortune. In the end, our projection shows it might not have been enough.
Okay.
I talked to the Bowles campaign just moments ago. They were still optimistic. We'll call them back right now and get some reaction. Back to you.
All right, Gene Meserve. So watching that, and Aaron, as I come back to you, we are able to report our White House correspondent John King says the president has now called his brother in Florida to say congratulations.
It's about time. We've known about that for a little while.
We've known.
A couple hours ago, John reported the president likes to be in bed by 10 o'clock, which made me think two things. He watches Larry and doesn't watch Newsnight. Larry King is up next. Larry is...
You miss me, Aaron. Joining us now from Austin, Texas, Ann Richards, the former Democratic governor of Texas. The Texas polls will close in about 7.5 minutes. What's your read there?
We're going to have an unprecedented turnout, Larry, in Texas, particularly in the South Texas area and the Rio Grande Valley in Hidalgo County. We have turnouts that equal presidential years. El Paso, the same thing. We've got a lot of polling places that ran out of ballots, had to send for more ballots, and that's good news for Democrats.
Are you saying that the Dallas Mayor Kirk could win that Senate seat?
Absolutely, he can win that Senate seat. Now, you know, you have problems. We got some difficulties in Tarrant County with being able to count ballots, so that may delay the count for a while, and it may skew being able to make any early prediction. But right now, the Democrats are feeling really good. We had an early vote total of about 1.7 million people that turned out to vote. And if you extrapolate those numbers out against past history, it would indicate we're going to have over 5 million people voting. If we have 5 million people voting, the Democrats going to win a lot of seats here.
Governorship, too?
The governor's race is a tough one. We've got the incumbent that was there as a consequence of Bush leaving and going to the presidency, so that incumbency has played well for him. But Tony Sanchez has really excited the Hispanic community. If they turn out and vote in the numbers that we think they are capable of producing, Tony Sanchez could win, but it's harder for him than it is, say, for Ron Kirk or John Sharp, who I think will be the lieutenant governor, and Kirk Watson, who's a smart young man, the mayor of Austin, will become the attorney general.
What do you make of what we know so far? Lautenberg comes in New Jersey. Dole comes in North Carolina.
Yeah, none of those are surprises, Larry. I could have called those without any of your numbers. I think Jean Shaheen's race sounds as if she may not be able to do it. The races that you really want to look for are Missouri, Georgia, South Dakota. Certainly the race in South Carolina is going to be a big one for the Senate. And the key race that you want to watch, Larry, is in Louisiana, because they have a goofy voting system down there. Mm-hmm. And if Mary Landrieu does not win over 50% of the vote, that means she's going to have a runoff. Now, she's probably going to win a runoff, but it will delay if this tight Senate remains as tight as it is, especially now with the guy in Minnesota, you know, is an independent that has been appointed by Ventura. So that may skew things in terms of organizing the Senate.
But usually if an incumbent doesn't get 50% of the vote, they're in trouble, aren't they?
No, not really, because you got 4 people running down there in Louisiana, and it is one of those goofy systems that the top 2 then do a runoff. No, it would be very hard in a 4-person race for Mary to get 50 plus, but she could do it.
Is your surprise pick of the night Kirk? Are you picking Kirk to win?
I'm telling you, I don't know, because I was coming here to meet you. I don't know the numbers yet, but if we vote as high as 5,000,002 or 5,000,003, then I think Ron Kirk is going to be the next United States Senator.
What about the night are you looking for? Can you give us another surprise you think might happen this evening?
Well, a big surprise would be if Gene Carnahan could pull it out in Missouri. Everyone has told me that is a race that really does look troublesome and difficult. I think that one would be the biggest surprise. I'm celebrating the prior one in Arkansas, and I'm hoping Jimmy Lou Fisher wins the governorship of Arkansas.
Are you saying Pryor will definitely win that Senate seat?
I think so. I think he will.
And they're talking about complications at some of the voting areas.
Well, you know, you're always going to have some of that, Larry, and the whole question is whether our lawyers are as mean as their lawyers. And everybody's got their lawyers ready. After what happened in Florida, the Democrats are not about to sit back again and be talked out of an election. And so I think that in anticipation of that, everybody is on the ready to watch for any infraction and to really get in there and scrap it out if they see something.
Thank you, Governor. It's always great seeing you. Governor Ann Richards,
you too, Larry. Thanks.
Former Democratic governor of Texas, with her look at the night as the night rolls on. In the next hour, our guest will be Senator John McCain, might have heard of him, Republican of Arizona. We'll go to break and continue with America Votes 2002, more of CNN's special coverage of this election night with our crew in Atlanta. Don't go away.
America Votes 2002 from CNN Election Headquarters with Aaron Brown, Judy Woodruff, Paula Zahn, and Jeff Greenfield.
9 o'clock now in the east, and in many ways, here we go. Polls have closed across the east through much of the Midwest. In this hour, a lot of races now to focus on, and we will run down the list. And there are many. Here we go. Beginning first in the state of Colorado, another one of those marquee Senate matchups, a rerun of 6 years ago. We will keep an eye on it. This is a seat the Republicans hold in the state of Minnesota. We've talked a lot about this over the last week. Walter Fritz Mondale, Norm Coleman, the former mayor of St. Paul, is an independent in the race as well. The polls have closed now in Minnesota. No calls yet on these. This is the gubernatorial race in Minnesota, a three-way race, and yeah, an independent can win there. It's happened. It did happen. Jesse Ventura, and there is always a guy named Mo, literally, in Minnesota politics. It's one of those family names. In South Dakota, another marquee Senate matchup. This is hugely important in the balance of power. John Thune, a congressman who essentially runs statewide. It's an at-large seat. So these are two candidates who are familiar running across the state of South Dakota. In Texas, the Senate race in Texas. Again, polls now have closed there, and this is another we will keep track of. This is Phil Graham's seat, as I recall. Phil Graham leaving the Senate in the state of Texas. In Louisiana, we talked about this earlier, the number to watch when we get votes starting to come in for Mary Landrieu is 50. Does she get 50 plus 1? If she doesn't, there will be a runoff in 3 weeks in Louisiana, and it is not inconceivable that that runoff, that vote 3 weeks from now, could determine the balance of power in the U.S. Senate. In the state of Michigan, Carl Levin, the incumbent there. Polls have closed now in Michigan. In Nebraska, Chuck Hagel seeking his second term in the state of Nebraska. Hagel, early on in the discussion about Iraq, came out with caution, at the very least, cautioning President Bush to be careful about going to war with Iraq. Pete Domenici, the incumbent in the state of New Mexico, longtime member of the Appropriations and Tax Rating Committees in the Senate. The polls now closing in New Mexico. And Jack Reed, the incumbent in Rhode Island. The race there, polls have closed in Rhode Island. In Wyoming, this is a very reliable Republican state. And Mike Enzi, the incumbent there. We are waiting for votes in all of those states. Polls now have closed.
And CNN is now in the position to project that Pat Roberts, boy, we're going on a limb on this one, will be a senator once again. He ran unopposed, no Democratic opponent in that race. Let's move on to some governor's races in Texas. You've got Tony Sanchez up against Governor Rick Perry. Tony Sanchez believed, when this is all said and done, to have spent over $70 million of his own fortune.
He was the head of the so-called Dream Team, the Hispanic candidate for governor, the African-American candidate for senator, Ron Kirk, and Mr. Sharp, Anglo candidate for lieutenant governor. He poured millions in to try to beat Rick Perry, who stepped into the governorship when George W. Bush became president.
Let's move on to Arizona, where Attorney General Janet Napolitano is taking on Matt Salmon. This is Jane Hall's position that she vacated. She's term limited. And if Ms. Napolitano succeeds Jane Hall, she would be, this would be one of two cases, or one of two states, where one woman succeeded another. On to the state of Colorado, where you have the current incumbent Bill Owens up against Raleigh Heath. Owens, of course, becoming the first Republican to have been elected governor of Colorado since 1970. And we close off again with that board for the race in Kansas. If you want to weigh in on that one, Jeff?
This is a race that Democrats have big hopes for in Kansas because Kathleen Sebelius is one of those women who's in a good position to win. Kansas Republicans always divide between moderates and conservatives. The moderate, outgoing Republican governor is very reluctant to endorse the conservative Republican nominee. So we'll see.
We've got 7 more.
Sorry.
7 more governors' races we want to run down real quickly. Again, the polls have closed. You just saw the visual. Jennifer Granholm running against Dick Posthumus in Michigan, and here in Nebraska we're watching the governor's race between the incumbent Mike Johanns, the Republican, looking for his second term, being challenged by Democrat Stormy Deans. Moving quickly on to New Mexico, where former Clinton administration figure Bill Richardson is running for that open seat, being challenged. He is running against the Republican John Sanchez. In New York, this is one everybody's been watching. I'll just put it this way without naming everybody. It's George Pataki, the Republican, being challenged by a few others. Carl McCall, Andrew Cuomo dropped out. I'm not sure why his name is, oh, he's still on the ballot. That's right. Thank you very much. In Rhode Island, Mirth York making her third try for governor on the Democratic side. She's running against Don Carcieri, the Republican. That's an open seat. In Wisconsin, Scott McCallum trying to hold on to the governor's chair. He's the Republican incumbent being challenged by Democrat Jim Doyle. And finally, last but not least, the state of Wyoming. They're at the end of the alphabet. That is an open seat. The Republican Eli Beboot, is that the way you pronounce it? Being running against Dave Freudenthal, the U.S. attorney in that state. Now, we have some breaking news we can't wait to tell you about. John King at the White House. There's been a significant resignation in the Bush administration.
That's right, Judy. CNN has learned that the president has accepted the resignation of Harvey Pitt as chairman of the Security and Exchange Commission. Now, Mr. Pitt has been under fire from Democrats, and in recent days, the source of considerable frustration here at the White House. Democrats from the outset have said Harvey Pitt is the wrong man to lead the Securities and Exchange Commission at a time when there is so much focus on corporate corruption because of the Enron scandal, the WorldCom scandal. Mr. Pitt in hot water here at the White House after months of standing by Mr. Pitt in hot water because he recently picked William Webster, the former CIA director, the former FBI director, to head a new accounting oversight board. That board set up in the congressional reaction to the accounting scandals at Enron and WorldCom to police the accounting industry. Well, it turns out that Mr. Webster was the chairman of the accounting committee at a company called United Technologies. He is in some controversy himself. There are shareholder suits against the company because it fired its outside auditors after the auditors suggested there were improprieties. Mr. Pitt knew that information, knew Mr. Webster might be the subject of controversy himself, but withheld that information from other Securities and Exchange Commissioners when they voted a little more than a week ago to make Mr. Webster the new head of that committee. The White House knew nothing about this controversy. It was furious. As recently as yesterday, the White House said it would wait until an independent investigation of Mr. Pitt's conduct was completed. But we are told tonight Mr. Pitt began to send word the day before yesterday that he was contemplating his resignation when no one here at the White House objected. A call to the personnel office earlier today, a letter on the president's desk tonight. Harvey Pitt resigning as the chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission. This after this election campaign we are covering, in which he and other members of the Bush economic team were certainly an issue raised by the Democrats repeatedly. Judy?
No question, John. Two quick thoughts. One is it's interesting the timing of these things, something this controversial being announced. A big story. Otherwise, if it weren't election night, it would be getting even more attention than it's getting. And second of all, this just highlights what was thought by a lot of Democrats to be a big problem for the Republicans and for the president, but it has slid away from the consciousness of many in the political world.
Well, here at the White House, make no mistake about it, they think the Republicans will have a good night tonight. They think the president will be lucky, if you will, skilled, they might say, here at the White House to have avoided any backlash over the economy. But there have been Democrats and some Republicans saying Harvey Pitt has to go. Some Republicans even saying there should be more changes in the Bush economic team. That is one thing to watch in the days and weeks ahead. And, Judy, one more update on the president's political activity. He is in the residence watching the results. You reported earlier that he had called his brother Jeb. He also has called several other winners tonight, among them Katherine Harris. Remember her, she was the Secretary of State in Florida during that recounting campaign 2000, a key figure in all of that. She will be a Republican member of Congress come January. The president called her to say congratulations tonight. Also getting a phone call from the president, Elizabeth Dole, the next Republican senator from North Carolina.
My guess is he'll be busy on the telephone tonight. We'll see. John King, thanks very much. And we just want to tell you that among the names that have been mentioned as a possible successor to Harvey Pitt, former New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani. We don't know if that's the direction it's going, but he's been mentioned. He's a guest tonight on Larry King Live at 10 minutes before 11 Eastern Time. Aaron?
And I can guarantee you that he has better political skills than Harvey Pitt. Whether Mr. Pitt was the right guy for the job, one thing I can tell you is that his political skills were a little weak.
When you have the Wall Street Journal editorial page, which is generally not disposed to go after corporate America and their friends, more or less calling on Harvey Pitt to resign, you know the guy in a political sense just had some problems. And I do think Judy's right that perhaps the timing of this in the middle of hours and hours of election coverage might not be coincidental.
Well, it becomes a below-the-fold story at best. The above-the-fold story tonight will be the balance of power in both houses of the Congress, in the Senate, and in the House. And we will keep track of it, of course, throughout the night. This is, as you orient yourself to the graphic, this is where things stood when we began the night. The Democrats had 14 seats in play at risk. And here is where we are. The holdovers there, you can see the bulk of them, a third of the Senate, 34 seats up for grabs. So far, we can say that the Democrats have held 6 seats, or won 6 seats. The Republicans have held or won 9 seats. The magic number, of course, 51, which will give you control, although you can get there actually with 50 because the vice president can cast a tie-breaking vote in any time he wants to, including to organize the Senate. So that's the graphic that you'll see throughout the night as we keep track of what is the main storyline tonight, which party will control the Senate, which party will control the House.
Aaron, I am told that we can tell our viewers that we have some projections we want to make. Here they are. In the state of Tennessee, to the Senate, Lamar Alexander, somebody who has a longtime figure on the Tennessee political scene, defeating the Democratic Congressman Bob Clement. CNN projecting that win. And in the state of Illinois, CNN projecting Richard Durbin the winner, going back to the Senate, defeating Republican Jim Durkin.
A couple of others we can now project. We project Joe Biden, the winner in the state of Connecticut.
Joe Biden entered the Senate at the age of 29.
I'm sorry, in Delaware, thank you.
Joe Biden entered the Senate from Delaware at age 29, beating a legend in Delaware. Shortly after he won that election, his wife and child were killed in a car crash. He almost decided not to run. He's been there for 30 years, and there are some people who suggest that his presidential aspirations, which briefly surfaced in 1987, have not completely died.
And this is one of those rematches, isn't it not, between Ray Clatworthy and
we can project,
Mr. Biden?
I'm sorry, we can project now Ed Rendell, will be the next governor in the state of Pennsylvania. I think Jeff mentioned earlier, this is the first former mayor of the city of Philadelphia to become a governor of the state of Pennsylvania in almost a century, 90 years. Also former head of the Democratic National Committee. Rick Perry, who took the gubernatorial office, the governorship in the state of Texas after George W. Bush was elected president. CNN now projects will be the next governor in Texas. Rod Blagojevich in Illinois, winner tonight, a Democrat. It's been a while since a Democrat's been 30 years since a Democrat has won statewide in Illinois. Jim Ryan, the state attorney general. And there have been issues with the outgoing governor, George Ryan. There's been scandal there, some confusion about Jim and George. None of it helped the attorney general tonight. Clearly, the Democrats pick up a seat, a state house there. John Rowland wins a third term, in the state of Connecticut, and never really had any particular problems throughout the campaign in the East. Indoor smoking restrictions in the state of Florida, and that is roughly the breakdown of the number of people, adults, who smoke. Roughly 26% of people in America smoke, and 75% or so don't. And that's how Proposition or Amendment 6 in the state of Florida broke down tonight, and we can project that passing as well. So a lot of things have already happened in the first 15 minutes of this hour as polls have started to close in the area, have closed now pretty much in the East and across the Midwest and in some western states as well.
I think it's fair to say we've certainly seen some results. We haven't seen that many surprises so far. There are still some big ones yet to be resolved out there where the polls have already closed.
For me, it is when you have so many races that are seen as so very close, it's hard to know what a surprise is at some point. I mean, if you're
race in North Carolina,
if you're talking about races that are all within, for example, the poll margin of error, which depending on the poll is somewhere between, let's say, 3 and 5%, what then becomes a surprise?
Because they poll also up to and including Election Day. And never mind 1948, when famously they stopped polling 6 weeks out. Even 10 or 20 years ago, they would stop polling 4 or 5 days out. Now, there's just no room for that.
Right, there are literally tracking polls being done while voters are going to the polls.
We've got enough to talk about here, and you can bet that means that our friends over at the Crossfire set have something to say. Tucker?
Yes, Judy, you're talking about surprises. These are numbers from the South Carolina Senate race that aren't shocking, but I think they're kind of surprising. These are the ones, I don't know if we can put them up on the screen here, but there we go, with 42% reporting, 52% for Lindsey Graham, former congressman, 47% for Alex Sanders, the Democrat. Probably the only person running for Congress who was a licensed fire eater was once in a circus when he was young. I'm actually struck by how close that is, considering
5 points?
Yeah, well, sure. I mean, Lindsey, it's South Carolina.
No, it's a Republican state, but the Democratic governor, Jim Hodges, in the fight for his life, we see right here, 40% of precincts reporting. It is neck and neck. A couple hundred votes separating him from Mark Sanford, the Republican congressman. I'm sorry, Mr. Novak, you were interrupting while I was talking.
I'm sorry. Let's get real. First place, a 5-point lead at this stage is not unusual in that state. Nobody thought Lindsey Graham was going to win double digits, and the race for governor was considered a toss-up. So that's about right. Since the last time we've been on, gentlemen, there's been a lot of interesting developments, though. We've had declared the winner, Elizabeth Dole. Everybody was, earlier this evening, they were praying over her grave. We've had Jeb Bush declared the winner. We've had, I understand that one of the most hotly contested races, we've put it up on the board, Chris Chicola in Indiana, in South Bend, Republican, was supposed to lose. He's ahead. We've got one of those districts that was carved out in Georgia, the Democrat, Champ Brown, is trailing badly. I think it's much too early to say, but I think all the indications are pointing toward the Republicans so far.
Nearly every one of those races, let me just particularly the 2 Carolina Senate races, CNN's already called North Carolina for the Republicans. South Carolina, very, very close right now. And that would be a pickup for the Democrat. If the Republican wins, it's good for the Republicans, but it's not great. They don't add to the number that they need to take control of the Senate. The Republicans are supposed to win that, and so if the Democrat is this close, we don't know. The problem is we don't know where these precincts are. We're kind of dancing in the dark here, trying to figure out really who's voted so far.
I wouldn't. It's nice if you were a Republican, you're happy that you won North Carolina, but you were kind of expecting it all along. I go back in the Eastern Time Zone. We have New Hampshire and Georgia left to go. I would tell you that the Democrats would really like to win both of those. I'm not saying if they lose either New Hampshire or Georgia that they won't be able to hold the Senate, but they're going to have to do very well as you move to the Central Time Zone.
That's the big casino. We can talk about this, South Carolina. Lindsey Graham is going to get elected from South Carolina, but the big casino is who wins in New Hampshire, and right now it seems that John Sununu, the Republican, is ahead, and who wins in Georgia, and right now it looks like Saxon Chambliss, the Republican, is ahead.
I think the last I heard, I was just on the phone, it changed slightly, but it doesn't matter. We don't know where they're coming from. Sanders was ahead in South Carolina at one point, but I would be the first to tell you if the Democrats lose both New Hampshire and Georgia, I think that would portend for a long night here for the Democrats.
Yeah, Bob, Lindsey Graham,
and a good night, I think, for the rest of the country. I mean, this is, no, but truly, I think we need to step back a little bit.
Wait, hold on. You need to appreciate... Whatever's good for the Republicans, of course, good for General Motors and Enron.
That is not necessarily true, but truly, you need to step back and appreciate the anomalous quality of this election. As people were saying up until today, it is amazing that a new president in his first midterm holds the House, the idea that he could make gains. Truly, it's unprecedented. I mean, even you would make that Senate seat.
Look, if the Democrats lose the Senate, it'd be a big defeat. Look, if you're trying to get me to say that, I'm going to state the obvious. We don't know yet. The only thing we know is the Republicans won a state that they were favored to win, i.e. North Carolina. Why don't we just wait, and when they come in, we'll know, and instead of arguing about it, vote for it.
And when they come in, they're going to have to confirm a new SEC chair. We reported earlier tonight that Harvey Pitt has resigned. I think Bob Novak might be one that could get through the Democratic Senate. What do you think?
Except for the age factor. I'd be ideal.
At least you're consistent in beating up on seasoned senior citizens.
And a very, very clever time to announce his resignation.
Brilliant press management by the Bush White House. Congratulations,
it was.
Paul Rose.
Do you really call that a resignation, Tucker?
Well, he wants to spend more time with his family, Bob.
Yeah, they fired his
speaking of brilliant...
He wants to return to his private practice.
He's going to spend a little more time working out in the gym, I think.
And we're going to... That's mean. So we're on that note. We're going to go back to Judy Woodruff, who's not at all mean.
Now, wait a minute. Which one of you is now up for SEC chairman? Was it Novak?
Novak.
Yes.
Okay.
But I'm a little too old. Otherwise, I'd be ideal.
I'm sure they're listening at the White House, Bob. All right. Just a few moments ago, we were able to project Rick Perry, the incumbent Republican, the governor's winner in the state of Texas. When we come back, we're going to go to Perry headquarters. We'll be back after this short break.
Awful lot has happened in the last 3.5 hours that we've been on the air. Many races now have been called. For those of you just joining us, or for those of you not taking notes for that matter, here is where we have been so far. In Kentucky, Mitch McConnell, the incumbent Republican. I'm sorry, my fault. Okay, I accept that. Here are 3 others. Keep an eye on all 3. In Massachusetts, John Kerry running unopposed, Jeff Sessions, Republican in the state of Alabama, and Jay Rockefeller in West Virginia, all projected winners tonight. Frank Lautenberg, at 78 years old, returns, we project, to the U.S. Senate, a Democrat out of New Jersey. Elizabeth Dole, in her home state of North Carolina, we project a winner tonight, as we do Pat Roberts, the incumbent Republican senator in Kansas. Carl Levin in the state of Michigan, the Democrat, Jim Inhofe in Oklahoma, the Republican, and Joe Biden in the state of Delaware, all projected winners tonight. Dick Durbin in Illinois, and Lamar Alexander, former governor of Tennessee, twice a presidential candidate, gets a trip to the U.S. Senate out of the state of Tennessee tonight.
And now that you've memorized all those Senate winners, we're going to make sure you get down all these governor winners that we've been able to project so far tonight. Starting with, in the state of Florida, the incumbent Jeb Bush, the president's brother, calls it a victory. In New Hampshire, and this is a pickup for the Republicans, Craig Benson, the winner in the state of New Hampshire. In Illinois, Rod Blagovjevich. This is the man whose name we all had to rehearse, but now we know how to pronounce it.
And a pickup
He's
for
the
Democrats.
governor, and it is a pickup. We didn't say that on our graphic, but he is a pickup. In the state of Texas, and we talked about this a little while ago, Rick Perry goes back to the governor's mansion. He, of course, became governor when George W. Bush became president. He was the lieutenant governor in Pennsylvania. Ed Rendell, this is a pickup for the Democrats. Tom Ridge, of course, having been the governor of Pennsylvania, then moved on to become the head of the Office of Homeland Security for President Bush. In Connecticut, John Rowland returns for another term as governor. And that's where we are right now.
If we can make a very quick point, given what's going to happen to the economies of these states, all through the 90s, massive surpluses, they could spend money, they could tax
Great time to be a governor.
They may want to ask for a recount in about another year. It's going to be a tough time for a lot of these new governors.
Let's go back to the projection you made that Rick Perry is back as governor of Texas, and Suzanne Malveaux is standing by in Austin, Texas, which happens to be the joint headquarters, I guess, of the new projected governor and a man who's running for the Senate for the Republicans.
Well, you know, we just talked to a spokesperson for the Perry campaign, and I am quoting here, they are not counting their chickens yet. That is what they are saying, that not all the votes have come in, so they are cautiously optimistic about all of this, but it is no surprise to anyone here. Governor Rick Perry ahead in the polls by anywhere from 10 to 15 percentage points over the last 2 weeks. His challenger, Democratic challenger Tony Sanchez. This race known for a number of things, but mostly the amount of money that was spent on this campaign, some $87 million. A lot of that coming from Tony Sanchez, a multi-millionaire, using his own funds to finance his own campaign. The other thing, this race really seen as a rather nasty race, some negative ads rather being thrown on both sides of the fence there, but no surprise to these folks that Governor Perry comes out on top. Now, as you mentioned before, also another very important race here, that is the Senate race. John Cornyn's folks very optimistic at this point, already a sense of a feeling of celebration here. That is because we spoke with their spokesperson just a while ago. He said they're looking at the early voting results. Out of those results, those are the numbers, the votes that come in before Saturday, the ones that either were cast in person or handwritten. Those votes
indicating that Cochran actually has taken Dallas by 15,000 votes. Why is that significant? Because his opponent, the Democrat Ron Kirk, former two-term mayor of Dallas, this, of course, would be his best shot at winning a lot of support from his own home city. Very important to note, however, two very important points. One, of course, being that these early votes that have been mailed in only represent about a third of all of the votes. And also taking a look at Texas's Secretary of State website, we are only seeing that about 4% of the total votes cast have actually been accounted for. So still very premature to call that one, but definitely a sense of optimism from the Cochran folks here.
Well, that could be a really interesting place if the votes didn't go the way these supporters wanted them to go, because you could have one celebration and another corner that wouldn't be so happy.
Absolutely. What was very interesting about the Senate race, as well as Ron Kirk, it was a chance really to make history here, his camp, seeing that this would be the first time, if he were to win, the first time that an African-American would be a U.S. Senator from Texas, and the first time somebody from the South, African-American, in nearly a century. So they are really looking at this. One of the most important things is voter turnout here, specifically from the African-American and Hispanic communities. They make up some 40% of Texas's population, 30% of registered voters, and really looking at that group to pull it through for Kirk. But it looks like, according to some of the folks here, they are optimistic that Cochran's going to pull it through. Back to you.
It's going to be a little while before I think we can make that projection from the Real Vote desk of what the Republicans are anticipating there, Suzanne. Although at the risk of sounding like I'm morphing into Jeff Greenfield, we need to point out that the projection that Governor Perry will be governor again, the fact that he studied to become a veterinarian at A&M, which would make him the first Aggie governor of Texas.
And maybe the first veterinarian governor of Texas, too.
Oh, we all knew that, didn't we? Come on.
Sorry, Jeff.
That's all yours.
We all knew that.
Well, we're watching, we're watching these projections as we're able to make them, but you are watching on the bottom of your screen the raw numbers as they're coming across, and there's some raw numbers we want to share with you right now. We've already projected Jeb Bush the winner in Florida, but we just want to show you with 66% of the precincts reporting, this is what the numbers look like. With that many votes counted, you can see Governor Bush carrying a healthy lead over Bill McBride, 57% to 42%. And some Senate contests we want to look at now. This is very interesting. The incumbent, Max Cleland, with 18% of the vote. Now, again, we don't know where this is coming from. It's still early in the evening, but he has 44% to Saxby Chambliss, 55%. This is a seat that Democrats very much had believed that they were going to hang on to. Jeff, you want to jump in here?
Well, Aaron asked the question, when are there any surprises? Yeah. And if you backdate them enough, up until 3 weeks ago, everybody had this one clearly in the Democrats' columns. Max Cleland was going to win this race. And it has closed and closed and closed. So even though you're quite right, Judy, these raw numbers don't tell you where and who's casting them. The Democrats were very pessimistic going into this one.
We were talking last night to a prominent Georgia politician, we'll describe him that way, and a Democrat, and he was hardly optimistic about Senator Cleland's chances. He said all the tracking is going the wrong way.
I think if it's the same person I was talking to last evening, same thing. All right.
Oh, heck, we all talk the same
We
guy,
all talk
we're
to
not
the same
telling you
people.
who it is.
But we're not going to tell you who it is. In the state of Missouri, how close can it get? But this is just 5% of the vote. Jim Talent challenging the incumbent Gene Carnahan. This is one the Republicans have been saying the last few days. We think we've got it, but it's early, and we're going to watch the numbers come in. Aaron.
Some votes to note coming in. Lindsey Graham in South Carolina has built a lead. Again, we got about half the vote in, 53% of the vote in. This is the seat held by, for as long as I've been alive at least, Strom Thurmond. I think Senator Thurmond went to Washington in 1932.
Well, he was elected to the Senate in 1954 on a write-in. So that's 46 years, which is the all-time record. Before that, he'd been governor of South Carolina as a Democrat, ran as a states' rights Democrat against Harry Truman in 1948.
Right,
and
walked out of the party in 48.
Led the march in the Goldwater year in 1964 of conservative Democrats to Republicans. And Lindsey Graham was not able to vote for him the first time he ran. Maybe his father wasn't.
John Sununu, again, in the early, 40%. So we have some votes, although we don't know where they're coming from. But you see with the numbers out of New Hampshire against the incumbent governor, the Democrats in Shaheen. In New Hampshire, this, again, is one of those seats. This is a seat held by Republicans. It is a seat the Democrats thought they had to play for, and it may turn out in the end that they do. But with 40% of the vote in, the numbers don't look good yet.
We're going to try to focus in now on the vast amounts of money that has been spent on governor's races across the country. You just heard Suzanne Malveaux report from Governor Rick Perry's headquarters that when it's all said and done, it's believed that some $90 million would have been pumped into that race. Tony Sanchez, the man who's projected to be the loser by CNN, a man who's worth some $600 million, is said to have spent some $20 million. Let's check in with Bill Snyder to get an overall perspective on the amount of money pumped into these races. Hi, Bill.
Money, 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 Paula. And let's take a look at the 5 most expensive governor's races in the country. No big surprise, the 5 largest states. As you said, California, almost $90 million. New York, Texas, Pennsylvania, and Florida, all over $30 million in these governor's races. One of the interesting things about politics this year is many governors are in trouble. Why? Because of the fiscal crisis in those states, because the tax revenues have not come in, and they've had, most governors, unlike the president, have to balance the budget. So they have tough choices. They either have to raise taxes or cut spending. In the 4 largest states, however, we've already called winners, incumbents, Texas and Florida. Why are they doing well? Bush and Perry, I think that's the President Bush factor. California, Gray Davis, a Democrat, is favored to win, although he's not very popular. And the reason is his opponent has run a poor campaign. New York, Governor Pataki is favored to win. Why? September the 11th. In all of these races, we're seeing huge amounts of money spent. $30 million in Florida, $33 in Pennsylvania, $44 in Texas, $64 in New York, and almost $90 million in California, because incumbent governors across the country facing fiscal crises are all in trouble.
So, Bill, come back to Texas, Florida, New York for a moment and how important those governorships will be to President Bush in 2004 during a general election.
Well, of course, these states go in different directions. Florida is crucial. Florida is the battleground of American politics, and keeping it in the Republican column has symbolic and real meaning, because if he expects to be reelected, he's got to carry Florida. New York, California, those are expected to go Democratic, and Texas is his own state. If he can't carry that, he's sunk. So Florida is the big state that's a real battleground, and that state he had to keep in the Republican column. His brother won it tonight, and I think in both Texas and Florida, where there are fiscal crises, I think the President Bush's popularity had a great deal to do with that.
I heard one governor say yesterday that in some cases, if the governorship is held by the same party as the president in a general election, could mean as much as a 3% bump to the presidential candidate because of the potential get-out-the-vote effort.
Well, that's right. Governors, much more than senators, control an operation in their states. They run things. They have people working for them. They have state employees. They have an organization. So they can turn out a vote in a way that a senator really can't. So having a governor has always meant a great deal, possibly less than it used to because organizations are not what they used to. But when you have a governor on your side, it means they have workers, a party organization, and party workers. It means a lot more than a senator.
Hey, Bill, can I tell you you're doing a really fine job without exit polling information this evening?
We're doing the best we can, and we think we have a lot of interesting things to point out.
A lot of fascinating stuff to talk about, lots of things to talk about. Jeff.
It should be pointed out, however, that in 1996 and 2000, Republicans controlled the governorships of New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Illinois, Wisconsin, and Michigan.
Okay.
And Clinton and Clinton and Gore won both of them. All those states, both times. So you have to kind of take a small step back from this theory. It's where the primaries. If you are running for president in a primary, you want the governor of that state with you so they can lock up money, endorsements, and power. Just thought I'd throw that in.
Did that work for George Bush in Michigan?
No, that's the point.
Oh,
it didn't.
In the primary?
No, but it worked in every other state, like South Carolina.
It didn't work big time for him in Michigan.
Not South Carolina.
It was just by one chance to do that tonight, right? A couple of calls we can make. We're a little bit past 9:30 here in the East, 9:37 in the East. Beginning in the state of Nebraska, this is not surprising. Chuck Hagel, a second term in the U.S. Senate. We are also now in a position to project We wait with bated breath. Mike Johanns will be the next governor in the state of Nebraska over Stormy Dean. I can't swear to this, but I believe that's the only person named Stormy on the ballot tonight.
Speaking of ballots and balloting, thank you, Aaron.
You're welcome.
Our Wolf Blitzer, we've designated him as our poll watcher. And Wolf, before I come to you, because you may have new information, I want to share with our viewers that the Republican National Committee has let CNN know that it tried to argue with the judge in Arkansas who decided that the polls in Arkansas would stay open later because of problems in one county's, I believe Pulaski County's voting. The judge decided to keep the polls open until 10 o'clock Eastern. The Republican National Committee is letting us know that they didn't like it. They didn't even get their lawyers didn't even get a chance to make the case before that judge. Now to you, Paul.
And Judy, we can just add to that, one of the Republican Party officials in Pulaski County is telling the Associated Press, the state Republican Party chairman Marty Rael, that the GOP is going to challenge all of the ballots that were cast after the polls were supposed to close in Pulaski County, the largest county in Arkansas, where Little Rock is, at 7:30 Central Time, 8:30 Eastern Time. Rael accusing the Democrats, according to the Associated Press, of, quote, trying to steal the election in Arkansas. Important Senate contest underway, an important governor's contest underway. The judge, though, ruling that because there were not enough ballots, apparently, in Pulaski County, Little Rock, and its suburbs, other areas of the county, they're going to keep the polls open for an extra 90 minutes in that one county in Arkansas, which has, what, about 26 or 27% of the eligible voters in that state. We're watching that very closely. We're also watching in Minnesota, where, of course, the former Vice President Walter Mondale is facing a tough race with the Norm Coleman, the former St. Paul mayor. We're now told by the leadership of the Democratic Party here in Washington that there have been some problems there as well. Terry McAuliffe, the chairman of the DNC, Nita Lowey, the chair of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, as well as Patty Murray, the senator from Washington State, who's in charge of trying to get Democratic senators elected. They're saying that some of the problems in one suburb of St. Paul, Bloomington, Minnesota, is causing problems because people waiting in line at 8 o'clock Central Time were not allowed to vote. Listen to what Patty Murray told reporters here in Washington just a little while ago.
There is one state I particularly want to point out to you, and that is Minnesota. We are hearing reports that voters who are in line for the polls, which close at 8 o'clock, are being told that they will be turned away at 8 o'clock. We want everyone in Minnesota to know that the law allows anyone who is in line at 8 o'clock and has not gotten in will be allowed to vote.
Now, we spoke with Bill Walsh, a spokesman for the Republican Party in Minnesota. He confirmed that there were a shortage of ballots in Bloomington, Minnesota, but he said that as long as people stayed in line, they would bring more ballots there, get those ballots. But he was hoping the people, of course, would stay in line. Maybe then again, he was hoping they wouldn't necessarily stay in line. But those are some problems that we're finding around the country. Minnesota and Arkansas, two important states with very close contests. Judy?
It sounds like it. I was tempted to say, here we go again, but maybe this will be the end of it. Somehow I think probably not, because we've still got a lot we're keeping an eye on. All right, Wolf, we'll be coming back to you through the night. I am told that we now have 2 races we can call. And CNN is projecting in the state of Wyoming that Michael Enzi will return. He's the Republican incumbent, having defeated Joyce Cochran, the Democrat. And in Rhode Island, CNN projects that Jack Reed, the Democrat, will return to the United States Senate, having defeated the Republican Robert Tingle. No pickup in either place. The parties stay pretty much where they were. Oh.
We've been talking a lot about family ties tonight, the number of brothers that have served in Congress together, and right now we're going to check in with a father of a man who is running for Senate in the state of New Hampshire. Let's join Bill Delaney now. Hi again, Bill.
Well, that's right, Paul. You know, here in New Hampshire, there's a lot at stake nationally, whether Republican Congressman John Sununu or Democratic Governor Jeanne Shaheen wins this race. I'm with a man who has a lot personally at stake in this election, and that is John Sununu Sr., Chief of Staff for the first President Bush, and of course the governor here in New Hampshire for many years. I know you're a bit prejudiced, but you're also looking at some hard numbers. What are you seeing?
Well, what we're doing is comparing the town-by-town, precinct-by-precinct results to the Smith-Sweat results, where Smith won by 50,000 votes.
Smith, the former outgoing senator.
And as long as we keep on that trend or ahead of that trend, we feel comfortable. So far, so good.
What is it like to be a father, a former politician yourself, on a night like this, a nail-biting night like this?
It's 10 times worse than being a candidate.
Why is that?
The heartburn level is about at a peak right now. So you just sit here and watch the numbers come in and agonize.
As you look at the hard numbers, who's going to win this race tonight?
Well, of course it's going to be my son. I couldn't give you any other answer but that, even if the numbers weren't going right.
But you're telling me the numbers are going your way.
So far, so good.
She's doing reasonably well in the cities, but he's trending powerfully in the rural areas, and a 3 to 5% gap compared to Senator Smith six years ago.
But he won Manchester, and he's probably going to win Laconia. He'll win his share of the cities. It's some of the liberal cities went to her. The conservative cities will go to John.
That Manchester vote, the city of Manchester here, considered all evening now very important by the Sununu camp. That Governor Jeanne Shaheen, the Democrat, has apparently not won Manchester, seen as a good trend for Congressman and Republican John Sununu, and for Republicans' possibility of keeping the seat here in New Hampshire. Back to you.
Hey, Bill, can you ask Mr. Sununu if he's had any contact with any members of the Bush family, particularly now that we can all project that Jeb Bush is the returning governor?
Have you spoken to the Bush family at all?
Not tonight.
Not tonight?
Not tonight. We've talked to them a lot in the last 2 weeks.
How concerned have they been about this race? How much focus did you feel from the Bush family on this race?
The former president and I talk a lot about how it is to have our kids running, so it's not concern. It's sharing the misery of being a parent and the joy of being a parent.
Governor Sununu, thank you very much. Back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Bill. America Votes returns right after this short break. We're coming up on a number of closings at the 10 o'clock hour. We hope you'll stay with us. We'll be right back. The excitement builds. It's election night 2002. We are watching the races all over the country, governors, senators, House races, and maybe a few others, some ballot initiatives. We're talking about them all. Let's take a look right now at where the governor's races stack up. Going into today, the lineup around the country, 21 Democrats, 27 Republicans, and 2 independents. Now, we had 11 of those Democrats defending their seats, 23 Republicans up, and 2 independent. As of right now, if I can read this graphic correctly, the holdovers that we are able to project having won, 10 Democrats, 4 Republicans. Sorry, holdovers were not up tonight. 10 Democrats and 4 Republicans. Won tonight 2 Democrats and 5 Republicans, for a total so far of 12 Democrats and 9 Republicans. And next time, I'll let Aaron or Paula handle this.
That's about as easy as trying to explain the whole VNS thing we were doing at 6 o'clock.
We're on your side. That was impossible to read, Judy.
That was 2.
We're going to do it collectively next time. We'll each read a line. Thanks. Let's check in with Kate Snow, who's standing by on Capitol Hill. She's had the opportunity to talk with Republicans and Democrats tonight as the returns have started coming in. Kate, what's the buzz there tonight?
Well, Paula, you know, everybody's saying it's still early. That's the mantra here. But I can tell you, I just got off the phone with Senator Lott's office, who, of course, could potentially be the new majority leader of the Senate if Republicans are able to take back control. It's a big night for him. I'm told that he is over at the White House. He went over there for dinner a little bit earlier, and we thought he was going to be back here on Capitol Hill by now, monitoring election results. He had told me earlier that he didn't want to stay up really late. He didn't want to get caught in staying up overnight because he really thinks that they won't have results until sometime tomorrow morning. But now I'm told that he's still over at the White House having a good time over there, which leads you to believe that Republicans are very optimistic. They're in a very good mood. Certainly I can tell you from talking to some of his staff that they are very excited, particularly looking at that race in Georgia, the Cleveland-Chambliss race, looking at the early results there. They think they might have something. Democrats, too, though, not giving up yet. Senate Democrats are out and watching the results, too, Paula. And they, too, say, look, it's still too close to know what's going to happen. They're watching it very closely. Paula.
Thanks, Kat. Kate will be checking back with you a little bit later on this evening. And now I have the rare opportunity to do something I hardly ever get to do, and that is to say good evening to Larry, because usually by this time of the night I'm asleep, frankly. Good morning. Hello. Good evening.
Almost did it.
I know. It's so hard to... Old habits die hard, let me tell you.
Nice being introduced by the lovely and talented Paula Zahn. He's not lovely, but he is talented. He's Senator John McCain, Republican of Arizona, the decorated Vietnam War veteran, author of the recently released memoir, Worth the Fighting For. Senator McCain, we know that Max Cleland's behind. It's very early tonight. Is it hard for you when friends of yours in the Senate on the opposite side of the aisle might lose?
Yes, it is hard, and it's especially hard with Max because he's a fellow Vietnam veteran. But obviously, I'd love to see Republicans gain control of the Senate, and I'd always like to see Republicans win. But Larry, in straight talk, I have great affection and love for Max Cleland, and he's an American hero. But politics is a collision sport, and obviously, I'm hoping for Republican victories. And I must say that
they haven't called it yet. It's very early. I'm just wondering. When opponents on either side, do you miss it, even though you'd like it to be 100-0 for the Republicans, do you miss it when a Democrat you've served with loses?
It depends on the Democrat. In the case of Max Cleland, obviously, we have a very close personal bond. But of course, I think it's best for the country with a Republican majority, and I'm hoping for continued Republican victories. I'm sorry if it has to be Max that is the one that loses.
Now, so far, there's been no switch in power in the Senate. All things are status quo, but some races are very close. How do you see it from your vantage point?
I see a Republican breeze blowing, Larry. Some of the House races that we thought were tough have gone Republican. The Sununu race, most people thought would be extremely close, and apparently he's doing very well there. You mentioned the Cleland race. The dynamics of the Minnesota race are too complicated for me to figure out, but I think it's going to be very close. If I had to predict right now, I think Republicans regain the majority, perhaps with a vote on the part of Vice President Cheney, and perhaps not.
Tell me about the Arizona race. The former Congressman Matt Salmon against Democratic Attorney General Janet Napolitano for governor.
Well, Matt Salmon was a very good congressman, a state legislator, and he won our primary, and he's a very talented guy. A lot of it depends on voter turnout, as just about every race does. But we expect to be up late tonight in Arizona because the polls showed that was a horse race before Election Day today.
What is it? Bob Woodward was here earlier, and he said the balance of power, this 51-49, doesn't mean anything in the Senate. It's this. If you don't have 60 votes, the Senate is an individualistic place of 100 people.
Well, in all due respect, I saw your interview with Bob, and I respect him as much as anybody in Washington. I had two differences of opinion. One is, of course it matters because you set the agenda. The legislative agenda is set by the majority leader and the committee chairman. In my case, the Commerce Committee. We would have had a very different agenda in the Commerce Committee if I had been chairman, in all due respect to my friend Senator Holling. Second of all, when he talked to you about money in politics, 20 years from now, there'll be another Feingold and another McCain. But in the 80s, when I first ran, there was no such thing as soft money. There was no such thing as the obscene amounts of money we're seeing in this campaign, nor was there such a thing as these terrible, terrible negative ads that continue to inundate people. I've been traveling all around the country campaigning for Republicans, and I can tell you voters are angry about all this negative stuff. You know, call so-and-so and tell him to call so-and-so to call so-and-so. I mean, it's just trash and garbage, and political consultants make a whole lot of money, but it's not what Americans want in politics. And finally, it makes it difficult to motivate young men and women to run if they think they're going to be exposed to those kinds of lies and distortions. These are good men and women on both sides of the aisle, both parties that are running. They deserve better.
Senator, how big a change takes place tomorrow when your bill kicks in?
Well, we've got to fight the Federal Elections Commission, which has, in a most corrupt fashion, has emasculated both the letter and the intent of the law, and we're going to take them to court. We'll fight them again in the Congress if necessary. We will fight wherever is necessary, but I think you'll see some significant improvements and changes.
I know one of the opposite side of this ledger pits some right-wing conservatives and very liberal liberals against you on this, on the First Amendment aspect. What's your answer on that?
My answer is that both extremes are wrong. No one in America believes that the campaign we just saw is the kind of politics we need to see in America. And when it's huge amounts of undisclosed sewer money that nobody will say even who contributed that money or was behind it, that's not what American politics are supposed to be about. My opponents will argue that they say money is free speech. Money is not free speech. According to the United States Supreme Court, money is property.
A couple of other areas I want to cover with you. Glad to see Frank Lautenberg personally. Did you get along with him? He's coming back to the Senate.
Yeah, I always got along with Frank. He's an interesting guy, and certainly we'll know that he's there as soon as he arrives.
Should age be any kind of a factor? If Mondale comes and Lautenberg coming 78 years old, 74 years old, should that matter at all?
Well, it makes me feel much younger. I think that the voters make that judgment. As you know, Strom Thurmond and others have been extremely effective. Robert Byrd is in his 80s. So I think it depends on the individual, but the voters make the judgment, and you got to respect it.
Women are getting more of a strength play in the Senate. You've got another woman joining you now. Oddly enough, now the two women of the two men who ran against each other are now both in the Senate, Mrs. Dole and Mrs. Clinton. What's your read on that?
Well, I think it's good. I think it's good for America. I think, I think it's a great thing. If I had another wish, it would be to have more ethnic diversification in the United States Senate, because the United States Senate is perhaps not totally representative, but it should be more representative of all ethnic groups in America, and that doesn't mean that we aren't sensitive or in any other way able to handle those issues, but it does provide role models for other young people to emulate, and that's what I think a presence of diversification represents for the Senate in America.
In races that have not come in yet and where we haven't picked any winners yet, do you have a forecast, anything that might surprise us tonight?
No.
McCain crystal ball?
No, of course they say Texas they may have a very, very large Hispanic voter turnout, which, by the way, is good, and that I think that could be interesting. But I think the other races are, with the exception of Colorado, are pretty well, pretty well decided. Although we haven't some of them that are being reporting in. I guess my guesstimate is that Republicans gain control either through 50-50 or one additional seat, and you've got to give credit to President Bush for intensive and hard campaigning in these races, and the ones that are very close, I think you could say that he pretty well made a difference because of his enormous popularity. He did a great job.
Did you go into South Dakota?
No, I did not. I was in California, South Carolina, Maine, Iowa. I was in a lot of states, but I was not there.
Going to go back to Saturday Night Live?
Anytime.
TV Guide says they gave you a cheer this week for your appearance, saying you were funny as any senator has ever been on purpose.
And could I mention that I'm the only senator that's ever been on Saturday Night Live?
Always good seeing you, John. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry.
Senator John McCain, Republican of Arizona. Know him a long time, and so forgive me for the first name mention. When we come back in the next hour, we're going to have a go at it with the chairman of the Republican and Democratic parties, Terry McAuliffe and Mark Roscoe. Right now, more continuing coverage as America Votes 2002.
America Votes 2002 from CNN election headquarters with Paula Zahn, Judy Woodruff, Aaron Brown, and Jeff Greenfield.
And welcome back to our coverage at the top of the 10 o'clock hour here this evening as polls close in Iowa, Montana, Nevada, and Utah. We first want to take you to South Carolina, where CNN can now project that Lindsey Graham will be the senator from South Carolina. Any thoughts on who's he succeeding?
Lindsey Graham is familiar to many of you. He was an impeachment manager on the House floor during the Clinton impeachment. And what is significant about this is there were 4 open Republican races in the South. Open races, open seats are generally more vulnerable. In North Carolina, South Carolina, and Tennessee, Republicans have held all of them, with only Texas yet to be decided. That is good news for the Republicans' hopes in the Senate.
On to some races in Iowa that we're going to keep our eye on this evening, where you have incumbent Tom Harkin against the Republican Greg Yancey. And then on to the governor's race here of Iowa. The incumbent Vilsack against the Republican Gross. And in Montana, incumbent Max Baucus, the Democratic senator, against the Republican Taylor.
Mike Taylor is the gentleman who dropped out of the race because of a commercial they found where he was a hairstylist, and he got back into the race, and he accused Max Baucus of trying to, question his
insinuate that he was gay.
It's also interesting to note that Max Baucus did not distance himself from the president on a number of issues, including Homeland Security. And let's look at this governor's race in Nevada, where you got the incumbent Quinn up against Democrat Neal.
So that's where we are at 10 o'clock tonight. Votes now starting to come in a little bit in the West. Votes being counted in the East and in the Midwest. Overall, Jeff, do you have a feel yet for how this thing is breaking? Because I'll tell you honestly, I do not yet.
This is all prelude. You talked about marquee matchups, but so far there has been nothing in which anyone would sit up and go, oh boy, that tells us something critical about the Senate. As far as I can tell, I've been trying to follow these boards. I haven't seen an incumbent congressman or congresswoman lose yet, which goes to your point about how secure a job this is. So no, this is like the setting the scene for the races we're all waiting for.
And some of those we should start to see. We should start to see vote out of Minnesota in the Senate race there. We should start to see vote out of South Dakota, the Senate race there. Those 2 states in the upper Midwest have become so critical in all of this, but we haven't seen any numbers yet. And so perhaps the most interesting, surprise doesn't feel right, is Georgia. The numbers that have come out of the Georgia Senate race, where Max Cleland was struggling, I think it's fair to say, struggling to defend the Senate seat, and it wasn't going well.
What I'm told, and I just was talking to someone on our political unit staff a minute ago, is that most of the numbers in Georgia that have come in so far are numbers from rural Georgia, or I should more accurately say the area outside Atlanta, and it is believed that the incumbent, Max Cleland, will do better inside the Atlanta city limits and the immediate metropolitan area than he will do in some other parts of the state. But we don't want to generalize too much.
We're talking about an old-fashioned election where we're sitting here, polls in New Hampshire, polls in Georgia, critical Senate races. They've closed 1 or 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago, I think, in the case of Georgia, and we're counting votes.
But we are told, and I don't even know, I probably should be careful about this. I'm told that the Republicans are saying at this point they're pleased because Saxby-Chambliss is running well in those counties where George Bush ran well in 2000. In other words, he's holding his own in places that led George Bush to a significant victory in Georgia. So,
okay, Sarah, there are
all kinds of little tea leaves that we're reading here.
Yeah, and it's just you keep, I think we're all, and probably you are too, we're all looking for that one race that says that's the one the Democrats had to have, or that's the one the Republicans had to have. And there are, in fact, it will be crushing in many respects for the Democrats who have now, we believe, lost in North Carolina to also lose Georgia. That would be a crushing set of circumstances, but not necessarily a decisive set of circumstances, because they can win in Minnesota, they can win in South Dakota, they could win in Colorado. Arkansas absolutely is in play, maybe a little bit better in play for the Democrats, but to lose those 2, if that were to happen, would make the night, at the very least, very difficult for the Democrats to hang on to the Senate, Jim.
It's still early. I mean, we know the White House is happy, certainly, about Jeb Bush in Florida. We know they're happy about Elizabeth Dole, which we've projected in North Carolina, but there's still a lot out there, which is what you're saying.
Long way to go. This is how they used to do it, how they used to actually count the votes. Son of a gun. It's better this way in some respects, at least from where we sit. Yes, we would like all that exit poll information, how this group, that group voted. That honestly makes it, if you're a political junkie, it makes it a little more fun. But ultimately the drama is who wins and loses, who controls the Senate, who controls the House. And that really is going to play out by computers and by hand counting in some places. And it's, 10 o'clock, and we're waiting on it. That's the truth.
This is the kind of election a lot of voters have probably wanted for a long time. And we've heard them say for years, why don't you wait till they count the votes? Here's a number we can show you. We've already projected that Elizabeth Dole, because of our real vote ability, will win in North Carolina. But here, with 63% of the vote, you can see just where the numbers stand. 53%. 63% of the precincts reporting. She's at 53%. Erskine Bowles at 45%.
The Democrats had hopes here. They thought maybe they could sneak one away, a seat that was Jesse Helm's seat. They had hopes that maybe they could sneak one.
Karen and Paul Broyhill.
Elizabeth Dole headquarters there in the large part of the screen. Wait for the candidate in her moment.
And now I want to invite Mary Anita and
Along with
Kevin.
Lamar Alexander, she has a consolation prize. She sought the presidency, didn't get it. Lamar Alexander twice caught the presidency. They're both headed to the U.S. Senate. Not a bad consolation prize.
No, well, in my view, that's the best political job there is. A job in the U.S. Senate is just, you're not out there raising money every hour of every day because you have to run every 2 years. It's a terrific job.
Well, and this would mean two spouses of the presidential nominees in 1996. Both of them are there, Hillary Clinton
and Jeff, when's the last time that happened?
I can tell you that because it's never happened.
Well, one of these days,
that Bob Dole
right?
hit the road with former President Clinton, maybe the relationship between the two female senators might be warmer than some people would predict.
Someone wrote yesterday that with Frank Lautenberg going back to the Senate and perhaps Fritz Rendell going back to the Senate, and the Senate being a better place for it was the argument this person was making, that maybe Bob Dole should consider going back to the Senate as well, that maybe this is the year of the elder statesman.
Well, we did have once a husband-wife congressman team from two different states. The Mezvinskis, I think, Marjorie Margolis and Ed
from Pennsylvania.
From different
we never
states.
had two senators, because women haven't gotten to be senators so recently. Maybe someday, I'll bet you were saying, Judy, two men would enter the Senate as spouses of presidential women.
Eventually, we're going to have men who are serving in the Senate as the spouses.
Right, the candidate's spouses entered the room here in North Carolina.
We've just spotted a spouse now, haven't we?
That's
Speaking
right.
of spouses.
The candidate's spouse is in the room in North Carolina.
He's got to be a pretty happy man. Bob Dole did a lot of campaigning for his wife. He's very proud of her. He talks about her every chance he gets. This has got to be a great night for him.
Although early on in that race, wasn't he pretty critical of some of the moves that would be made by her staff? I remember when he made a comment that got picked up that didn't go down well.
And there's the candidate. And we project the winner, Elizabeth Dole. We project the next senator in North Carolina.
Wonderful, warm welcome. I'm thrilled to see you all. Well, I am just as thrilled as you are. We'll never forget this night, will we? Great. Thanks so much. And I want to tell you that just a few moments ago, I had a call from Erskine Bowles. And he was congratulating me on tonight's victory. He was very gracious, and he had a strong campaign, And certainly he cares about the people of North Carolina. And I want to ask those who voted for Erskine Bowles to please give me a chance, because I intend to be a senator for all of North Carolina. And tonight, of course, we're enjoying every moment, but this is a night for heartfelt thanks to all of those who put their trust in me. For 14 months, we've been working hard. And I think about all the people, you know, the dozens of tremendous staff in Salisbury and all across the state, and the hundreds of volunteers who've just worked their heart out. And, yes, go right ahead. What a great... And the thousands of contributors and supporters who've, you know, been to the rallies and they've urged their friends and neighbors to get out and vote. And to each and every one of you, I will never be able to thank you enough, because you're the ones who've made this possible tonight, this tremendous victory. And obviously, I'd like to thank each person individually, but we can't do that tonight. But I do want to mention a few people who must be thanked. First of all, my husband, Bob Dole. Let me tell you, he's the best surrogate a candidate could have. And he was hoping to get to all the 100 counties, and he got darn near close. He did real well. Also, he was on the phone calling all the 100 county coordinators and cheering people on, you know, so he's been a great, great surrogate. And then I want to thank my precious mother and my brother and sister-in-law, John and Bunny Hanford, my family. Yes. Because they have really been there for me, let me tell you. Tremendous source of support. And I think they put a lot of mileage on the cars, running up and down the highway to all the different events across North Carolina. I think some of you have heard me say that I saw this car in front of me on the highway one day, and they had the Dole bumper sticker, and I got real excited. I said, let's get up there beside them so we can wave at them and thank them. We got up there, and it was Bunny and John, my brother and sister-in-law. Oh, my. And then I want to thank Senator Jesse Helms. Yeah. You know, right. Senator Helms, I appreciate so much not only his support in the campaign, but the tremendous job that he has done for North Carolina and for this nation in the United States Senate. And you know, my dad used to say that Jesse was a relentless watchdog for North Carolina. And I remember Bob Dole saying, you always know where Jesse is. You don't have to look under the table. He says what he means and means what he says. And I'll tell you, he's had constituent service second to none. And I intend to emulate that and stand just as tall for the people of North Carolina and have really good constituent service all across this state. So we'll work hard. And there are two former senators who've worked mighty hard. Locke Faircloth as a senior advisor, Jim Broyhill, who's been working very, very hard. Appreciate it so very much.
Oh, there's Jim right there. Really?
Right. Yes, indeed. Now, I certainly want to mention my wonderful chairman of the campaign, Margaret Klutz. I'll tell you, Margaret has been like a rock and a guiding light to our young workers at headquarters. And what a wonderful dear friend, and her husband, George. I mean, they've been there since day one. Margaret, I love you. You're a precious friend.
real vote projection we can make to the decision desk in New York, Candy Crowley. Candy?
Aaron, thanks. That big sigh of relief you hear is Republicans in New Hampshire. The CNN Real Vote Decision Desk now can project that Representative John Sununu Jr. will be the next senator from New Hampshire, defeating Governor Jeanne Shaheen. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Jeff?
You were asking where are the big ones? This is the first big one. This is one of the most prompt, most hopeful seats the Democrats saw as a pickup. The Republicans were worried about it enough to all but openly dump sitting Senator Bob Smith. The White House covertly helped. John Sununu took that seat away from Bob Smith because the Republicans thought Smith couldn't beat Governor Jeanne Shaheen. On the list of Democratic pickup possibilities, that was probably 2 or 3. The Republicans have held it. Very, very good news for the Republicans.
So the Republicans defend a seat of theirs in New Hampshire tonight.
And they were scared about this one. I mean, there was a point when Jeanne Shaheen was doing very well. She had a very good organization on the ground in New Hampshire. She's a popular former governor in the state. But, you know, it didn't come together. Sununu, the Republicans poured everything they had. The president was in there. You just heard Sununu's father, who's a former White House chief of staff. There was a real dogfight on the ground in New Hampshire.
Just mentioned last time we checked in with Bill Delaney, he had just gotten that hopeful prediction from the father of the candidate. Let's check in with Bill Delaney now. Now that the real vote projection has come through, that John Sununu will indeed be the next senator of New Hampshire. Bill?
Well, you know, it was a month or so ago that, and that's not so long ago, that Congressman Sununu seemed to be well ahead here. But then Governor Shaheen, the Democrat, began to trend upward rapidly, and this became a very, very close race. We thought we'd be up very late into the night here tonight, but I got to tell you that this Sununu campaign headquarters here, for about the past 2 hours, as soon as the earliest results started to come in, people here at the Sununu camp were very confident that things looked good for their man, and that's because in New Hampshire's urban areas, Governor Shaheen was expected to do extremely well. Well, she didn't do as well as she needed to, it seems now, for her to defeat Congressman Sununu. In places like the New Hampshire coast, in Portsmouth, yeah, Shaheen will probably carry those precincts, but not by enough to make up for the very strong showing that you typically get from Republicans here in the rural areas, which dominate most of New Hampshire. And that's what happened here tonight. Congressman Sununu did very well where he was supposed to do well, and Governor Shaheen, it seems, did not do, we don't have all the results, but it seems did not do as well as she needed to do in the places where she was expected to do well. Now, there was a big looming factor out there. We talked a lot about it. Outgoing Senator Bob Smith, the Republican John Sununu, defeated in the primary, a write-in campaign Republicans feared could bring 2, maybe 3% of votes, that in a tight race could have thrown it to Governor Shaheen. But all indications are tonight that write-in campaign for the outgoing Senator Smith did not amount to quite enough for Congressman Sununu to be disrupted by it. We've heard a chant already here of Senator Sununu. People are very happy here. Congressman Sununu, Senator-elect Sununu, it seems now is in the building. We expect to see him within a half an hour. Back to you.
All right, then when he takes the podium, we will come back to you live. Bill Delaney, thanks so much for the update. Aaron?
We have a number of other races we can now project winners on, beginning in New Mexico. Bill Richardson, the former Secretary of Energy, the former ambassador to the UN, can now add, we project, will be able to add, governor of the state of New Mexico to his resume. Pete Domenici, the longtime incumbent, the 70-year-old incumbent Republican senator in New Mexico, we project will win again tonight. And also tonight in the state of Colorado, make that Ohio, nice one, Bob Taft over Tim Hagen there. Bob Taft, a Republican, the long line. We talked this a couple of hours ago. We talked about how long a line the Tafts run in the state of Ohio, back to great-grandfather, I believe. Bill Owens, the Republican governor in Colorado, a winner again tonight. CNN projects that at the end of the night he will be the winner in the state of Colorado. What we don't have yet out of Colorado, among other states, we are waiting to see our first numbers on the Colorado Senate race. This is one of those marquee races, but we don't have it yet.
we should mention inklings of some good news for the Republicans in some important House races. I don't know that we're ready to call this yet, but we do know that President Bush at least thinks there's a reason to. Our John King is telling us that the president has already placed a congratulatory phone call to Chris Chocola, the Republican running in Indiana's 2nd district. This is a Tim Romer seat, a Democratic seat that was left open because of Romer's resignation. A very hard-fought contest between Chocola, the Republican, and Jill Long Thompson, the Democrat. And Jeff, the president was in there in Indiana a number of times making it clear that he wanted to win this one.
Aaron Brown is starting to get his wish to come true, and that there are races that people have paid particular attention to, about which we're beginning to learn stuff. This is a pickup. Even though it's an open seat, it's a pickup for the Republicans in the House. I think it may be the first one we can actually document if this holds up. I was in there a few weeks ago. It was a race that was absolutely down to the wire. You're quite right. Bush made a special effort in there. Tim Romer was a conservative Democrat, almost lost 2 years ago, and the Republicans apparently, if President Bush's information, let's pick it up.
I'm sorry. All right. Judy, go ahead.
Just a couple of calls that I'm told that we can now make, and that is 2 governor's races. One in New York, George Pataki. This is one the Democrats, I think you can say they had a distant hope, but it never came together. Carl McCall, the Democrat, trying to knock George Pataki off. It didn't happen. And in the state of South Dakota, Mike Rounds winning that one, defeating the Democrat Jim Abbott. It's really the Senate race in South Dakota that's been in the biggest suspense and remains in suspense.
But just 1 second about New York, because there's an interesting note here. This is a state where there are 2 million more Democrats than Republicans. 4 years ago, the Democratic candidate got 33% of the vote. And I'm not sure Carl McCall is going to make that because Tom Golisano spent tens of millions.
And the reason why, if you live there and you lived through it in New York as we do, it was a very sloppy campaign the Democrats ran. The incumbent Pataki, in many respects, was riding the crest of his performance, his leadership after September 11th. He certainly basked in the glow of that. But nevertheless, it's a little bit hard to explain. Former President Bush, this is in Miami at Jeb Bush's headquarters, and former First Lady Barbara Bush. It's a little hard to understand how the Democrats cannot do better than something around somewhere between 28 and 35% in the state of New York.
But you know, after 9/11, it was hard to see how George Pataki could ever lose. I mean, he came out of that almost as popular a figure as your mayor.
Absolutely.
Those of you who live in
spite
New
of
York.
the fact that this great controversy erupted over Carl McCall, perhaps writing letters on state stationery, some of his critics asking for jobs of friends.
And Governor Pataki, who ran 8 years ago as a tax-cutting conservative, cut some very generous deals with traditionally Democratic unions. He had the backing of teachers, and he had the backing of the most important black minister in New York, Calvin Butts, in a race where the first African-American nominee was on the other side. Extraordinary.
And by and large has governed moderately. By and large, which is how you have to govern in the state of New York. The governor of the state of Florida, Jeb Bush, taking the podium, and we projected some time ago that he would serve a second term, his third run, but a second term.
And that's a proud mom and dad, and they campaigned for him. They were down there in Florida, both Barbara Bush, who's become a pretty able campaigner in her own right over the years.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor and privilege to introduce to you the current governor of Florida and the next governor of Florida, Jeb Bush. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
you very much. 15 minutes ago, Bill McBride called me and graciously conceded the election. I told him that he ran a hard race and that I look forward to working with him to build a better Florida. Now is the time to unite us as a state, and I appreciate Mr. McBride's contribution to the political process. First, before I start, I want to thank Almighty God for giving me a chance to serve. I want to thank my great Lieutenant Governor who's been a great partner. Frank, always looking for the dramatic moment, has some other news today, which is that he announced that he is engaged to Courtney. I want to thank my mother and dad for being my inspiration in life. And I want to thank our great President of the United States for coming down and lending a hand to his little brother. I'm so lucky to have a great First Lady in my life, Palumba. She's a great First Lady for the state of Florida. And to have my family here this special night means a whole lot to me. George and Jeb, thank you for coming. Where'd you go? Thank you, guys. Thank you. I want to thank the thousands and thousands and thousands of volunteers that brought out a massive turnout to make sure that we were elected. I'm so humbled and grateful for the support that existed all across this state. I want to thank our great team. Greatest state party chairman of all the 50 states, Al Cardinus. Republican Party Finance Chairman Al Austin. Al Hoffman, who gave up a lot to make sure that we had an adequately funded race. My co-chairman, Julia Johnson, is one of them that was here. And a great campaign team led by Karen Unger and Ann Herberger. I thank you all so much. We have done a lot in the last 4 years. We have rising student achievement now. Our crime rate is the lowest it's been since 1972. Florida is on the right track as it relates to our economy, and we have a proud tradition of protecting our environment. But there's more. There's so much more that we need to do. My passion and belief is that if we can make sure that every third grader is reading at third grade level, incredible things will happen to our state, and I intend to work hard over the next 4 years to assure that happens. And that means more family literacy. That means a focused approach to make sure the research that we know exists is in the hands of all of our great classroom teachers. It means enhanced readiness programs, more mentors, more focus on assuring that children can read, and we will protect limited government and individual freedom in ways that you can't even imagine. Over the next 4 years, I will work hard to fight for Florida's jobs and diversify our economy to make sure that people can pursue their dreams and have the opportunity to do so in a way that will enhance their families. And finally, over the next 4 years, I want to create a climate where strong families can prevail and their quality of life will enhance. We need to make sure that working moms struggling to make ends meet for their children have the best child support they can possibly have. We need to lessen the abuses of domestic violence. We need to protect the developmentally disabled. We need to create a climate in this state that is the envy for the rest of the country about how families can grow and prosper together. I am so grateful for your support, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I will not let you down. I will work as hard as I can on behalf of this state. A mis amigos de habla español, estoy muy agradecido por el apoyo que siempre ha brindado a la familia de Bush. Thank you all very much. God bless you all.
Jeb Bush, I think we can fairly say a landslide winner in the state of Florida. It was a race that, for a time at least, people thought might be close. Bill McBride, the Tampa lawyer. It didn't turn out that way tonight. When the votes were cast, Jeb Bush has a second term as governor in Florida. The president, of course, has talked to his brother. The president loves all Republicans, but John King, our senior White House correspondent, probably fair to say he loves some more than others.
He does indeed, Aaron, and you were talking earlier about politics is often a family business. No better example than what we could see right there. Former President Bush, 41 as he's called around here, on the platform, on the dais there, as Jeb Bush claiming a landslide, quite an enthusiastic and emphatic speech right there by the governor. As you noted, the president did call him earlier tonight when it was clear his brother would win re-election. The president has also called two other winners in Florida tonight, a reflection of how important that state is in presidential politics. A reminder tonight, I think, that it was just a few years ago, many Republicans thought it would be Jeb Bush who would be the first of the Bush brothers to run for president. Obviously, things turned out differently, but keep an eye on the newly re-elected Republican governor of Florida. This president will be running for re-election in 2 years. George W. Bush, still an open question mark as to whether someone else in the family might want to live here someday.
Part of the reason it turned around for Jeb Bush is he ran a non-winning campaign. I'm not sure it's fair to say it was a disastrous campaign his first time out, but he ran a very hard conservative campaign the first time he ran in Florida, and that did not work for him at all.
It did not, and you heard him there stressing the themes of education, stressing the themes of the economy, and another factor we will see tonight, Aaron, in a number of these races. Democrats complaining about it most of all in the competitive House races across the country, but it is fair to say the Democrats were not happy with their slate of candidates in the state of Florida. Former Attorney General Janet Reno was a novelty candidate during the primary. Most Democrats thought she would have lost in a landslide to Jeb Bush. Some had hoped the surprise victory of lawyer Bill McBride might give him some momentum and carry him to victory, but most believed that he too would be a weak candidate against Jeb Bush. In the state of Florida, there has been a generational passing, if you will, of the Democrats. You have Senator Bob Graham, Senator Bill Nelson, Democrats in their upper years, you might say. They would say middle-aged. I'm sure I'll get a phone call about that one, but the Democrats would say they have a weak bench in the state of Florida right now, and it is something they need to address.
I'm about to turn 54. I think I'm with them. It's middle age. Thank you very much. Our senior White House correspondent, John King. Middle age keeps moving on me is what I'm learning. Judy?
Aaron, we've been talking about what a good night the Republicans are having, at least in some of these Senate seats that they really wanted to hold on to, and they have open seats that they have managed not to lose. A lot of happiness over there. Let's talk now about the House of Representatives, because there are some early signs right now that the Republicans are not only doing well, that they'll not only hold the majority in the House, but they may very well pick up some seats, which would be something different. Amy Walter with the Cook Political Report she's been in the middle of the CNN newsroom all night watching this. Amy, let's get specific. A little while ago, we said the president had called Chris Cioccola in Indiana. Right. What's the significance of that? I know CNN has not projected Cioccola yet, but
no, he's currently leading, and that has not been projected that he's the winner yet. But let's look at this. This is a Democratic seat. It's an open seat in Indiana, South Bend area. This is a seat Democrats really, really needed to hold on to if they had any chance of either winning control of the House or at least holding their margin, maybe even picking up a couple of seats. So that's a big problem for them. There's another seat that's looking really problematic for Democrats down in Florida. Karen Thurman, she's an incumbent. She was redistricted out. It's sort of interesting. This is what goes around comes around sort of deal. In 1992, when she was in the state legislature, she helped draw her district that she ran in. 10 years later, Republicans redrew her into a very difficult district. She's currently, it's about 1,000 or 2,000 votes now behind. So it hasn't been projected yet, but that's not looking so good.
And a good sign for the Republicans. Yeah. And another race, Kentucky 3.
Kentucky 3 with Ann Northup. And the Democrats have put a big target on her for a long time. They thought they might have a shot here. She's probably one of the most vulnerable Republicans. She won 52 seats.
Now, we have projected Ann Northup, but when you put all these together, what does it tell you?
Well, it tells me that Republicans right now look like they're having a good night. Now, I don't know if it means that they're going to pick up a number of seats. They certainly are right now looking like they're going to hold their own and potentially pick up some seats. And let's wait to see how some other states come in, but it could be a pretty good night for them.
All right, Amy Walter with the Cook Political Report. Amy, as you can see, is right out here in the middle of the newsroom working alongside our colleague Stu Rothenberg. You can see his back to the camera with the Rothenberg Political Report. We've got experts tonight. They understand this a whole lot better than I do, and we're glad that they're here to back us up. That's Stu in profile. Hi, Stu. Okay, back to you guys at the desk.
Well, this is what we call a working newsroom, and it's working tonight behind me. Realistically, Democrats' best hope was not the House anyway.
They knew going in, the most optimistic Democrat I spoke to said, well, maybe we can pick up the 7 or 8 seats that we need to gain control. Nobody was talking about the kinds of traditional 25 or 35 seat gains. Keeping the Senate was and still is the Democrats' big hope. And as we have to say, since a lot of people think experts are wrong, most of the experts said it was going to come down to a few close races in a few key states, and it sure looks that way tonight. We're waiting on Arkansas. We're waiting on South Dakota. We're waiting.
Hang on to the thought. John Sununu, who we project will be the next senator from the state of New Hampshire, has entered his headquarters, or at least where they're celebrating his victory tonight in New Hampshire, and he's making his way to the podium. And go ahead, Jeff, finish up.
Well, it means that if whatever happens in the Senate, the margin, we can even now say, is going to be no more than 2 tops, 3 seats one way or another. And even if the Republicans take it, which will be a huge victory politically, that does not mean, given the rules of the Senate, that they can ram through whatever legislation they want. But that being said, a Republican takeover of the Senate and taking control of both branches of the Congress and the executive would be a huge political story.
In the absence of exit polling, it's really difficult for us to understand exactly what has driven many of these victories this evening. But I'd love to, before Mr. Sununu speaks, talk about this whole notion of this midterm election being the Seinfeld election. The 2 Washington Post reporters, I guess, have dubbed it. The election where there didn't seem to be one compelling national issue that drove voters to the polls. In the end, what do you think we're looking at? An election purely driven on local issues, as we saw in the Florida race, the issue of education?
Largely local issues, state by state, overlaid by the fact that there is a president who, in historical terms, is unusually popular for a first-term president.
Overlaid by the fact that a year ago and change, the country was hit by a terrorist attack, and 3 or 4 months from now, the country may well be at war. I mean, these are all, seems to me, all factors in why we are where we are right now. John Sununu. Behind the signs. You can only get so high in these risers, as it turns out. There we go.
Thank you.
They are doing him no favors.
No, they are.
All right now. All right now. All right now. Okay, all right. Please. We'll never get out of here. We'll never get out of here. Hey, Jack. Hey, Rowland. Thank you. All right. Wow. Thank you. That was a great speech. It's the best I've ever given. Senator Gregg was pointing out this is the best speech I've ever given. Thank you. Listen. What a great night. What a great victory. This is your victory. This is the victory you made possible. We were outspent in this election, but we weren't outworked. This is a tremendous grassroots organization that made this victory possible for New Hampshire. Thank you.
And John Sununu, a projected winner in the state of New Hampshire tonight. a seat the Republicans hold on to. The question becomes at the end of the night, who will control the Senate, or at least at the end of this election. There's certainly no guarantee that that will come at the end of this night. And will Tom Daschle be the majority leader or the minority leader? He joins us from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Senator, it's good to see you. What can you tell us about South Dakota and the Senate race there that you have been working so hard on?
Well, Aaron, right now the South Dakota race looks very good for us. Senator Johnson is leading by somewhere between 5 and 6 points, and we've got about 30 or 40% of the vote in right now. It's still too early. Anything can happen, but we feel encouraged and increasingly optimistic.
So not to be the one that rains on the parade here, it looks like the Democrats are having a tough go of it tonight in Georgia. We believe that you have lost in North Carolina. Overall, is your sense that the Democratic Party will hold on to control of the Senate when this election is over?
I believe we will, Aaron. I think we've got a real good opportunity in Arkansas, another good one in Colorado. We're holding our own in Minnesota and in Missouri. So at least right now, we think that there's still a possibility we could pick up another seat.
Just to orient our viewers here, your old friend and colleague, Frank Lautenberg, has just entered his celebration in New Jersey. That must have been a sigh of relief. Not that Senator Lautenberg won, because I think he probably expected that for the last couple of weeks, but it did not look good for the Democrats in New Jersey a month ago.
Well, a month ago, you're right. This is a very difficult time, and Frank Lautenberg stepped up to the plate. He did an outstanding job of campaigning all over New Jersey, and as you can see on your screen, he's celebrating tonight, and we're all celebrating with him. It's going to be great to have him back in the U.S. Senate.
Senator, do you think the Democrats have a generational problem that they have had in 2 instances now to turn to men well in their 70s? Is there a problem finding young, attractive Democratic candidates?
Oh, I don't think so at all, Aaron. You know, these were both very unique circumstances where you had to go to somebody who's had some experience, who could step up without any real opportunity to prepare for something like this, and you generally turn to those who have had that experience, like a Lautenberg or a Vice President Mondale. But you look at Mark Pryor and Tom Strickland and candidates like that, and there's no doubt that we still have a lot of real opportunities with younger candidates, with the new generation, and we're excited about the possibility of their leadership in the Senate beginning tomorrow.
Have you given much thought to the fact that it is at least possible that when the Senate reconvenes in this period between the election and the first of the year, that the independent candidate named yesterday by Governor Ventura next door in Minnesota may vote with the Republicans and you're back in the minority?
Well, we'll have to cross each of those bridges when we get there, but I have to say, I've been trying to reach Mr. Barkley. I know others in our caucus have, and we're looking forward to working with him. But that's for another day. I think that regardless of what happens in that regard, I think that we know that we've got some work we can do if we do it in a bipartisan way. Nothing will get done at all if it's a partisan confrontation, because there just isn't enough time. The only things that will get done will be those things for which we can find common ground, and I'm hopeful that will include a number of issues that we were unable to resolve before the election.
Senator Daschle, thanks for your time tonight. I think come tomorrow, most of your fellow residents in South Dakota will be glad that the glare of national attention is off them for a while. It has been a long pull for the citizens in North Dakota. We appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
The current Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle from Sioux Falls to Candy Crowley in New York, and a projection there. Candy?
A real vote projection out of Texas. Put that one in the Republican column where it has been. CNN now projects that John Cornyn will take over the old Senate seat of Senator Phil Gramm, defeating Democrat Ron Kirk.
Thank you very much. Jeff?
Well, the second half of the Democratic Dream Team in Texas has now gone down to defeat. There was a belief among Democrats that between Sanchez and Kirk, hordes of new voters would come to the polls and upset all the conventional wisdom. Ron Kirk, a centrist mayor of Dallas, John Cornyn, the Attorney General. But it now means that all 4 of those open seats
Jeff, thanks.
are Republican.
Thank you. Over to the Crossfire group over in the other corner of the room. Gentlemen.
Aaron Brown, looks like, I must say, this is shaping up to be a national trend. I heard the smarter Democrats I know say a moment ago, Democrats might have done worse if they'd run against a tax cut in Iraq, but doubtful.
Yeah, you got to stand for something or you fall for anything. And now we've lost. My party has lost in New Hampshire. They've lost in North Carolina and South Carolina, and now in my beloved home state of Texas. You know, a lot of those places, candidates didn't run, I think, as aggressively as they should have on fiscal policy or on foreign policy. When you surrender those kinds of issues, it's kind of hard to mount a campaign.
But the most devastating loss, Paul, may be here in Georgia, if indeed Saxby Chambliss has defeated Max Cleveland, which nobody expected that to happen. Now, I got to say, we still have some races. South Dakota, where Tim Johnson's running pretty well. Missouri is very close. Got chances for Democratic takeovers in Colorado and Arkansas. But the Democrats have to come from behind, and maybe the Democrats ought to think they're doing something wrong. You think they're not putting out the old-time religion. Maybe the old-time religion is not what the people want.
Well, speaking of religion, I think we're probably 3 candidates short of holding the Senate. About this time, it's the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Tell you the truth, I was looking for some good spin here, but thus far I can't find any.
Well, how about answering this question then? Who's going to pay? I mean, who is going to be the whipping boy in your party? Is it going to be Terry McAuliffe? Is it going to be Tom Dash? Is it going to be Dick Gephardt? I want to know who's going to be vilified so I can start
there'll
doing
be a lot of people tied up to the hitching post. These are one of the nights where I'm glad that I got on a domestic political consulting because I would have had a bad look. I think that, you know, one of the things that you're going to watch after tonight is there'll be 1,000 symposia and op-ed pieces, and you know what I mean? People scratching their chins about what the Democratic Party needs to do. And hey, I think it'll cause. You know, we had a big defeat in 1994. We came back and won in '96. So I wouldn't take this. And I'm hopeful that I'm hopeful we do well in South Dakota and Missouri. I mean, let's wait and see. I don't want to throw the towel in, but I have to be honest here. I haven't seen anything tonight that gives me a lot of hope so far.
James, the thing that a lot of people I'm talking to are speculating on. We have to crunch the numbers before we're sure of it. Right. But it looks as though the African-American vote did not come out in the numbers that it did in 2000. Right. I think that is an endemic problem for the Democratic Party, that reliance on the African-American vote to such an extent that unless you get a huge vote with a 90% approval, you're not going to be able to win these states.
Democrats have... my party has its base, Republicans have its base, and often, particularly midterm elections, are about exciting your most loyal voters, and that's why I come back to this point. You say it's the old-time religion. It worked pretty well for Bill Clinton as a new Democrat.
Not in 94.
So he wasn't on the ballot. And Clinton stood for economic change. He stood for a change in foreign policy. It was principally an economically driven election, though, and he won. And he won convincingly. And if Democrats learn from guys who win and learn from those who have lost, I think the lesson is you got to take them on. You got to have a fight.
I think I've always said this. The American people won't trust a party to defend America that won't defend itself. I think part of the problem with Democrats is timidity. And I don't think the question is, should we move to the left to stand? I just stand for something. Well, and I think that's too key.
But I wonder if tomorrow you'll hear Democrats say, as the losing party in a midterm often says, well, it was all local. And, you know, just an individual...
They might say it, but I won't.
Well, it depends still. Again, we have not heard the final word from Georgia. There's still a lot of Democratic parts of the state.
I think you're going to lose Georgia.
We haven't heard anything yet as it's significant from Colorado, from Arkansas, from Minnesota, from South Dakota. And then Missouri and Louisiana, which were tough states to begin with for Democrats. There's a whole lot more out there from our party. Having said that, if they only say, if the trend continues, they only say this was local or this was tactical, they will be doing themselves and their voters an enormous disservice.
Okay. But let me just wonder whether the dogs don't like that dog food, if the dog food is high taxes and big government.
They didn't run on higher taxes and big government. They ran on Bush's for, and that's why losing the Republicans, people will always take the wouldn't take
well, I think the dogs have spoken, it seems like.
Who let the dogs out?
Yeah, absolutely. Judy?
All right, it wouldn't be a crossfire segment without Bob Novak talking about high taxes. As we go to our dear friend Larry King, we want to point out once again that of the 5 open Republican seats in the Senate, the Republicans have held on to all 5 of them. So that's very good news for the Republicans. Larry King.
That it is, and we have appropriate guests to discuss that, Ms. Woodruff. They are Terry McAuliffe, the chairman of the Democratic National Committee, and Governor Mark Roscoe, the chairman of the Republican National Committee. And Terry, what is the spin to this minute?
Well, I think what we're going to see tonight is that the Democrats will win a majority of the governorships in this country. They've already declared that we have won in Pennsylvania, Illinois, Michigan, Maine, and New Mexico are already pickups for the Democratic Party. So I think it's going to show that we can win north, south, east, and west. And I still think we'll net a Senate seat. So I think it's going to be a very good night for the Democrats, a majority of the governorships, which will set us up very nicely for 2004.
Yeah, and netting a Senate seat means you think they can turn it around in Georgia where Senator Cleveland is behind?
Well, I think we can win in Colorado. I think Tom Strickland is running a great campaign out there. I think Gene Carnahan is going to win in Missouri. In South Dakota, we've got Tim Johnson. And I think we'll have a pickup with Mark Pryor in Arkansas. That's what we have to do in the remainder of the evening.
And what is the view of the Republican chairman, Governor Roscoe? Governor?
Well, it's not over. I think Mr. McAuliffe is absolutely correct. I'm the son of a coach, and as a consequence of that, until the final bell is struck, I don't think that anyone ought to be counting their chickens before they hatch. And it's a long evening yet. The races in Arkansas and in Colorado, in Missouri, South Dakota, and Minnesota obviously are still very much from being completed. I would disagree with Mr. McAuliffe in reference to one issue, potentially disagree with him, and that is in reference to the governors. Clearly, there have been some Democratic gains that we kind of anticipated, but I'm still not yet convinced that there won't be a majority of Republican governors at the end of the night. We could do very well in Vermont and New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, and in New York, obviously. I think we may do well in Georgia, South Carolina, potentially Alabama, potentially Iowa, and, of course, in Alaska and Hawaii. Right. So at the end of the day, we could still have a majority of Republican governors, but again, those are very close.
Let's discuss disappointments. Terry, what's so far to this point your disappointment tonight?
Well, I was very excited about Jean Shaheen's race in New Hampshire. I'm a good friend of Jean's. I thought she'd run a very good campaign. I was hoping she'd win that Senate race. We put a lot of resources into Florida. We wanted to win the Florida gubernatorial election. It was important for the Democrats after the problem in 2000 that we went down there. We built up our base support. We got our Voting Rights Institute going down there, which will help us in 2004. But I had high hopes for us. I think 10 days ago in Florida, we were dead even. We could have won that race.
Anything disappointing you, Governor Roscoe?
Well, not to this point, but I certainly wouldn't dismiss the possibility that I could certainly sense it before the night is over. There's a long ways to go, and I'm just going to hold my breath and hope that things continue to unfold in a positive way.
How much of tonight, Terry, if the Republicans continue to do as well as they appear to be doing, do you pin on 9/11?
Well, I think I pin a lot of it on that this is a president who has had very high approval ratings. He's had the longest sustained approval ratings of any president in modern history. The president put a lot of time and effort into these elections. As you know, he did 90 campaign visits, 70 fundraisers. He raised about $150 million for their candidates. So, he put an enormous effort into winning these elections all across the country. So I think 9/11, the war on Iraq, you put that all together with the president out there actively campaigning. And, I would put that all. But I will tell you one thing, though, I think, Larry, I think the American public won tonight, that Harvey Pitt actually resigned tonight. So I think all Americans won tonight.
Governor Roscoe, thus far to this point, you think the president had strong coattails?
Well, I think the president, when you mentioned 9/11, demonstrated the full capacity for his leadership in clear and very specific terms. I think the American people found that instilled within them great confidence, and I think that is one of the dynamics involved in this particular election. But it's certainly not all that motivated him to go out and work for the election of people that he could work with in Congress. The fact of the matter is he's demonstrated that he can work in a bipartisan way. Tax reform wouldn't have passed without the Democrats that supported it. Education reform certainly wouldn't have. Trade Promotion Authority would not have. So he has a very long record of wanting to work to get things done. He went out on the campaign trail because he's never been interested in longevity. He's been interested in getting something done for the American people, and he knows typically that the process doesn't allow you to just impose your own views exclusively, but you have to work with others, and that's what he was trying to do, is to find people that he could work with to get things done for the American people in the short period of time that they've afforded him to work on their behalf.
Early on, there are people saying, Terry, there are doomsayers saying that the Democratic Party is in trouble. It needs some kind of firm leadership. It needs a statement. You agree?
Listen, Larry, I think we did very well tonight. As I say, I think we'll end up with a majority of the governors. I think that we proved that we can win anywhere, any region of the country. If you look at these governors' races that we have, Kathleen Sebelius is up in Kansas. We're up in Arizona tonight. As I say, we won in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Illinois. We've won in Maine. If you look at these gubernatorial elections, Don Siegelman, the last I looked, was up in Alabama. So I think it proved tonight that we can win anywhere in the country. We need to be out there with a strong fiscal message, and I think one message coming out of tonight's election is we as Democrats need to be out there with a firm message and get through of where the Democratic Party stands on a lot of these issues.
So you agree that it does need a message? Because governor's races are pretty much state issues, right?
Well, in fairness...
I mean, Iraq is not an issue in a governor's race.
No, but what is important to me, what I worry about, obviously, as we prepare for the presidential election, to have a governor in the state is very important because they deal with the grassroots every day. A governor is important for raising money for the campaigns, for the grassroots mobilization, for the message. So I think it's important that we show that we could win in traditionally Democratic states, independent states, and we win in red states tonight. We had some victories in some red states tonight that George Bush won in 2000. We need to make sure that Democrats are out there with their message, what they stand for, and we need to make sure that we're out there emphatically getting our message out.
Governor Roscoe, are you surprised at the margin of victory that Elizabeth Dole is showing in North Carolina and that Jeb Bush has shown in Florida?
Well, I'm somewhat surprised that the final results appear to be providing more distance than what the latest tracking provided to us. And of course, you can't always match those up in identical fashion because not everyone who's called and surveyed ends up going to the polls. But then again, there obviously are more people who were inclined to move in a certain direction tonight than what we anticipated. And, you know, when we talk about what it is that's taking place politically in this country and what it is that are messages or not messages, I think it's very easy to overdiagnose the political process. The fact of the matter is, even though I find it hard to agree with Paul Begala and James Carville on every occasion, I do believe that there's a tremendous amount of local circumstance that influences these races. The personality of the candidates, the priority of issues in that individual state, and all of those things go into, I think, determining results. And that, I think, is plain and evident here, too.
How far are you going to be, Terry? How many down in the House?
Oh, I think there's a lot of House races in play right now. I don't think anyone can give you an answer to that. I just left the national headquarters. They have all their computers out. They have all their tracking analysis done. We have no idea right now where we're going to end up in the House. I don't think anybody today can tell you at this particular minute, Larry, where we are in the House races.
What are you
hearing?
In
Maryland, I heard we're going to pick up 2 seats in Maryland.
What are you hearing on your side, Governor? The House.
Well, again, I think that it's just not yet concluded to the point to where we can make an accurate prediction. I've heard theories of everything from 2 to 4 seat gain on behalf of Republicans. But I'm loath to believe in those kinds of projections and speculations until the process is concluded.
Terry, what do you start doing tomorrow?
What we start doing tomorrow is, for the National Party, is we start preparing for the presidential election, the 2004 presidential election. First, we want to thank all the people around the country. The Democrats worked their hearts out. We had unprecedented efforts around the country, get out the vote operations that our party hadn't seen in a long time. Outreach to the African-American community, the Hispanic community, our message across America. So first of all, I'm going to thank all of our great state party chairs and all the workers in these campaigns. Call all the candidates because people put their heart and soul into these elections. Thank them, but then prepare ourselves for 2004 of getting the White House back.
Thank you both very much. Terry McAuliffe, the chairman of the Democratic National Committee, and Mark Roscoe, the former governor of Montana, chairman of the Republican National Committee. And before we turn it back over to our crew in Atlanta, let's get down to Miami, Florida, where we get the opportunity to congratulate and ask some questions from the governor-elect, Jeb Bush. Are you surprised, Governor Bush, at the length of this victory?
Well, I'm a little surprised, but so pleased that our turnout operation, the enthusiasm of thousands of volunteers and the voters made a big, huge difference. And I've worked really hard over the last 4 years, and I'm honored and humbled to have a chance to serve for 4 more.
Were you concerned when all the projections were that this was going to be a close race? In fact, the last time we spoke was last year when Miami won the national championship. And even then you were saying you were looking, this was going to be tough.
Well, there are more Democrats than Republicans in the state of Florida. It's a state of transition, so I ran the campaign as though I was 10 points down from the beginning, and then the person that you had on prior, was saying that I was their #1 target, Mr. McConnell. That got me a little worried. They raised a lot of money at the end, but the good news is that we also had a lot of support here, and the President of the United States, my brother, George W. Bush, came down and campaigned, and I think that made a big difference. He is very popular here, and people are inspired by him.
Now, a lot of people are saying, I didn't get a chance to see it, that the debate turned this thing around. How important was that debate?
Well, the debate, I think, sharpened the focus of the differences between our campaigns, and I think it had a big difference. It was 3 weeks out, or 2 weeks out, I guess, and it did crystallize the campaign in a way that allowed us to finish strong.
What's your view as how are you doing in the statewide and other elections in the House?
We gained seats in the House. It looks as though we gained seats in the Senate. We elected the first Republican Attorney General. We have a clean sweep at the state level, and I believe we picked up all the new congressional seats. I don't know that for sure, but I believe we did. So it was one of the greatest victories in the Republican Party's history.
Any comments on Katherine Harris going to the House of Representatives tonight?
Well, she won. She had a commanding lead, and it narrowed, and then she won convincingly. So it was good news for Republicans across the board.
I know the Bushes for a long time, so I'm not going to delve into anything personal, but this had to be rough for you, dealing with the personal things and the recovery of your daughter at the same time, running a state and running for office. How do you balance that?
Well, it's hard to, I can't compartmentalize, but I've a lot of prayer, Larry, helps, and I wish my daughter was with me tonight so I could hug her and she could tell me she loves me and I could love her, but we'll have that chance real soon.
It's a great night for you, and we congratulate you, Jeb.
Thank you, Larry.
Always good seeing you. The governor of the state of Florida, and re-elected tonight convincingly, Governor Jeb Bush. We now send it back to America Votes 2002 and our panel carrying forth in Atlanta. When we see you next, we'll be talking with Rudy Giuliani. Back to the group.
America Votes 2002. From CNN Election Headquarters with Judy Woodruff, Aaron Brown, Paula Zahn, and Jeff Greenfield.
And welcome back. We join you just a shade after 11 o'clock tonight, as the polls close in California, Hawaii, Idaho, and Oregon. We go straight to some CNN projections here. We start off in the state of Massachusetts, where CNN is now comfortable projecting that Mitt Romney is the new governor of Massachusetts. Some of you might be more familiar with him as the CEO of the Salt Lake Olympic Organizing Committee and the son of a three-term governor of Michigan. And right now you can see the percentage of the vote coming in. We went by that, so I can't repeat that for you. And then we're going to move along to what some will consider a great surprise of this evening. Congressman Bob Ehrlich is the first Republican governor since 1966. What happened to Kathleen Townsend, Jeff?
Kathleen Kennedy Townsend, eldest daughter of Robert F. Kennedy, was assumed to be the winner. She was handicapped by a couple of things: an unpopular outgoing Democratic governor, Paris Glendening, a sometimes stumbling campaign style. She was awkward more than we might have thought. She did not pick an African-American lieutenant governor, while Bob Ehrlich did as his running mate. That hurt in that community. And Bob Ehrlich managed to be the kind of Republican that Marylanders, if that's the right word, like. He moved center, he moved more moderate, And it is a real disappointment to Democrats. I'd say if you went back 2 months ago and said this would happen, Democrats would have said no way.
We can also now project that Tom Harkin will return to the U.S. Senate from the state of Iowa. I think you could argue that the senator is a little more liberal than many Iowans, but he tends the fields of Iowa well on those issues that matter in the state, the farm issues particularly. Susan Collins, one of the two women who represent the state of Maine in the U.S. Senate, will go back as well tonight, and we can also project now that Max Baucus, the Democratic candidate in Montana, will be reelected. We could project that as well. That's where we are, just a little bit past 11 o'clock.
And Aaron, here are the other the races we're watching at this hour. As we've said, the polls have just closed in these states. We are watching the governor's race, that $80 million and counting governor's race, where Gray Davis is. The polls are showing he's doing well, but we'll see. We don't have numbers in yet. Bill Simon, the Republican challenger. In Hawaii, we're watching that one. Mazie Hirono, the lieutenant governor, running against the former mayor of Maui, Linda Lingle. Either way, they're going to have a woman governor in Hawaii after tonight. In Oregon, we're looking at a contest for, in Oregon, a contest for governor between Ted Kolengowski, who's a former state Supreme Court justice, the Democrat, running against Kevin Mannix, the Republican, a former state representative. That's an open seat. And the Senate race in the state of Oregon, Gordon Smith hangs on to that. He will be reelected, we're projecting. Joining CNN now is someone who has a great interest in all these congressional races, and especially those in the House, Dick Gephardt, the House Minority Leader, House Democratic Leader. What do you think so far? We've been showing a lot of Republican celebrations tonight so far, Mr. Gephardt. Not much yet to celebrate on the part of the Democrats.
Well, Judy, it's early in the evening. We got a long way to go. We've had some good surprises, although many of the races aren't finished yet. We're getting some good results that we didn't really expect in Pennsylvania and Maryland and Georgia and even Alabama. We got to see how they come out. And we're going to have to wait, I think, until we see western states like New Mexico, Arizona, Colorado, before we can really make an assessment of where the House winds up.
But we're already seeing, at least when you look at the House, we're seeing pickups in Kentucky. We're seeing Republicans holding on to seats in some of those early closings that the analysts, the experts, are saying are bellwethers for the rest of the night. Some of that's got to be significant.
Well, you don't want to lose any race that you're trying to win, but there's a pretty large census of races that we were looking at, and no one of them is going to make us or break us. I think we're still in the hunt. I think we got to wait and see how these races come out. There's a lot of races still out there, and even some of the ones that we may not have won, we're still in the hunt. We got to get the last votes in.
Let me ask you about you, Dick Gephardt, and a run for the presidency. There's been a lot of talk, more than talk, reporting in the last few days and weeks that if the House does not go to majority Democrat, that you are thinking of stepping down as minority leader and focusing on a run for the presidency.
Well, those are all issues we have to address in the future. Right now, we need to know what these votes are and how we come out in the House. I'm still hopeful that we can take the House back. Our whole caucus has been working over these last 2 years as a team to try to win these seats. They've done a great job. Every member has done their part in this, and we want to see this through. Then we'll figure out the rest of it.
So you don't have a plan in mind right now?
No, not at all. I've been focused on this and this night, and I want to see what the results are as you're trying to get it out to the people. And we got a lot of races out there. We had lots of good domestic issues that I think our candidates were running on: jobs, pensions, corporate responsibility, Social Security, prescription drugs. And I think someone on this program a little earlier was saying there's a lot of local content in all these races. It's the candidates, and we had a lot of great candidates out there, and I'm still hopeful we can win this thing.
But the argument has also been made, as I think you know very well, that the Democrats were not able to get together in terms of what they wanted to do about the economy. There were different ideas about that when it came to agreeing or disagreeing with the president about taking military action against Iraq. You were with the president, but many of your fellow Democrats were not. In other words, Democrats not in agreement, not united, making it all the harder for Democrats to come up with some wins on this election.
I think we had a united economic message and domestic message in all the campaigns I was in. We had good messages on Social Security, on prescription drugs, on corporate responsibility. Those were the issues our candidates ran on. I think you also saw, though, a lot of special interest money on the other side. I've never in my life seen as much money spent on the other side by special interests. So the fact that we're still in the hunt tonight against all of that money, I think, is a real story in and of itself.
You are right. It is still early, and we're going to be here as long as we can. All right, Dick Gephardt, the House Minority Leader, we thank you. We thank you so much for joining us tonight. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Aaron.
Well, it's early, but it's not that early. And in truth, there are some trends that have not looked very comfortable for the Democrats. Some projections we can make. Jennifer Granholm, the next governor of Michigan, I believe the first woman governor of the state of Michigan, certainly. She's the Attorney General, and that's a good win for the Democrats there. That's a pickup of a seat. That's the seat John Engler had. Kathleen Sebelius in Kansas, another Democratic winner tonight, and another woman who wins. At some point, enough women, and we may have actually gotten to that point politically, that it doesn't, we don't note it in the way we do now. And the Democrats have held on to the governor's office in the state of Iowa as well. We project incumbent winning there. So we can make those projections. And one more, I believe, Don Kerry, in Nevada, the incumbent Republican, the winner there. And I think we're ready to do Rhode Island as well. There we go, Don Kerry in Rhode Island, the Republican succeeding a Republican. So that's a net wash in terms of the two parties, but the Republicans control.
And a third woman going down to defeat in Mirth York. That was her third time.
That's Mitt Romney you're seeing on your screen, and we project he will be the next governor of the state of Massachusetts. He almost beat Teddy Kennedy in a race for the Senate some years back. He has prevailed tonight in Massachusetts.
His father, of course, was the three-time governor of the state of Michigan.
Fourth straight win for a Republican governor in one of the most democratic states in America.
The Democrats just can't seem to pull off the governorship in that very democratic state.
What we've accomplished together today and over the last 8 months has been extraordinary. We took on...
That's Mitt Romney in Massachusetts. It is, when you think about the makeup of Massachusetts, it's a little hard for me, at least, to figure out how that happens. It's easy to figure out how something happens once, but how it happens time and again in a state that clearly is a Democratic stronghold state. You're wiser. You explain it to me.
Well, I mean, we can all jump in with our theories, but Shannon O'Brien had been the state treasurer, and I think Romney was able to effectively paint her as just part of the old Democratic establishment at the state capitol. There was a major sense in Massachusetts they've had big fiscal problems, that the cronyism, that the old guard that had just been at the Capitol a long time was responsible for a lot of the state's problems, and he successfully tied her to that. She never really broke free.
You've got a state, the state legislature is overwhelmingly Democratic. I believe at this point every member of the congressional delegation is Democratic. Democrats in the Senate since, I think, 1978. So I think the idea of a Republican to balance it, and also given the Massachusetts stereotype of politicians who sometimes do well and do good, that the idea of a fresh-faced guy who didn't even live in Massachusetts for the last couple of years, they've had a fight to get him on the ballot.
Right. There was a lawsuit that the Democrats tried to keep him off the ballot, arguing that, in fact, his residence was Utah, and there was some reason, in fact, you could make that argument. There were some tax and business issues that he had registered in Utah.
So, but the idea is, all right, let's get somebody in there to watch these guys. I think is part of what happens in the politics of Massachusetts, because it's one of those things, a head scratcher otherwise.
It really
Judy.
is. we want to look at what we're calling the balance of power, because that's what it's all about tonight. We are look at the Senate, and here is where we are. We had 29 Republican holdovers, 36 Democratic holdovers. Tonight, the Republicans so far have picked up 15, the Democrats 9. Yes, it's early, but, you know, the trend, you know, there is starting to be a little bit of a trend. There were 5 open seats on the part of the Republicans, and they have won every single one of them. And in a couple of instances, the Democrats had really hoped, whether it was New Hampshire or Texas, even South Carolina, the Democrats had hoped that they would pick it up, and it wasn't to be.
Well, there is no, at this point for the Democrats, there is no margin. There's no, they have to now, as they say in Las Vegas, they have to sweep the table.
You sweep the table, maybe even draw to an inside straight. I count 6 competitive seats out there. Arkansas and Colorado held by the Republicans, Georgia, South Dakota, Missouri, and Minnesota held by the Democrats. Democrats have 4 tough ones to defend, Republicans 2.
Bill Schneider, you have been doing a lot of thinking about this, not just tonight, but for days and weeks and months. And how's it shaping up from your perspective?
I think we could be seeing something very impressive going on tonight. You know, presidents are not supposed to have coattails in a midterm election. In fact, they're supposed to have negative coattails in a midterm election. They usually turn against the president. Look at the last 3 midterms. In 1990, the president's party lost a seat. In 1994, a huge setback for Bill Clinton. Even in 1998, when Clinton did pretty well, it was a wash in the Senate. It's very rare for a president's party to pick up seats in a midterm. I think what we can say is, despite the claims of Democrats, all politics is local, that President Bush was a very big factor in this race tonight, that his campaigning paid off. He put himself on the line. He took a big risk by doing that. And when he went out in the country and made it a vote of personal popularity, he appears to have rallied Republicans. We don't know yet, but it could pay off if Republicans gain control of the Senate, as seems possible. If they do something amazing and gain seats in the House of Representatives, which also seems possible, we have to go all the way back to 1934 for a time when the president's party gained seats in the House when they already controlled the House. This would be truly an impressive feat. I think a lot of it is September 11th. Because the president's stature was raised immensely as a result of that episode.
So are you saying no Eisenhower jacket maybe for this president?
Well, that's right. Well, that's exactly right. And there's something else, of course. You know, recently in midterm elections, Clinton picked up seats in 1998 because of impeachment. It was an anti-Gingrich vote, and Gingrich was lost. He resigned. And tonight, possibly, the Republicans will pick up seats because of President Bush's coattails. One reason why presidents don't lose big anymore in midterms is that when they get elected, they don't have many coattails anymore. They don't bring large numbers of their party colleagues into Congress with them. When Bush got elected in 2000, he didn't have coattails. He didn't even have a coat. He lost the popular vote. So in the last 3 new presidents, Bush the father, Bill Clinton, the current President Bush, they got elected without coattails. So therefore, at the midterm, like tonight, they did not have to suffer severe setbacks.
All right. We're going to be continuing to watch all of that as the night wears on. Bill, thanks very much. Paula.
Right now, we're going to head to New Hampshire, where CNN projects that John Sununu will be the next senator. He joins us from his headquarters this evening with 85% of the precincts reporting. Mr. Sununu with 51% of the votes. Sir, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You've seen the hard numbers. There were people who were predicting this one was going to be too close to call until the very last minute. What went wrong for your opponent, Jeanne Shaheen?
What do you mean, what went wrong with my opponent? Well, look, the predictions weren't very good. That's all it comes down to. This is about New Hampshire campaigning person to person and town to town. Money doesn't matter. If it did, you'd have a President Ross Perot or President Steve Forbes. At the end of the day, I think we had a stronger race, better grassroots organization, and we had a stronger message on the issues that really mattered in New Hampshire and the country.
Can you tell at this point of the evening where you ran the strongest?
A part of the evening where I ran the strongest?
The part of the state.
Well, I think I ran strong in my own congressional district. I ran strong in the towns, the big towns around the state. I think we ran strong everywhere. There was probably a little disparity between the first and the second, but I did well everywhere I hoped to do well, and we minimized our losses in some of the more liberal parts of the state, Hanover, Durham, the college towns. It was a strong race all around, and we knew early on about 8:30, 9 o'clock that things were going our way and would prevail.
Your father was with it a little even earlier than that, and he was predicting good news for you even before that. I know it's very difficult for you to hear right now, and I know you've been campaigning hard. Can you share with us some of what you think will be your most important goals once you finally get to Washington?
Well, first and foremost, there's important legislation that hasn't been able to move in the Senate, a Homeland Security bill, Medicare prescription drug benefit, making the tax cuts permanent. We need to do these things for our economy and to strengthen our national security given the threat of international terrorism. Here in New Hampshire, I'll continue to be an advocate for our small business economy, permanently repealing death taxes, fighting unnecessary regulations, and working for education reform that lets teachers teach again in the classroom and gives parents more control over where they send their children to school. I think those are important priorities for our state, and I think those are great goals for national legislation as well.
Bill Delaney spent a lot of time with your father tonight, and before it was officially announced that you were being projected the next senator, he talked about how nervous he was. Has he accepted the reality now and he's doing okay?
Well, he's doing fine. It's tough for any parent, any mom or dad, if their son or daughter is running for office, doesn't matter if it's school board or president or United States Senate, they're in the position of watching, of worrying. They want their child to do well, their son, their daughter, but they're not on the campaign trail. They're not in the heat of it. They're not getting back all that feedback, all that positive reinforcement. So it's difficult, even tougher for a husband or a wife that loves their spouse. They want them to succeed, but they don't feel that they're in control of the process. It's as difficult a position as I could imagine.
Senator Lex Sununu, thank you for spending some time with us this evening. We'll let you get back to your celebration there. Aaron?
Oh, thanks. Let's see Rothenberg. So, what are you thinking? It's not quite as early to me as it was to Congressman Gephardt in the way this thing is shaken out.
Yeah, there's some Democratic disappointments. And one thing we're looking at, we don't have exit polls, but we're looking at some Democratic performance in Georgia, Maryland, and even Florida. And in Georgia, we're looking at both the Senate race and the gubernatorial contest. And we're worried about the minority vote. Are the Democrats getting that vote out? Saxby Chambliss is running surprisingly well against incumbent Senator Max Cleland. He's leading him. And in the governor's race, Roy Barnes, surprisingly, is behind at this point.
That I had not seen.
The minority vote is very important to the Democrats in this state. And if you look at two House districts, the 3rd Congressional District in central Georgia and the 12th new district in the eastern part of the state, big minority populations, the Democrats seem to be underperforming in both districts. They're running behind in one, barely ahead in the other. You look in Maryland, where Kathleen Kennedy Townsend was supposed to win if she got a good minority vote. It's a problem for the Democrats.
Let's start with Maryland and work back for a second. She had trouble. I mean, last week it was pretty clear that she had trouble. She is not the most adept campaigner. It does not come easily to her.
That's true.
Nevertheless, that is a state that Democrats should be able to go to the bank on. Is there a larger message that you see here that explain the Democratic struggles in a number of places that actually should be a walk, or at least close to a walk?
Well, we're not sure whether there's anything that we can say generally about this race. It's certainly the case that not only does she have some maybe limited campaign skills, but she had a problem with the incumbent. She's the lieutenant governor. Her governor was not particularly popular. She was kind of the insider. She was the heir apparent. And so Congressman Bob Ehrlich was able to run as the outsider, the candidate for change. In fact, Aaron, in a number of states, the Republican nominee was able to run as the outsider and pull off victories that were not expected.
Kathleen Kennedy Townsend headquarters, and she is about to concede. This has been a tough go for Kennedys and members of the Kennedy extended family. They've really been on a tough go for a number of years now.
Well, certainly in a Maryland Congressional District primary, the 8th CD, Mark Schreiber was upset by Chris Van Hollen. Yes, absolutely. Maybe the golden touch isn't quite so golden anymore.
And there was the Kennedy nephew Max, who essentially flamed out in his aborted attempt for office.
Yeah.
It's been a tough go. Kathleen Kennedy Townsend, the lieutenant governor in Maryland, about to concede defeat for the governorship there.
Extraordinary opportunity for service, and I want to thank him. To Senator Paul Sarbanes, a statesman, and I have to tell you, a fabulous father. Michael Sarbanes is a great Deputy Chief of Staff. To Senator Barbara Mikulski, a pioneer and a mentor, thank you for your friendship. To Congressman Elijah Cummings, who started with me early, kept through, was an amazing friend and partner. And I have to say, the city of Baltimore, the state of Maryland, the country, and the world are lucky to have Elijah Cummings as their friend.
Quickly, we'll go to New York. Quickly, we'll go to New York and Candy Crowley, a real vote projection. Candy.
A real vote and a real sigh of relief for Democrats who have picked up a Senate seat in Arkansas. CNN can now project that Mark Pryor, a Democrat, will take that Senate seat from Tim Hutchinson, a Republican incumbent. So a pickup, Aaron, for a Democrat.
Candy, thank you very much. Of the ones that were still on the table, this was the easiest for the Democrats. I'm not sure that Mr. Pryor would think it is easy. We can also tell you that Gordon Smith, the incumbent senator, Republican senator from Oregon, is an interesting state to be, at least when Gordon Smith started his run in public life, he was quite conservative. He slid a bit to the center over time, because that's how you have to run if you're a Republican in Oregon. All the great Republican senators from that state, you think of Hatfield and others too, have all run to the middle. And over time, we've seen Gordon Smith do the same thing.
Absolutely. He convinced voters that he's a moderate, just as Susan Collins did in Maine, those two Republican moderates winning in basically a conservative party.
Let me just quickly go back, because I had the feeling you were pulling me back from a notion that you have yet to see the sort of overriding theme of this night.
I don't think we're there yet, but I would certainly say this, Aaron, that when you look at what the Republican expectations were and the Democratic expectations, that right now the Republicans seem somewhat more optimistic, enthusiastic, relieved. The scale is tilting very, very slightly, but it's tilting toward the Republicans.
Well, you just stop me when I mess this up. But in all of these races that we looked at as tight, that either side might legitimately win, every one of them so far, let me set Arkansas aside for a second, because that didn't seem that tight to me, has broken for the Republicans. It looks like Georgia's broken for the Republicans. We haven't seen Minnesota yet, and we haven't seen South Dakota yet, and we haven't seen Colorado. Those are big races on the table, but it does seem to me that everything else is broken for the Republicans.
You're absolutely right, and that's the only reason I'm hedging. There are still 4 big races. If the Republicans can pull off a couple of wins there, hold Colorado, pick off one or two of those Democratic seats, it will be a very, very good night for the Republicans.
Stu, thank you very much. I tried to get you to give me the big theme. You just weren't ready to do it. Judy?
You can keep working on him. He's only a few feet away from us. Now that we have projected that in Arkansas, Tim Hutchinson goes down to defeat to Mark Pryor, let's take a look at the Senate overall. This is where it is. As you can see, 29 Republican holdovers, 36 Democrats. Picked up tonight, 16 Republican, 10 Democrats, for a total so far of, you're going to see that next, and they need 51 for a majority. Right now, the Democrats are ahead by 1, but we still, 46 to 45, but we still, as Aaron and Stu have just been discussing, are still waiting for some very important Senate races to come in. Missouri, Colorado, South Dakota, and others. And until we know what those are, Jeff and Aaron, we're not really going to know who's got the majority in the Senate.
This is coming down to precisely what we all went into this election night looking at. With that pickup, The Democrats have a slight margin to breathe, but they are still defending vulnerable seats in Georgia, South Dakota, Missouri, and Minnesota. Republicans defending in Colorado. That is still 4 versus 1. The Republicans need 1 pickup to control the Senate. And these races out there, those votes are very, very close in most states.
Everything has to go just right for the Democrats from this point on for them to keep control of the Senate. Now, and we still have the Mary Landrieu situation in Louisiana where, as we've been saying all night, she has to win at least 50% of the vote because of the way the Louisiana election law
and
works.
to me, we should mention Paula has taken leave because she has a very early call.
She has a good excuse.
Right. She'll be anchoring American Morning tomorrow morning. We have a projection we can make, and then we'll pick up on some of these themes. Saxby Chambliss, a congressman here in the state of Georgia. This is going to be a very bitter pill for the Democrats to lose this seat. This is a scene of one of... Well, there is the congressman now. We'll listen to him briefly, and we'll come back and talk a bit about the race.
He told me to come down here and tell y'all something. He told me to come down here and tell you that 2 years from now, he wants all of y'all on his team. Something like this never happens without a lot of hard work. And you folks have worked awful hard. We've worked hard, but you folks have worked hard. And as I said on primary night, we believed in grassroots. We believed in putting an organization together in all 159 counties in our great state. And most of those 159 counties are represented here tonight. And it wasn't just one person or 2 people in each of those 159 counties. It was 4, 5, 6, 8, and 10, and it just kept multiplying. And you folks went out and not just went door to door, but you stuffed the envelopes. You made an unbelievable number of phone calls. And I just can't tell you how much I appreciate the hours and hours and hours of work that you put into this race. And
Saxby Chambliss, we project now the winner in the state of Georgia, defeating Democrat Max Cleland. It was, to me at least, the scene of one of the toughest ads in this campaign. It was an ad that challenged Max Cleland on national security questions. This is a man who literally left 3 limbs on the battlefield in Vietnam. It was a tough campaign. Politics has played pretty tough these days in the country, and certainly was here. We can make one more projection quickly, and then we'll come back to some of this, and that is, I believe, from Idaho, correct? There we go. Larry Craig, to no surprise. Wyoming, Idaho, Wyoming, which are the most Republican states in the country, is pretty close, and Larry Craig will go back to Washington, the incumbent senator there, Jeff.
But the Chambliss ad attacked Max Cleland particularly on his votes on Homeland Security because he was back in the Democratic version. He had an ad in which veterans, combat veterans, medal winners, endorsed him. But the idea that a man who did not serve in the military could successfully run against an incumbent who was a decorated combat veteran and a triple amputee tells you that one of the questions we were asking at the beginning of the night in this race does seem to have been answered. In this race, I think it's fair to say, absent exit polls, national security and defense was a cutting issue that cost Max Cleland his Senate seat and may wind up costing the Democrats the Senate.
This is one that just a few weeks ago the Democrats weren't even thinking about. They just assumed that Max Cleland, they thought, as you said, triple amputee, there's no way the Republicans could beat him. But, you know, the White House focused on this one, and Ralph Reed, I'm going to name the former head of the Christian Coalition, who is now the head of the Republican Party in the state of Georgia, poured a lot of money, a lot of troops, a lot of heart and soul and effort into that, and I think he's going to get a lot of the credit, along with the Bush White House.
I just think that in close races, one of the things that people thought a lot about tonight is who supports the president. We are post 9/11. We are perhaps on the edge of a war with Iraq. We want people who support the president, and that's how some of these broke. And maybe I'm inventing a theory, or maybe that's in fact what happened, but it feels that way.
Bill Schneider?
Well, I think that Aaron is onto something, because there is another Democratic senator from the state of Georgia named Zell Miller. He's a Democrat. He does support the president, and he played an interesting role in this election, because Saxby Chambliss ran ads in which he said, Democrat Max Cleland doesn't vote like Zell Miller. He doesn't support the president. Now, Zell Miller happened to be a supporter of Max Cleland, and he ran ads saying, but he does support Max Cleland. But you know what? It didn't make any difference, because the victory of Saxby Chambliss is a clear indication that in Georgia there are Zell Miller Democrats who look a lot like Republicans and Max Cleland Democrats, and there just aren't enough to carry the state of Georgia.
Well, this is, we've been saying it's a good night for Republicans so far. This is one more reason for Republicans to be very happy. Our Crossfire gang is dying to get a word in edgewise here as they think about what's next for the Democrats. Tucker, over to you.
I would say bad night for Democrats. James Carville feels the same way.
Well, I'm not saying that I'm embarrassed.
Well,
I've kind of got my head in the right place here.
Well, I must say, James, I can see why you feel that way.
I've never met this guy. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't know. And here you have Democrats. With, I mean, sort of the story nobody's talking about it is they're not going to get the House back. And Republicans have gained only three times since the Civil War has the Republicans Party not lost seats during a midterm election, and this is the fourth.
The Republicans will certainly hold the House. I don't know if the Democrats can hold the Senate. And the Democrats now, I think, have a three-part strategy moving forward, at least for the rest of this week and the foreseeable future, the rest of this year. First, finger-pointing, then blame assigning, and then backbiting. I mean, the Democrats are going to have to really form one of our classic Democratic firing squads in a circle. Yeah, but actually, we've got to figure out what the hell happened. I think what happened, I've said this before, I'll say it again, is that you've got to stand for something. And if they made it, as was said earlier, a referendum on who supports the president, the Republicans are always going to support him.
Can I ask a question of Mr. Carville?
Our mystery guest?
If he could take his mask off just briefly. James, you know, I have a great deal of admiration.
Can I throw up in this right now?
I have a great deal of admiration.
Go do it.
I have a great deal of admiration for you, as you know.
Oh, thank you, sir.
But do you think perhaps you were partially responsible for this? That is, the whole idea of attack, of not really worry about a vision for America, but just hit those Republicans as hard as you can.
I think that's probably the most asinine analysis I ever heard. I mean, if you look at what happened, the Democrats did well, like Senator Harkin or Senator Wellstone was doing before his tragic death. If you look at Senator Kerry, who didn't even have opposition, I think the problem with the Democrats not about attack it. I think you got to stand for something. And I think when you talk to Democratic campaigns, it was, well, tactically we got this, so we got a better operation on the ground. And what I think the Democrats did was take issues off the table as opposed to put issues on the table.
This
is a defeat for the accommodationist wing of the Democratic Party. People who said, let's go along with Bush on fiscal policy, let's go along with Bush on foreign policy. Well, hell, when a party surrenders fiscal policy and foreign policy, what the hell they do?
You may have gotten the wrong lesson out of this.
I agree
because
so we should surrender even more.
No. Let me
roll over.
Let me just say,
exactly.
You know, they tried to demonize Saxby Chambliss, to turn this very intelligent, thoughtful congressman, chairman of the Tourism Committee, many times a guest on Crossfire. You know he's an intelligent guy. You tried to demonize him. And my dear friend Bob Schrum just did this attack in Maryland on Bob Ehrlich, trying to turn him into some right-wing fiend. That kind of stuff just doesn't work anymore, does it?
Let me ask you two a question. If this is a terrible night for the Democrats, and of course it is, it seems to me just a taste of things to come, because the fact is you're going to have to pick a presidential candidate really soon. Gore says he's going to decide by the end of the year. It seems to me the results tonight kill any chances Gephardt has of winning that. So the question is, who is left in the Democratic Party to lead apart from Al Sharpton?
They got lots of people.
No, seriously.
I'm not going to start naming names again, because every time I do, I leave somebody out and I get a bunch of calls. Right. I'm not so worried about that. I am worried right now about, and this will be the first issue in the primary. Who's going to be tough?
who's the toughest one. Not the prettiest.
That's your standard?
Look, let me get to this point about actually Chandler's getting viciously attacked. That's a load of crap. I'm sorry to use that kind of language. It was Max Cleland who was viciously attacked. His courage was impugned. A man who served his country with great honor. A man who never finished the Boy Scouts.
His voting record was attacked.
Legitimately. Also said he didn't have the courage to lead. Now that's a vicious attack. I didn't see anything Max Cleland did that I would say.
Wait a second. I think when you look at this, when you look at this election, I don't know. Well, let's wait and see. I think you're going to find out that a lot of Democrats didn't go out and vote, and I think one of the reasons they did is they didn't feel like they had a stake in here, because all that you heard was, we're going to take this off the table and we're going to have a better GOTV effort, and we're going to have a better ground game.
Just a minute, Paul. I want to ask both of you this question. Terry McAuliffe came in here as the hand-picked national chairman of the Clintons, Bill and Hillary. He immediately, I remember very well his acceptance speech when he was nominated. He said, we are going to attack them on voting, on stealing the presidency from Al Gore. They steal the presidency. They stole the presidency. Can you say that doesn't work, and you need somebody a lot different than Terry McAuliffe as chairman?
Look, the question who's chairman, I don't think the problem, again, I think the problem is we did not offer an alternative. And I keep coming back to it. I think, and if you look at the people who didn't offer the alternative, who said, gee, we're just the same, if it was on fiscal policy, you know what? Why don't you let me finish telling you? I've said, okay. I said, if you don't, present a different thing on the rock. If you don't, if you're in the middle of all these scandals, and I'm answering your question, it was the accommodations candidates that didn't do well, and the candidates that actually
you made that point. I'm asking you a question, James. All right. I'm asking you whether you think it was an intelligent thing to continue this. They stole the election, didn't go over with the public.
First off, I didn't see any campaigns run on whether or not Florida was stolen 2 years ago. That was not the central election. A midterm election is about firing up your base. And to his great credit...
Well, your base ought to be fired up, though, on this subject,
Yes, they should. And what happened since the fires of Florida? Democrats went along with Bush in the tax cut, too many of them. Democrats went along with Bush on Iraq. That dampened any kind of fire. To his credit, President Bush traveled the country, got a lot of criticism, and he put something online. He fired up his base. Hats off to President Bush, to Karl Rove for doing what they needed to do in a midterm, and shame on my party for accommodating to the opposition. Bush didn't run around the country saying, I want to be for the Democrats.
We'll just take Georgia. Just take Georgia.
Now we're going to go back. Hold on. I'm afraid we're going to have to cut off and go back to Aaron Brown for probably more good news.
Well, that's my business. I'm in the good news business.
Thank you, Aaron.
I'm sitting here worrying if I step on one word, Judy, of yours. These guys are stepping all over. They don't seem to ever feel bad about it. It's a great deal. One of the races we have not looked at in a while is the Senate race in the state of Louisiana. This is important. They're all important, given the balance of power. This one is a little more complicated than most. Mary Landrieu, the incumbent, there's also family business there, too. Her father was a former mayor of New Orleans, and I think a congressman, but she needs to get to 50%, or 50% plus one, to avoid a runoff. And in about 3 weeks, Arthel Neville has been covering the race in New Orleans. Some people get better assignments than others.
You're right about
Nicely done.
that, Aaron. I'm very glad to be here. Listen, you know what? And so are Mary Landrieu supporters. They're very glad to be here tonight. They certainly don't consider this as a loss at all. As you just reported, 91% reporting Mary Landrieu has 46% of the votes. Her Republican challenger, Susie Terrell, has 27%. And Mary Landrieu's camp wants to point out that she was up against 8 opponents and 3 tornadoes. As you know, there was some bad weather here in Louisiana earlier. And again, Mary Landrieu says she is very much looking forward to December, if necessary. In fact, just about 30 minutes ago, she already began her next campaign.
When the waters get high, and they deserve a senator that will fight for them and put their interests first, and that's what this campaign has been about. It will be about, and we're going to claim victory tonight, and if not, we're going to take it to them in 4 weeks. Yes!
And now, as I said, Susie Terrell, Mary Landrieu's Republican challenger, is also feeling very optimistic tonight. She acknowledges she has a long way to go. She says tomorrow is only the beginning, and she's looking forward to engaging Landrieu town by town, person by person. And she told her supporters to have fun in the process, and she says she's on the road again.
So, Aaron, if we're waiting for Louisiana to determine the balance of power, looks like we could be waiting for about 4 more weeks.
Arthel, thank you very much. Dinner in New Orleans sounds like a pretty good deal on election night or any other night. Thank you. As that was going on, it's the first time I'd seen any numbers out of the Minnesota Senate race, and there weren't very many, like about 20,000 votes or 40,000 votes total, but North Coleman had a slight lead there. Keep an eye on that. And coming up in about 6 minutes or so, Rudy Giuliani joins Larry King. We take a short break first, and our coverage continues in just a moment.
It's just about 11:45 in the East. More results coming in, and we are able to project winners in, first of all, the South Carolina governor's race. This is a pickup for the Republicans. The Mark Sanford, the Republican, defeating the incumbent Democrat, Jim Hodges. Mark Sanford, a former congressman from the state of South Carolina. You can see we've waited to call this until just about all the votes are in. 96% of the precincts reporting. The numbers are right there. As plain as they can be. And this is a congressional race that, you know, anybody who's paid attention to politics has been watching. Connie Morella has served several terms in the House of Representatives, probably one of the 2 most moderate Republicans in the House, fighting off a very tough challenge from a young Democrat named Chris Van Hollen, and she has gone down to defeat.
She votes with the Republicans less than almost any other congresswoman. She represents government workers in suburban Washington. They redistricted her, tough. And there was one vote, one term too many for her.
And no question, and a big disappointment for her. She's very well liked. We've been talking about Florida and about whether it was going to have any problems. The problems have been minimal as far as we've been able to tell so far. Jeffrey Toobin, our CNN legal analyst, is down there. He was going to keep a very close watch on it. Jeffrey, what are you seeing so far?
You know, something extraordinary happened in Florida tonight, an ordinary election. There was really almost no controversy. I'm here at the Broward County Canvassing Board. People in Moscow were worried about the Broward County Canvassing Board 2 years ago. This year, no controversy, a landslide for Governor Bush. The voting machines, by and large, work exactly as advertised. A big non-story in terms of the voting itself here in Florida.
And Jeffrey, why is that? I mean, we saw they had problems in the Democratic primary.
Well, I think they changed all the machines overnight in a lot of these counties, especially these big counties like Broward and Miami-Dade, and they needed one election to work out the kinks. But I think the most important difference is that this is not a close election, so that if there were a few mistakes here and there, as there are in any election, it really doesn't matter. But 2 years ago, you had a 537 vote margin out of 6 million cast. You had about 1,700 vote difference out of 3 million cast during the primary. Here, you have a landslide, so a handful of votes here and there just don't matter.
So in Florida tonight, we not only have a happy Jeb Bush, who's just won re-election, we have a lot of happy county election officials and a happy state election board and anybody else involved in elections. Jeffrey Toobin, thanks very much. It's just about 10 minutes before the hour, 10 minutes before midnight in the East. That means it's time to turn things over to the King, Larry King, with a very special guest. All your guests are special.
Thank you, Judy. We've had quite a night, and we continue in that mode when we welcome to Larry King Live's portion of election night coverage the former GOP mayor of New York City, Rudy Giuliani, author of the #1 best-selling book, Leadership. Congratulations on being #1. And with the resignation tonight of Harvey Pitt as chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission, everyone is saying, what about you? So what about you?
Well, I'm not thinking about that at all tonight. I'm thinking about all these victories for the Republican Party and for President Bush. It's quite a historic night for us.
Would you be interested in that job at SEC?
I don't have an interest in another job right now. Tonight,
okay, I'll get to the politics in a minute, but if the president called you and said, Rudy, I'd love you to head the SEC, would you consider it?
I'm not looking for a job, Larry. No, I'm not. Honest.
So you would say no?
I'm not looking for a job.
Okay.
I just came back from like a 12-state tour, and I'm feeling the excitement of all of these victories for the president that were really remarkable tonight. Usually presidents lose big time, after 2 years in office, and President Bush went to the people. It was a really gutsy thing to do, and I think the people spoke tonight, and they spoke very, very resoundingly.
In the past couple of days, you went to Iowa, South Dakota, Colorado, Arkansas, Maryland, Florida, Georgia, South and North Carolina, Minnesota, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts. You won in Massachusetts the governorship. You won in New Hampshire the Senate. You won in Maryland the governorship. You won in Florida the governorship. You won in Georgia the Senate.
You mean our party
all
won?
Those people? Yeah, party won, but you went out and you were in demand.
Yeah, and the president went to all of those places, and there were a lot of people who criticized it, thought it was a very risky strategy, that it would backfire on him, and the reality is that what the president did is he went to the American people and he said, give me a chance to have a Department of Homeland Security that makes sense, that isn't bogged down in all kinds of bureaucratic rules, and give me a chance to get some of my judges through and stop obstructing it. And I think that it worked. I mean, it was a very coherent and a very, very strong message. And that's the reason why you have the resounding victories that you have all throughout the country tonight.
Anything tonight surprise you?
Some of the margins of victory were larger than I thought they would be. In a number of the races that at least I was looking at, it seemed to me they were maybe 2-3 points more than I thought they would be.
And why do you think, and obviously the Democrats could still retain control of the Senate because we still are out in Minnesota and Missouri and South Dakota. We don't know the ball game yet.
Right.
We might have to wait for Louisiana to do a runoff election on December 7th to find out who has the majority of the Senate, right?
Yeah, but I think, when you look at what historically happens, there's going to almost definitely be gains in the House. There's a really good chance that the Republicans will get control of the Senate. And, I mean, that's a real vote of confidence in the president. And I think there are some underlying messages. I mean, it was the president that went to the people with a message. And he created the referendum in this election. And he's prevailed. I mean, his strategy has worked. And I think it's worked because he's a president that people have confidence in.
There are 2 million more Democrats in the state of New York than Republicans. Why did George Pataki do so well?
Because he's been an excellent governor. I mean, this is really a vote on his record as governor. I mean, it was exemplified by the way he led the state after September 11. But the reality is he's been a very, very good governor. People have tremendous confidence in him, and he won a very big victory. And he campaigned very hard. He didn't take it for granted. I mean, George is a very good friend of mine, and I was out on the campaign trail with him. But he was campaigning, a year and a half ago. He did not take it for granted the way some people might a re-election for a popular governor.
But Carl McCall is a very competent guy, isn't he? A successful comptroller, well-liked throughout the state.
It was hard to make the case against George Pataki, though. It isn't about Carl McCall. I think it would have been true if Andrew Cuomo had been the candidate or somebody else from the Democratic Party. The governor has done a good job. The people of the state like him. He's enormously popular. And I don't think any Democrat, no matter what kind of campaign they ran, would have been able to win that race.
Was it thrilling for you to be asked by so many candidates to come to their state for them? I mean, they say next to Bush and Cheney, you were number 3 in demand of the party.
A lot of them are good friends. I mean, Jeb Bush came and campaigned for me when I ran for mayor of New York and raised money for me, and Elizabeth Dole did, and Norm Coleman is a friend. I met Norm when he was the Democratic mayor of St. Paul, and he and I were campaigning for the crime bill together. And he comes from Brooklyn, Larry.
He does?
We're going to have a senator, I think, from Minnesota who comes from Brooklyn. Isn't that something?
Were you ever a Democrat?
Sure I was. That's why Norm and I understand each other, and so was Ronald Reagan, once a Democrat. It's the old Churchill thing, If you're not a liberal when you're 20, you have no heart, and if you're not a conservative by the time you're 40, you have no brain.
What are the next 2 years going to be like, do you think, assuming that the Republicans obviously have control of the House and maybe control of the Senate?
I think it's going to be a chance for the president to be able to get a lot of his people appointed, particularly judges, which have been stalled, for quite some time. I think he's going to be able to get what he wants in terms of the Department of Homeland Defense. So I think, in that sense, it's going to be a real opportunity for the rest of the Bush agenda to get accomplished.
Now, on a personal note, the last time you were with us, you told us a marriage was in the offing. Have we got a date yet, Rudy? Because we all want to, you know, I want to attend this.
Larry, I'm going to call you the first one. Even before I tell Judith, or Judith and I decide the date, we're going to call you. Okay.
Can we say it's fairly imminent?
We can say that, absolutely.
Okay, fairly imminent marriage. And again, I'll go back to the hypothetic. If asked, would you... All right, let me put it this way.
Are you going to ask me to marry you now?
No. If anything
asked,
goes in New York, if asked, would you consider a government post? Simply asked.
I am not considering a government post. Asked or not asked, I am not considering a government post right now.
Okay.
All right.
Who wants to be a millionaire? That's your final answer. Thank you so much, Rudy. And continue.
And you're invited.
Success with
Consider yourself invited. All right.
Thank you. I will be there.
Okay.
Imminently. The former mayor of New York, Rudy Giuliani, the author of the book Leadership. We've been doing inserts all night long in this excellent coverage tonight by the CNN crew. We have one more insert coming. It'll come at 10 minutes before the next hour, and it'll be with Bill Maher. That should give us an interesting wrap-up of the night. Right now, stay tuned for more election coverage.
Well, it's not a surprise if you've been with us for the last 6 hours, but CNN now projects that the Republican Party will keep control of the House of Representatives. So one side of the main question on the table tonight, the balance of power, has been decided. We can project that the Republicans will keep control of the House. I'm not sure that many people in their heart of hearts believed it would go the other way. But the true believers believe. That's why the true believers. It didn't work out for Democrats tonight in an awful lot of places. It is very tough to beat incumbents, number one, and there weren't that many seats in play, number two. So Republicans retain control of the House of Representatives, and that part of the story tonight has been written as we approach midnight here in the East.
You know, in a way, it can be argued that the Democrats maybe didn't do this to themselves, but the fact that they were complicit in these deals that were cut all over the country to leave in state after state redistricting in a way so that the incumbents were protected. And as you said, Aaron, that meant that there were very few seats that ended up being in play.
It's just one of those things that is astounding to me. They're not just important jobs, they're great jobs. To be a member of Congress, a member of the Senate, and there so few of them turned out in play to be competitive at all. You look on the bottom of your screen and you see some of the vote totals go by in these congressional districts, and 67-33. You see it all the time, 75-25. It's just incumbency is a great deal.
And it's gotten even more extreme because what's happened is during these redistrictings, each party pulls voters out of marginal districts into their districts, so that you see not only that these guys win everything, and ladies, but they win by big margins, which means they don't have to move to the center the way senators do. It becomes more polarized. We have a projection we are prepared to make in the Senate. It's not a winner, but it's just as significant, and that is that Mary Landrieu, the incumbent Democratic senator in Louisiana who needs 50% in order to avoid a runoff, CNN is projecting that she will not reach the magic 50%, meaning there will have to be a runoff in about 3 weeks from now, and that means the Republicans are going to pour everything into that state. And, you may look at that and say, well, she's 46, 47%, and her closest opponent was in the 20s, but she had 3 Republicans running against her.
You add them all up, and you're still at 53. And we don't know that it'll come down to it. There are still, I was looking at my notes here, there are 5 or 6 Senate seats still in play, but it's certainly possible that it will come down to Louisiana as the state, the Senate seat that determines which party controls the House. And every reporter in this room, I guarantee you, will be begging to go to New Orleans to cover that. and the people in New Orleans will be more than happy to welcome everybody in. And for a month, a little less than a month, New Orleans and Louisiana will become the center of the American political world in a way that, at least Jeff, I don't recall.
It is never, we don't know that it's going to happen, because if it breaks the other way, Republicans could have the Senate without that, and I guess Democrats could. but I think in my memory, there's never been a time when a single special Senate election would in effect be a nationalized election for the control of the Senate. And if you think money poured into the states up to now, you want to run out and buy a television station in Louisiana if this goes to the runoff that decides control of the Senate.
Because she can still spend the money, the soft money that was contributed to that campaign, was raised by that campaign. As I understand it, can still be spent through the end of the year. You can't raise any more after tomorrow because that's the way the new campaign finance law works. But you can spend it through the year 2002. So,
in any case, it does not appear she's going to get to 50% plus one. And so one way or another, whether it ultimately is the balance of power or not ultimately the balance of power, they're still going to run it off for a month in Louisiana, and I'll gladly go down and cover.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, what the powers that be want to show now is the flow of this nationwide vote for the House of Representatives, which is in this telestrator. Am I correct about that, gentlemen? All right, so if we let this rip, we have spent enormous sums of money to show you this. Obviously, red is Republican, blue is Democrat. Those of you who remember the 2000 vote, remember that Democrats controlled the coasts, Republicans controlled the heartland. This is more sophisticated because it's district by district, and what we are seeing, which really is not much of a surprise, the Mountain West, solidly Democratic, solidly Republican, I'm sorry. In the Northeast, Republicans in upstate New York, Democrats downstate New York. In Florida, you can see, I'll circle that for you, you can see that...
Can I interrupt? Is
yes,
this going into the election, or is this coming out of what we know so far? Because a lot of these we don't know. I assume this is coming into tonight?
This is tonight's vote.
This reflects tonight's vote, okay.
And what you really can see is this shows you district by district where the Democrats are in blue, where the Republicans are in red. And what's really interesting about this is if you overlaid this with where we were going in, you would see almost no change, because you'd have to sort of find Connie Morello's district in Maryland to see where they've lost a seat. And you'd have to find one district where Democrats have lost a seat. This is... Notice the Democrats very strong. I'm going to show you this through circles. They have been strong on the West Coast for the last 10 or 12 years. They have been strong in certain parts of the East Coast. And it is a map which reflects, I think, the fact that if you add these up in terms of districts, what you find is an enormously, almost evenly divided country in which almost nothing happened in the House tonight.
We thank our friends at Spatial Logic for helping us put the telestrator together. I thought Spatial Logic was a way of thinking. It turns out it's a company. We thank them nevertheless.
We have a surprising governor's race to call, and that is here in the state of Georgia. This is a surprise because most people I know and the experts we talked to thought that Roy Barnes, a Democrat, was going to hold on to this. But CNN is projecting that Sonny Perdue, the Republican challenger, this means that all those visits by President Bush and all the effort that went into getting Saxby Chambliss elected to the Senate has spilled over and has helped this little-known, outside of Georgia, Republican challenger to Roy Barnes. This is
well, I know the governor is surprised.
He certainly is.
I know the governor is surprised. I think 24 hours ago he felt pretty good about his chances. And I don't know that someday we'll see the exit polling on this, but one of the issues, and it wasn't a main issue, but it was out there, was that Sonny Perdue wanted to hold a referendum on the flag. In the state of Georgia, there was, many of you will recall, controversy over the Confederate battle flag and how prominent a part it should play in the Georgia state flag. Governor changed that, made it a small part at the bottom part of the flag, and that's still an issue that's simmering here. And in a close election, all issues matter a lot.
There were 3 Democrats elected governor in the South in 1998. It was Roy Barnes here in Georgia. It was Don Siegelman in Alabama, who was considered to have a very tough race. And in South Carolina, Jim Hodges. Jim Hodges, we projected, has gone down to defeat. But this was the one seat, governor's seat, that the Democrats were thought to hold on to. I'm told that Roy Barnes spoke just a short time ago to his, Mr. Perdue. I'm sorry, Sonny Perdue spoke to his supporters, so let's listen to a little bit of what he had to say.
About 5 minutes ago, I had a call
from the President of the United States, George W. Bush. He wanted me to congratulate you, the people of Georgia. About 2 minutes ago, I received a call from Governor Roy Barnes.
We are sitting here with our mouths hanging open. I mean, it was believed. I mean, we bought the conventional wisdom, and that was that Roy Barnes was not sailing, but that he was going to be reelected.
Aaron asked what, any surprises left? This is the surprise. This is the one I think no one saw coming even as late as yesterday.
Well, and I don't think we're breaking any confidence here. At a point last night, we were talking to the governor, and he certainly wasn't cocky about the fact that he was going to win, but he felt good that he thought he'd win by a couple, 3 points maybe, and it turns out he was wrong. It's that simple. It is one of a series of events that have happened over the last 6 hours that when you bundle them all together, you say this has been a very good night for Republicans. Maybe not a slam dunk, clear the table sort of night, but a very good night. And at the White House, they are no doubt smiling. Their senior White House correspondent, John King, is still on the lawn, past the curfew on the lawn at the White House. It must be a good night.
That is right, Aaron. You will notice the lights are out in the White House behind me. That is at the direction of Laura Bush. The outdoor lights go off at 11 o'clock no matter what. But we are still here because we can stay as long as the president is up, and this president is up well past his bedtime tonight, and there is a reason for that. Mr. Bush is quite happy with what he has seen so far, and they are quite eager here as they look at the open Senate races still, what they see so far in the state of Colorado, what they see ongoing in the count in Missouri, what they have in the very early results in the state of Minnesota, have this White House increasingly confident that perhaps not in this early morning hour as we speak, but by sometime tomorrow, the president, who had no coattails when he was elected in a controversial election 2 years ago, will demonstrate dramatic coattails tonight. You saw the race in Georgia, the governor's race. The governor's race in South Carolina, a victory there, not completely unexpected. But it is the Senate races and in holding the House that has this White House most happy. The president is still on the phone. Some of his top political aides are still around, bringing him fresh results. They are now increasingly confident that this president will defy history, not only keep the House in Republican hands, but also capture the Senate. Still a jump ball, senior White House officials said a moment ago, but they are looking at the few remaining open races, and they think they are seeing a trend. The races, the tight races, breaking Republican at the end. They like that very much here. And let me add this. As they celebrate here at the White House, a number of Democrats around town beginning to openly question the strategy of the Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle at the end of the session. They say Max Cleland lost in Georgia because of one issue, Homeland Security. Senator Daschle and Senator Joe Lieberman, both considering runs for president, would not compromise with the president because they were under intense pressure from labor unions not to give ground. Many Democrats already starting to question whether they should have compromised on that one bill, not allowed the president to travel the country, and say he needed allies in Washington to keep Americans safer.
John, thank you. Our senior White House correspondent, John King. I think it was Bill Schneider who the other night I said, what's your favorite part of the elections? And he said the recriminations. They are underway. They are underway now. They're partying a bit in New Orleans tonight. Mary Landrieu didn't get what she needed, though. She needed 50%, and she didn't get it. She is stuck somewhere around 47%. But unlike most candidates who come in under 50%, she lives to fight another day. It was 3 weeks plus from now. Well, Mary Landrieu, now they go through, this is what happens. You go through the whole list of everyone on the stage because everyone needs to be acknowledged, and everyone does need to be acknowledged in life, so...
It's like the Academy Awards with no band.
I just want to make a quick point before we go to John Carl, I think, in South Dakota, and that is, it's been pointed out, Sonny Perdue, first Republican elected governor of Georgia since Reconstruction. So we are talking history tonight, and history for the Republicans, history for President Bush. I mean, breaking with precedent in every which way so far. We don't know how many seats they may or may not pick up in the House, but we do know that Republicans are going to hang on to the House. And as you just heard from John King at the White House, they're getting early signals that this is looking like a very good night indeed.
It looks like that
those Senate races still in the balance.
It looks like that last poll, the CNN USA Today and others that showed a shift to Republicans from Democrats may well have been right. That something happened over the weekend, Aaron. You think it may have been, let's stick with the president about to take us to war. The Democrats are already saying there was no alternative argument. But something may well have happened because the trends are all going one way.
And you can't underestimate the importance of this. I mean, our dear friend and our boss, Walter Isaacson, who's a journalist of many years with Time magazine before he came to run CNN, reminding me that we're not just talking about judicial appointments going through that the president wants. We're talking about Supreme Court appointments. Some members of the Supreme Court may be ready, feeling more comfortable about retiring because they know that President Bush is going to name a more conservative person to take their place.
Although we should say the Senate hasn't, we don't know what's going to happen in the Senate yet. We're still waiting for these close races.
I'm just saying if the trend continues.
About an hour ago, I think it was about an hour ago, the House Minority Leader, Dick Gephardt, said, looking at the results, it's still early. It's an hour later, and it doesn't feel nearly as early now as you look at the trends. Jonathan Karl, who covers the Congress for us, is out in South Dakota, covering the Senate race in South Dakota. John, we have seen very few numbers, so tell us what you're hearing.
Well, we're hearing right now, first of all, the House race out here in South Dakota, and there is only one member of the House in South Dakota, is a Democratic disappointment. Behind me right now, Stephanie Herseth was the Democratic candidate. He was one of Bill Schneider's fresh faces that he featured. She failed to defeat Bill Janklow, the current governor of the state. As far as the Senate race goes, right now the Democrat, Tim Johnson, the incumbent, Tom Daschle's man, holds a lead of about 2%, but they are just beginning to count the precincts in the western part of the state, which is the Republican part of the state. So it's way too early to call. Final votes probably won't be counted until about 2 o'clock Eastern time. And Tom Daschle is here at this complex looking out at the rest of the country and seeing so far at least not a good night for Democrats, but they still think they have a chance to hold on to the Senate. Aaron?
John, thanks. It is, I think, unfair and probably impossible to ask a lot of questions with bands playing, so we won't. I think we have vote totals now in South Dakota. We can show you as they are being counted. This is, well, right now, this is, honestly, this is about as big as it gets. A slight lead. Not a lot of votes in the state of North Dakota, and about 60% of them counted, and it's very, very close, and everyone said it was going to be very, very close. All the polls had it within the margin of error, 2-3 points either way. The president was out there as recently as this weekend in support.
Twice in the last 4 days or something like that.
Probably more trips, honestly, to South Dakota than the president's made in a lot of years. This was a surrogate matchup between the president and Tom Daschle in many ways, and it is very close, and we'll just keep an eye on it. Jeff,
this is
here.
Jonathan was, well, let's take a look at the Missouri boards. This is the most endangered Democratic incumbent by most measures, Gene Carnahan, who trails former Congressman Jim Talent, who almost was elected governor a couple of years ago, wanted to run for governor again. The president said, please run for the Senate. He now holds a lead of 6 percentage points with roughly 2/3 of the votes in.
And at no point that I've seen this go by, I may be wrong, at no point that I've seen this go by has Ms. Carnahan, Senator Carnahan, held the lead.
Not yet.
Doesn't necessarily mean anything, but it's the kind of thing I write down here.
But with 65% of the vote in, there's 35% left. That's all we're going to say.
So we make no projections before their time, right?
All right, that we don't. I don't know if we can bear to look at James Carville again with the trash can over his head. James, did you take it off? I don't know if there's a reason to take it off.
I don't know either. I tell you, I got a bunch of phone calls telling me I actually look better with it on than I did before.
Yeah, well, James is going to have to go in the consultant protection program.
Exactly.
Judy. But I do want to jump ahead, pick up on something Judy was talking about before. She mentioned Supreme Court nominees. This is all presuming if, in fact, the Republicans pick up. We have not heard yet from Missouri. We have not heard from Colorado. South Dakota, the Democrat looks like he's doing pretty good, but it's still very early there. And Minnesota, and looks like we're heading for a runoff in Louisiana.
You have heard from Missouri.
Yeah,
We have heard from Missouri. I'm sorry.
We're not.
Let's get it. We won't hear from Louisiana until December 7th.
We'll not hold the Senate after tonight.
And if we don't, what does that mean for Bush? It means a couple of things, I think. First, politically, hats off to him. Again, I think it's important from my side to give him credit. Put a lot at risk, put his political capital out there. He stitched himself a pair of coattails, something he didn't have when he first became president. It also means that he's got to govern. He's going to likely have Supreme Court nominees. He's going to have to do something to revive the economy. He's going to have to move successfully in foreign affairs, and he'll have no Democrats to blame.
All right, the point is there's a lot of stuff sitting on the Senate that Tom Daschle has not let move. That includes the anti-cloning bill, the faith-based initiative. Probably is going to have to move on a partial birth abortion bill. There's going to be more tax cuts, not to mention the judges. So I think it's not a question, oh my goodness, now that I've got the majority, what am I going to do? There's just a backlog of stuff that hasn't been done.
I couldn't agree with you more, and I think one of the things that we're going to find out, and I'm not sure this is not a good thing, we're going to find out that elections, in particular an election like this, has consequences. And to people that voted and people that didn't vote, we're going to get a lesson in the kind of power that the federal government has. We're going to get a lesson in what it means for one party to control all three branches of government. And we'll have to see which way that lesson goes. But all the people out there who says it doesn't matter or et cetera, they're getting ready to be proven wrong in a really, really big way.
Here's what's... I think the result is going to be the president has a mandate, and I think he's going to use that mandate to prosecute a war in Iraq. The story that sort of slipped from the headlines thanks to the sniper and the death of Senator Wellstone and then the midterm election. But there is a war coming. It is imminent. I'm convinced. I think there's a lot of evidence to support that theory. And I think it's going to happen. Certainly it's going to begin to unfold in the next couple of months. And if this puts the president in a much stronger position to orchestrate it.
And this election was not very much a referendum on war. There was the proxy issue of the Homeland Security bill, which was politically a masterstroke for Bush. He didn't want to compromise on it. When he wanted to compromise on education, he did. He threw vouchers overboard, something very beloved to Republican conservatives. But on this Homeland Security bill, he wanted the issue. This is legitimate. I'm not criticizing, but he wanted the issue, not the accomplishment, so he could go around the country and say, Max Cleland disagrees with me on Homeland Security, but it was not a referendum on a war, but I think you're right.
No, but it was a referendum on foreign policy, though. And that's, I think this is the distinction the Democrats missed. Democrats wanted an election run on domestic issues. They desperately did.
But they didn't disagree with them on the tax.
Well, I agree with that. But it was about foreign policy.
See, the thing is, for those conservatives like me who are less than enthusiastic about making war with Iraq, I think there are other things for this administration to do besides fight wars all over the world. And one of them is to continue. Judy would have kids me about wanting to cut taxes, but I'll tell you, this is a popular American issue. I mean, there's no question about it. And you may think it's the bad policy, but the American people out there, they made a choice.
You know what? They're going to get them. They're going to make this tax cut permanent. I suspect that you are going to see a lot more, and they're going to be skewed in a direction that I'm not going to like. Look, there's no. I'll be the first to tell you, we can't sit around here and say this doesn't have consequences. It is going to have enormous consequences, and let's see which way they go. But for you who want more tax cuts, you're going to get a dividend tax cut. You're going to get elimination of the capital gains tax.
A lot more corporate tax cuts.
Absolutely. Well, then wait a second. If I'm still wondering and waiting for the Democrats to come out for a repeal of it.
Well, you know what?
Because it's a tacit admission. Your strategy is a tacit admission that those are popular issues.
Look, I think we're sitting here with the most pro-corporate administration in history. and we're sitting here with, these huge corporate scandals. We're sitting here in a weak economy, in a mismanaged economy, and the Democrats never articulated the case, and I think they're paying the price for it.
Well, maybe the case
isn't true. How many Democrats ran ads about Harvey Pitt, who resigned tonight, who so badly mismanaged the SEC? Zero. How many talked about the fact that we had revelations in the last 2 weeks of the election suggesting that Bush perhaps had committed insider trading? Zero. Democrats didn't go at the Republicans.
Because they couldn't explain the story. What does it mean? Nobody could explain it. They couldn't explain it on Crossfire. You can't explain it in ads.
Can't we say right now that the Republicans have an ideology and a philosophy? Sometimes they're a little chicken in pursuing it, but we know what it is. We know what Republicans stand for. I think the Democratic Party today is a party in search of a philosophy, of an agenda, and of an ideology.
You are right, Bob Novak. You are so right. You are not just right.
Let me rethink that.
Ideologically, you are right politically. The Democratic Party is a party in search of anything.
But here's where
you're right in voters.
Well, that's why
Democratic debate goes. John King gave us this report from the White House that said some Democrats think that they should have compromised more with Bush. They should have given in to Bush even more. The surrenderist wing of the Democratic Party is still not getting the lessons from tonight.
I think
they're going to have a hot debate in my party.
You don't know who's right.
Well, we ought to have a fight about it.
Well, I think that's from here on out known as the French wing of the Democratic Party, and may they forever reign. Back to you, Aaron Brown, the French wing.
Thank you, guys. You guys got to quit while you're in agreement. It's just something to do. Thank you very much. Here's where we are. We're waiting on South Dakota. It's very close there. We're waiting on Minnesota. It is very close there. Missouri is not so close, but we are certainly waiting on that. Colorado Senate, these are all Senate races. We continue to wait for that. The trends all night long have been with the Republicans in support of the president, where that seemed to be the crystallizing issue. There are, of course, around the country, particularly in the West, a lot of initiatives on the ballots. Some have attracted more attention than others, I think it's fair to say. And here are a couple of them. Medical use of marijuana. This, I'm almost certain, breaks a string of successes on this issue in the West. California, Oregon, I know for sure, Colorado, others. This is passed by voter referendum. It did not pass in Arizona tonight. In Nevada, Nevada is the first state to put on the ballot legalizing the recreational use of marijuana. Possession of 3 ounces or less would have been legal under this proposition, and it failed. Or you could argue it got almost 40% of the vote, which is actually, when you think about the history of some of these things, they'll be back again, I guarantee you.
Probably didn't want people stoned on their way to the casinos because they wouldn't lose money fast enough to keep the tax rates down.
Right. Here is a really interesting initiative, Florida Amendment 9. This is something that was, it's winning, yes, 52%, requiring the Florida state government, not individual school districts, but the state government to pay all costs required to reduce class size. Now, this was Bill McBride's big issue. What happened to Bill McBride? Bill McBride went down to defeat by several percentage points to the incumbent governor, Jeb Bush. Jeb Bush opposed this initiative. He said it's going to cost the state $30 billion. McBride said no, it's only something like $8 billion. But how does something like this happen?
That one of the initiatives out there, that one almost makes it, everybody wants better schools. But this was something that in Florida was talked about, that it was a choice between taxes, the governor's position, we can't do this without raising taxes, and lowering class size, a landslide win for the governor, and the initiative wins anyway.
Because the initiative doesn't say lower class size and you will be taxed X billion dollars.
Raise your property tax.
It is Look, we Americans love a hot fudge sundae diet. Eat all the hot fudge sundaes you want, lose 30 pounds in a week. We love services. We don't like taxes.
Sounds good to me. Bill Schneider?
Well, we've seen a number of surprising things tonight all over the country, mostly in favor of the Republicans. In fact, picking up the governorship in Georgia for the first time since Reconstruction, holding the governorships in Massachusetts and Rhode Island, holding all their open seats. What's behind it? We don't have an exit poll, but we do have an indication from last weekend's polling that I think will be very revealing, and it may pan out as we look at the returns in the next few days. We found that 64% of Republican voters said that they were more enthusiastic than usual about coming out to vote today. Only 51% of Democrats felt the same way, which meant that Republicans were motivated. They were rallied, presumably by the president's last-minute campaign. What I suspect we're going to see when we look at the exit polls, when we go over the precinct returns, is a very high level of turnout in Republican areas in states like Georgia that produced the big surprise of a Republican governor's victory, and probably depressed turnout, maybe in minority areas in cities like Baltimore and Atlanta, where Democratic governors and gubernatorial candidates went down to defeat. There was a clear difference in motivation and enthusiasm between Republicans and Democrats.
And President Bush had a lot to do with that, Bill.
I think he did.
There is just no question. I mean,
That's
he
right.
was out there on the hustings. I mean, for him, it might as well have been a presidential election year.
That's right, and he put himself on the line. Look what he did. He went out and campaigned like no president has ever done in the last couple of days. It meant that he was taking a big risk. If this election had turned out to be a setback for him, his clout would have been diminished. So it was a big risk for the president, but so far at least, it appears to be paying off.
But the White House, Karl Rove, and others made a calculated decision that the risk that they were taking was smaller than the gains to be had, and it's paid off. It's paying off. We don't want to make it sound like it's over, because it's not. There's still some states out there. But so far, it is paying off big time.
That's right. But the president sticking his neck out on this, that should not be minimized. He did it. We saw the results in the pre-election polling. The Republicans really had their enthusiasm rallied. It may not last very long, but it lasted long enough, perhaps, to have an effect on this election.
All right, Bill, Aaron.
Well, if you're going to take a risk in life, do it with a 65% approval rating. That's my motto. There are races we can't call. At least we're not prepared to call them yet. Candy Crowley's at our decision desk in New York. Candy, it seems to me Missouri's still on the table. South Dakota, you're not ready to pull the trigger there either, I gather.
No. And I wanted to sort of try and give you an idea of why we can't call them and sort of use Missouri as an example. Basically, if you look at the spatial logic, remember blue, Democratic, red, Republican. This does not show population. This merely shows where these counties are going. So the redder a county, the more Republican, the bigger the Republican margin, the bluer the county, the bigger the Democratic margin. Here's the problem right here in St. Louis and St. Louis County. Right now, as you see, we're seeing a slight lead in the votes that have come in for Republican Jim Talent. But what we don't have, and since these two are together, is the votes from St. Louis itself, St. Louis proper, which, if it follows form, would be something that would come in, we would believe, for Gene Carnahan. But we don't know. So essentially, that's why we can't call the race in Missouri.
And likewise, I gather, we just don't either have enough raw vote or enough vote from the right places, a representative number of precincts to make a judgment on South Dakota, Minnesota, Colorado, and the rest.
Right. With Minnesota, it's a little bit, not enough information. With South Dakota, it's just that there's some there's some even balance around in there, and they just want to wait a while and get some more information.
Candy, thank you. Candy Crowley at the decision desk in New York. Judy.
Aaron, we are fortunate to have with us now the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Dennis Hastert, has been the Speaker for this last session of Congress. And, Mr. Speaker, it's looking like you're going to keep that position if you want to, and I assume you do.
Well, I think that's going to happen. It looks like we are going to either hold our own or pick up a couple seats, and that's good for us. So we've had a couple pleasant surprises across the country this evening.
Well, you're not the first happy Republican we've talked to tonight. How do you explain all this? I mean, yes, the president's popular, and yes, there has been, as we've been talking about tonight, the country is in a more patriotic mood, if you will, after 9/11, certainly after the war in Afghanistan, given the war on terror. But what's going on? What do you attribute this to?
I think in the case in the House, I think we actually made a pretty good case to keep the House of Representatives in Republican hands. We passed the largest tax cut in American history. We passed real education reform. We passed good trade policy. And we got things done with only a 5-vote margin out of 435 members. So I think we took that message to the American people, and we've had good cooperation, and it's important for us to be able to be there to help the president get his programs done as well. So I think people are tired of this gridlock that they've seen in the Congress with the Senate holding up all the legislation, or a lot of the legislation that we've passed, and I think they want to see a good, positive movement in Congress.
Any doubt in your mind that if the Senate does turn Republican after tonight's results, that the president is going to push to make those tax cuts permanent?
Well, I think it's not the president. I think the most members of the House think that it's kind of silly if you pass a inheritance tax cut for small farmers, small business people, that in 9 years it comes back. You can't really plan your estates. We need to make that permanent.
And what about Homeland Security? What's going to happen with regard to that?
Well, Homeland Security is something we need, and it's been held up in the Senate over bickering over a couple of work rule problems. We really need to bring those agencies together along the border to make this country safe, and we really need to have the same work rules for everybody. So the president needs to have the ability to do that. I think it's been a silly thing that the Senate has held up Homeland Security. It needs to get done, and it will get done.
So get done without the civil service protections. But I don't want to get into that issue. As I'm talking to you, Mr. Speaker, we're listening to starting to listen to Gene Carnahan, who is speaking in Missouri. Is the speaker still with us?
I wish this had been a shorter evening.
If you could just stay with us a moment, we're just going to hear a word or two of what she's saying, and then I want to come back to you.
The totals are changing all the time, and we are cautiously optimistic that in a few more hours we'll have some results. But I know many of you have been here for hours all evening, and if you wanted to go home and watch it on the TV, you can. If you want to stay with me and wait it out, you can do that
too. Gene Carnahan, who has been in a very tough contest with the Congressman Jim Talent. Mr. Speaker, back to you again. Why do you think the Democrats, at least so far tonight, are having as much trouble as they are?
Well, you know, I just think people, first of all, look at the quality of the candidates. I think we've had excellent candidates. We've taken good races, and we've treated each race as an individual local race. We didn't try to nationalize the races. And I think that's important. People understand that we're trying to solve their problems, their unique situations back in the places they live. And I think that's a real part of this race.
All right. House Speaker Dennis Hastert, we thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Good to see you. We'll see you very soon. Aaron.
All right. He keeps his job. It's a pretty good job, too, to be the Speaker of the House. Saxby Chambliss is, we project to be the next governor of the state of Georgia, and we welcome him to the program tonight. Sir, thank you. Congratulations. It was brought to our attention you're the first Republican to win in Georgia, the governorship in Georgia since, I'm sorry, Senator. It's been a long night. It's been a long night all along.
We want to take them one at a time.
I appreciate that. I apologize.
My good friend Sonny Perdue is the first governor of Georgia as a Republican since Reconstruction.
There we go. 6.5 hours in, I get to make 2 mistakes, and there's the second. How much the president helped you down here?
Well, certainly the president played a very integral part in our campaign. He was down to campaign for me any number of times, a total of about 4 times. And when you have a president that's as popular as this president is in my state, certainly it adds a lot to your campaign. But, you know, what really won this campaign was a grassroots organization that we had in all 159 counties in our great state.
The ad you ran on Homeland Security that got so much attention, do you have any regrets about running the ad?
None whatsoever. I mean, the ad was a very factual ad. It was a truthful ad. The ad had no link between bin Laden, Hussein, and Cleveland. It did have a link between Hussein, bin Laden, and a lack of a Homeland Security bill. And that was the focus of the ad. And the fact that Senator Cleveland voted against the president 11 different times on the creation of the Department of Homeland Security was the import of the ad. And people finally began to understand that. So I have no regrets whatsoever. It was a very factual, very truthful ad.
If we had asked you, sir, a week ago if you thought you were going to win this election, in your heart of hearts, a week ago, did you think you had it won? Or
well, I knew we were moving in the right direction. We saw the Cleveland campaign begin to slide backwards about 2 weeks ago. We have been moving up slowly but steadily since the very first day we got in this race. Nobody gave me much of a chance to win early on. But we've had the momentum. We kept the momentum. When I got the VFW endorsement, that was huge, and that just propelled us ahead and inoculated an issue that he kept trying to explore.
Congressman, again, congratulations. I promise I will never again try to make you governor of the state.
Thank you.
You earned a Senate seat. You're entitled to go to Washington and claim it no matter what I say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We all have moments like that. That happens, right? Just happened to me.
Very understandable.
I know, but I still want to shoot myself.
Let's see.
Mark Shields and Capitol Gang have been patiently sitting, listening to all of this, chomping for 6.5 hours. Mark, good evening, or good morning.
Good evening, Aaron. Thank you very much. I am Mark Shields with the entire Capitol Gang. Al Hunt, Cato Byrne, Margaret Carlson, and from the CNN's election headquarters in Atlanta, Robert D. Novak. Let me begin. Bob Novak, it looks right now like it's going to be a good Republican evening. Fragmentary, not complete reports and results, but they look encouraging for Republicans. Why?
I think that the Democrats never really presented any kind of compelling argument to the people. I think the Democratic Party is falling apart and collapsing in the South. They lost their 3 big Southern governorships they won 4 years ago. They lost the Senate seat from Georgia, which was really a killer. And I do believe the Democratic Party is in a crisis. I believe that the Republicans sometimes are not perfect in presenting their agenda, but I think they're in far less trouble than the Democrats are.
Cato Byrne?
Well, I think that's half of the equation. The Democrats didn't have anything much to say. You know, their theory was we hug Bush close on Iraq and national security, but that overall issue of public's concerned about it always favors the Republicans 2-1. And otherwise, Tom Daschle thought it was wise to be blocking the president's agenda. Well, apparently voters disagreed. They seem to want to send senators to the Senate who are going to back George Bush. It is a huge vote of confidence in George Bush. With so many of these close races breaking Republican, clearly something was going on at the national level. George Bush, I think, must take an awful lot of credit for it.
Something at the national level, Margaret Carlson.
Well, Bush put a lot on the line by going out and campaigning as much as he did, and it may partly be Bush is a likable guy, and when he's out there, the crowds respond, and that part of it worked. And then, you know, Democrats were shy of saying too much about Iraq because whenever they did, they would get an ad like Chambliss put on the air against Max Cleland questioning his patriotism. So you had to go gingerly there. So you go with the person that's actually saying something, and something beats nothing.
Al Hunt, something beats nothing?
No, yeah, it does. And I think Bush does deserve credit. He energized the Republican
Gentlemen,
base.
I need to interrupt you ladies for just a second. Walter Mondale in Minnesota before his supporters there.
I wanted to come down and give you a report. No more than 8% of the votes have been counted in the Senate race, and some of the best-looking precincts you ever saw in your life have yet to report. As you know tonight, today in Minnesota, we may have broken all records in voter participation.
Walter Frederick Fritz Mondale waiting it out in Minnesota tonight. A very close race. He's hopeful against Norm Coleman, the former mayor of St. Paul, a failed gubernatorial candidate 4 years ago in a difficult race. It's hard to imagine that Mr. Mondale 3 weeks ago, imagine standing before a group of supporters anywhere back in public life, and it's still too early to say whether he comes back successfully or not. Now, back to our Capitol gang. Mark, sorry.
Hey, thank you, Aaron. Al Hunt, your own sense quickly on the what appears to be a good Republican night.
Well, again, I think their base was energized, the Democratic base was not. I don't know what's going to happen in Minnesota, but let me tell you, Fritz Mondale is a class act, whether he wins or whether he loses tonight.
Well, Bob Novak, I'm forced to agree with you that the Democratic Party was really without a face and without a voice in this party, in this election. It did not have a coherent or consistent voice, and I think that's part of it. What does it mean if, in fact, we're looking at a Republican takeover, possibly of the Senate? Certainly, it looks like a strengthening of the Republican strength in the House, the majority in the House. What does it mean, Bob, come January?
It certainly looks like the Senate. It means, first off, that those appellate court judges of President Bush's that have been blocked will now be confirmed. It also means that if there's a Supreme Court vacancy, that will be confirmed. It means that a lot of the Republican agenda that has been blocked in the Senate will go through. It means that we are going to have permanent tax cuts that were passed and additional tax cuts. And these are things that the Democratic Party doesn't, that at least the leaders of the Democratic Party doesn't like, but apparently the voters do like.
And do you think we'll look at Priscilla Owen, brought back from Texas for an appellate court judgeship?
Put them back up. Well, even before the election, Bush was saying he wanted a shorter timeline and he was going to put them back up. He wanted them through. Now he may well be able to do it. And there's going to be a prescription drug bill that favors the insurance companies. Social Security privatizing will be back, and it will be called privatizing now. And judges, as far as the eye can see.
Permanent tax cuts, I think that has to be first on the agenda, don't you, for the economic
Almost every place the president went to campaign, he talked about the need to make those tax cuts permanent. Look, it was a very bad night for Terry McAuliffe. We haven't talked about the huge win Jeb Bush had down in Florida. The Democrats wanted that very badly. It seems Florida voters have moved beyond 2000, even if Terry McAuliffe hasn't. A week ago, we thought Jeb Bush was gone. Bad night for Daschle. There were so many more Bush Democrats in the Senate running on the campaign trail than Daschle Democrats. And I think the Democratic Party is going to be tempted to move left now and have real differences with George Bush because they're going to think this strategy didn't work, and that overall would be bad news for the Democrats.
Well, there'll be a huge division in the Democratic Party. You know, half will say that and half will go the other way. On the Senate, I think that basically Margaret is right, but let's not forget that sometimes it takes 60 votes in the Senate to do that. And I think this idea of just this Bush agenda, and even some of these Bush judicial nominees just going through, sailing through, is exaggerated. I'm not sure that'll happen. I think more will get through than would have gotten through otherwise, but I don't think all are going to get through.
Let me toss out a sort of, just get your quick reaction to it. Democrats' one bright spot was apparently the governorships in a number of places. They did not do well in Rhode Island, obviously. They did not do well, as Bob pointed out, when Roy Barnes loses in Georgia and goes with it his national ambitions, but picking up in places like Kansas, running ahead in Wyoming, Illinois, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. They got tough rows ahead, though, those Democratic governors. They're going to have to deal with budget deficits. They're going to have to deal with cuts in services. It's no bargain, is it, Bob? It's no prescription for political success to be dealing with places where you can't have the option of deficit spending.
It's no time to be a governor. I get a bang out of a lot of people saying, boy, this is really going to help the Democrats in Illinois, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, those big states with all the electoral votes in 2004. Having Republican governors in those states didn't help George W. Bush very much in 2000.
Good point.
Bob is absolutely right. One of the most exaggerated perceptions in American politics among politicians is having the governor assures or helps assure you're going to win in the presidential race. Let
me say from my previous life, the one place as governors can help you, though, is in fundraising, because there's an awful lot of money in asphalt and liquor, and states deal heavily
Mark,
in those
look at the two Democratic states. Maryland is overwhelmingly Democratic and a Republican governor for the first time since Spiro Agnew. And in Massachusetts, despite being overwhelmingly Democratic, they cannot elect a Democratic governor. So even though we knew Republicans were going to lose some, they had so many more governorships at risk. The Maryland and Massachusetts losses, I think, are major for the Democrats.
But sometimes politics is local. In Maryland, Townsend ran a bad race, picked the wrong lieutenant governor. Ehrlich picked a black lieutenant governor. She was a stumbling campaigner. The snipers didn't help.
Well, the gun control issue didn't help her either, and she sure tried in Maryland.
What hurt her more than anything else was Paris Glendenning. That's what really killed Kathleen
She was saddled by
Kennedy.
a governor who was enormously unpopular and had unfavorable ratings. I mean, and she was part of the
But with the margin she had to work with, she might have overcome
And Democrats benefited in some states like Michigan and Illinois from an enormously unpopular incumbent Republican.
That's exactly right, Al. And Bob, I mean, I think in Massachusetts, it's a testimony to Massachusetts tolerance. They just elected a Republican who's a Mormon, for goodness sakes, and doesn't even live in the state. I think that shows the largeness of spirit of the old Bay State, don't you?
Let me ask you a question, Mark, if I could. Do you think the Democratic Party, every time a party doesn't do well in an election, everybody wrings their hands and says there's a crisis for the party, but do you think that there is a time now for soul-searching in the Democratic Party on where they go, what they say, how they present a coherent program to the country?
I don't think there's any question, Bob. I think that, and what I think may be the big sleeper out of this election, if in fact the Republicans carry the Senate and the House, the field for 2004 on the Democratic side will shrink rather than get larger. You'll start to look at people like John Edwards say, I wonder if I really want to run against George Bush, who right now looks like a political giant. Okay, now we have to go back to Election Center in Atlanta.
Much. Larry King's coming up. He's got Bill Maher as a guest. We've got one more piece of business to take care of before we get. This is the one you've all been staying up all night for. It's almost 1 o'clock here in the East. Yeah, Jim Traficant down at the bottom. Now, this Traficant, longtime congressman out of Ohio, Youngstown, Ohio, isn't it? Yeah, Youngstown. He has a different address now.
Yes. He is a guest of the federal government.
At Allentown.
He is not able to wear his wig. He was put away after eluding the feds for years and years. And had he won, he would have been driven to his swearing in a car with license plates that he had made. But unfortunately, that's not going to happen.
Well, the Democrats winning. We saw the Democrat with 51%. So.
Yeah.
But
just go back to the board for a second, because
it's not the same without him in the House.
Jokes aside, the guy got 27,000 votes, I think. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. I think he did.
You know, if we can.
Nope.
No. Well, that's certainly not Mr. Traficant, so we won't put.
Huckabee. I think we do want to call.
27,000 people voted for him.
We do want to call that Mike Huckabee is holding on to the governorship of the state of Arkansas, defeating Jimmy Lou Fisher, the Democrat, and this was one, as we discussed earlier tonight, that actually was in some doubt after having been what people thought was a slam dunk. Mrs. Huckabee has been running for the Secretary of State job in that state and has been having some difficulty, and that's spilled over to the governor, but he pulled it out. Larry King, it's 10 minutes till the hour.
Thank you, Judy, and this is our wind-up report for the night. The cast will be taking you through the rest of the evening, and we couldn't wind it up in better fashion. Our guests earlier were Trent Lott, former Senators Alan Simpson and George McGovern, Bob Woodward of the Washington Post, former Governor Ann Richards, Senator John McCain, Terry McAuliffe, and Governor Mark Roscoe, and Rudy Giuliani. And we now welcome to close it out Bill Maher, former host of Politically Incorrect, author of a new hit book, When You Ride Alone, You Ride with Bin Laden. In fact, Bill's coming to us from the Avalon Hotel in Los Angeles, where they had a book party tonight. Well, let's get caught up on some things, Bill. First, the Voter News Service announced tonight.
It was quite a party, Larry.
How did it go, Bill?
I haven't seen this kind of partying since the Wellstone Memorial.
The exit polls were canceled tonight by the Voters News Service. Did that shock you?
I don't know what that means, Larry.
Well, the Voters News Service, they didn't do any exit polling today because they decided that it was a snafu and they couldn't report to us.
Well, all I know is when I was watching CNN and the other news channels early in the day, not that I watched the other news channels, they kept making a great big deal about the fact that they were very careful about predicting the winners this year. And I kept wanting to just say to them, calm down, relax, you can do your job. We know that it's a tough job to predict winners, and it's not Florida again in 2000. Although I did understand Pat Buchanan won again. But this time they had to write him in.
Any thoughts on on Elizabeth Dole coming to the Senate? Elizabeth Dole and Hillary Clinton are going to be in the Senate. The spouses ran against each other, and now they're in the Senate together.
You know, Larry, all day long, and as a matter of fact, all week long, I've been hearing that one of the big stories is women in politics again. We heard this a few years ago. It was the year of the woman. This year, woman governorships. What a non-issue. What a non-issue, because women in politics sound exactly like men. This nonsense that somehow we have broached a new era where we're going to have kinder and gentler governing, or somehow they're going to be more wise. They sound exactly like every other politician. It obviously doesn't matter if they wear a red suit or a red tie. Politics obviously trumps gender. The only difference between Liddy Dole and Bob Dole is she uses the Viagra in her hair.
What did you make of the success, the apparent success, the obvious success of President Bush tonight? I mean, he went out in an off-election year, major election year, campaigned heavily, and appears to certainly have a more controlling voice in the House and could well pull off the Senate.
I find it depressing, quite frankly, that he's so popular when he has really done so little as far as the number one issue that people should be concerned about, which is the war on terrorism. The Hart-Rudman Commission report came out, well, the first one came out in March 2001, where they said, please, we have to do something. We're about to be attacked. No one read it. Nobody did anything. And, of course, we were attacked 6 months later. Now this new report comes out a couple of weeks ago and says nothing has changed since 9/11. I don't understand why a president who has not affected the kind of changes we need in Homeland Security has this kind of popularity. I can only guess that the people are not paying attention.
But he's fighting to get a Homeland Security bill passed that the Democrats held up in the Senate that now apparently he might well get through. So he would tell you...
Well, when you say the Democrats held it up in the Senate, it's not for no reason that they held it up. I think they had some problems with the fact that the people were not going to be unionized. It doesn't matter. The point is that he is the president. He is the guy who should be kicking ass and taking names. And if he's not, I think we have to pin it on him. So I really don't understand that. I expect the people in Congress to be careerists, because they are. They are no better than that. When they talk about values, as they all do in their ads, people should just turn off the television set, because obviously their value, which means what's important to you, is winning the election, which is why they're running those disgusting negative ads. But the president, I do expect something more from.
Are you going to miss Jesse Helms and Strom Thurmond?
No, because no one has told them that they weren't running.
All right, Nevada had an election today. Nevada defeated an initiative that would have allowed adults to possess up to 3 ounces of marijuana for personal use. Nevada knocked that out tonight, Bill.
And by the way, 3 ounces of personal use is about what you would need to get through this election day. You know, I mean, that's an issue that I have fought for very much for purely philosophical reasons. But I find it, as usual with this cause, very hard to get the people to organize in the way they should. I'm not saying that's because they're pot smokers, but I heard that one guy was in the voting booth for 20 minutes and then he asked for more quarters.
This is the most money ever spent in an off-year election. And McCain-Feingold is now in effect.
Yeah, but you're right. $900 million was spent on TV ads. For that kind of money, we could have had one more episode of Friends. I see it as a national disgrace, Larry. Did you find out if Mondale won?
Mondale is behind, but there's only 5% of the tally in, and it's in very scattered areas, much too early. And in South Dakota, the incumbent, Mr. Johnson, is ahead slightly by 3%. And Missouri, the lady is behind by 3%, but they're still counting votes in St. Louis, so it's still up in the air. In Louisiana, there's going to be a runoff on December 7th.
I find it amazing that at a time when we are under attack and also our economy is so bad that the Democratic slogan this year was, "Are you better than you were 5 minutes ago?" people seem to find comfort in the incumbent, in the status quo. It seems like if there's any time for not the status quo, it would be now.
So you are pessimistic tonight, are you not, Mr. Marr? The public has disappointed you. Oh, realistically.
Well, I mean, to say nothing, yes, but absolutely, I think that people need to wake up. I think, as Bob Dole said in 1996, where is the outrage? I'm surprised that people, on this one opportunity that they have in a democracy to express how they feel, act as if, okay, let's just go along to get along. I can understand that in other times, in the 90s, when we were living in prosperity and peace. I cannot understand it in the year 2002.
Thank you, Bill. We're out of time. When you ride alone, you ride with Ben Lawton. It's Bill Maher's new book, and if I can add a personal note, it's terrific. That's our chore for tonight. We had a great time doing it. Hope you enjoyed it as well, and we turn you now back to more of America Votes 2002.
It is 10 p.m. in the west, 1 a.m. in the east, and the polls have closed in the state of Alaska. That means all the states across the country, polls have closed. But first, before we talk to you about anything else, we want to give you this real vote alert, and for that, Candy Crowley in New York. Candy.
Judy, CNN is ready to call a race in Minnesota, but not the one that is giving both parties heartache at this point. It is the governor's race, and CNN projects that Tim Pawlenty, the Republican, in a three-man race, will be the next governor of Minnesota, defeating Roger Moe, the Democrat, and Tim Penny, the independent. He will take over for Governor Jesse Ventura. Judy?
Thanks, Candy. And, gentlemen, that is something that turned around at the same time Paul Wellstone died in that plane crash, because that was a much closer race among the three of them, and the independent candidate, Tim Penny, just the bottom dropped out from under his campaign.
Yeah, absolutely. That was going to be that was the state where it was most likely that an independent, Tim Penny, former Democratic congressman, was going to succeed an independent, Jesse Ventura. With the Wellstone death, and why that affected the governor's race so profoundly, I'm not entirely clear about, but it became a two-person race, and once again, the Democrats have been shut out of the Minnesota State House, as they have since, I think it's now 1986 was the last time they won it. Again, a Democratic state that doesn't seem to elect Democratic governors. Native Minnesota.
But it's not my fault.
No, explain it.
I haven't been there in a really long time. I have no explanation for that. It's one of those things. I'm not sure. Minnesota, in fact, I think it does elect Republican congressmen, certainly, from outside the cities, from outside the Twin Cities, and outside of Duluth.
And we have a couple of more projections that we can make. In the state of Tennessee, the winner is Democrat Phil Bredesen, defeating Van Hillary, the Republican. And I think if George W. Bush went in there once, he went in there 15 times. I'm sure that's an exaggeration. But he campaigned time and again, not just the president, but other members of the administration. In Alaska, where the polls have just closed, we are ready to project Ted Stevens will return to the Senate for his 6th term, defeating the Democrat Frank Vondersar. And also in Alaska, here's one. This is Frank Murkowski, who is the current senator, the sitting senator in the state of Alaska, but he's running for governor. And at this point, we haven't projected anything, but with 28% of the vote counted, boy, they counted that quickly. Frank Murkowski is ahead 58% to Fran Ulmer, one of the 10 women running for governor this year, and we're not going to project anything or say anything else, but you can see where it is with about a quarter of the vote in.
It doesn't happen often that people give up those Senate seats for anything, but he apparently wanted to go home. The main storyline, there you are, the main storyline of the night is which party will control the Congress, and here is where we are in that regard. Starting with the Senate, the Democrats have won 10 of the seats that were in play tonight. 10 of the 34 seats that were in play. The Republicans have won 19 of the seats in play. So as we sit here now at a little bit past 1 in the morning Eastern time, the Republicans have 48 seats. The Democrats 46 seats. We are waiting on Colorado, where we have made no call, on Minnesota, where we have made no call. on South Dakota, where we have made no call, and on Missouri, where we have made no call. We are waiting on those 4, and excuse me, and the deal is sealed. But the fact is, the Democrats now pretty much have to sweep the table, or they will give up the majority in the U.S. Senate.
Well, they need 3 seats. Actually, that's right, because they need with Jeffords, who votes with them, they need to add it up. If they have 50 seats, Jeffords is the 51st. But if they have 46 seats there, if they lose any of these seats that you've mentioned, I believe the Republicans then have the majority pending Mary Landrieu. That's the one that's out.
Right, that's the one that's sort of hanging out there. That's the Louisiana Senate race that will go to a runoff. But right now, and it's very close in South Dakota, and it is very close in Minnesota. It is certainly too close to project. It is not quite as close in Missouri, but in those other 2 states, it is very close. In Colorado, I just haven't seen the numbers go by, and we will. Now in the House, it is a simpler story to tell. We may not know yet the final numbers, but we can certainly tell you that the Republicans will retain control of the House. Here is where we are right now, 217 to 196. There are 21 seats still in play. Hardly an incumbent has lost tonight. It is possible that there's 1 or 2 have gone by that we've missed, but honestly, we have not seen an incumbent member of the House lose.
Almost.
I'm sorry. And now I just one popped into my mind. Connie Morello lost.
Connie Morello lost, and there are a couple of close ones outstanding. But if you can put that balance of power graphic back up, I can show you something about how unusual the House races have grown in recent years. Perhaps we can't do that. The point I'm making is that we are used to swings of 26 seats in 1982 going from Republicans to Democrats, of 52 seats going from Democrats to Republicans. In this year, they are fighting over perhaps really a dozen or 15 seats. Here it is now. This is what I mean. In 1982, 26 seats went from the Republicans to the Democrats. In 1994, 52 seats went from Republicans to Democrats. But this year, they are fighting over the merest smidgen. It's said that politics in America is played between the 40-yard lines. This year it's being played in the House between the 48-yard lines.
And it's not going to change things that much in the House. You know, if the Republicans pick up a few more seats, they'll be able to do maybe a couple of more things, but the big issue for them is the Senate, and that's why we've been talking about the Senate all night long, because no matter what the House does, Homeland Security, taxes, you name it, if they can't get the bill through the Senate, then it doesn't become law.
And perhaps lost in the arrows going one way and the arrows going another way is in the time we were talking about that, the number they crossed the line. 218 is the number you need to have a majority. They have reached, the Republicans have reached 219. So we can now say with a skosh more certainty than we said it before, we were pretty certain when we said it before, that Republicans will keep control of the House of Representatives. The Senate is in play still, but it has been a very good Republican night. That's the lead tonight. If you were writing the lead of this election, it has been a very good night for the Republican Party and an especially good night for the Republican President of the United States.
And the story remains the United States Senate, and one of those 4 seats that Aaron just mentioned, South Dakota, our John Carl is there in Sioux Falls. And John, they must be starting to get a little sweaty in the palms.
Well, they really are. You know, Tom Daschle has everything riding on this because Democrats are looking at what's happened nationally, and they're seeing, in the words of one senior strategist very close to Tom Daschle, that Tom Daschle tomorrow will be the minority leader. That at least one top Democratic strategist very close to Daschle says this is basically over, that Daschle has lost the majority in the United States Senate. If that is true, then he certainly needs to win where he put his most effort in, and that's right here in his own backyard in the state of South Dakota. Now, other Democrats close to Daschle are not ready to say that he's lost the majority, but they admit that what he's got to do is he has to pull off a trifecta. He's got to win the last 3 really close races here, Minnesota, South Dakota, and Missouri. That's a tall order. They still think he can do it. The strategist working at the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee, but they know it's been a bad night, and that would mean a sudden reversal for Democrats to really come out on top. Here in South Dakota, it is really, really close. There is for 1% of the votes separating, about 3,000 votes separating the Republican John Thune and the Democrat Tim Johnson. But Judy, it's even closer than that, because South Dakota is a state that is divided between East and West. The East is in the Central Time Zone, the West is in the Mountain Time Zone. In that Mountain Time Zone, those polls are open later, they count them later. That is Republican territory, solidly Republican territory. So as they start counting West to get more Republican votes, this race will get even closer. And also, Judy, one other factor here is those absentee ballots. In this state, what they decided to do this year, to be especially careful about voter fraud and accuracy, that they decided not to count the absentee ballots until after all the regular ballots were already counted, so they can go vote by vote and make sure that everybody that voted absentee ballot had not already voted at the poll. It's a tedious process. I think we're going to be here a long time before we know the final results in South Dakota.
Tedious for the voters of South Dakota in a way, John, because population 750,000. We were told that everybody who lives in South Dakota saw at least 1,000 political ads on television during this campaign. But John, I want to go back to what you said a minute ago about one of the people around Tom Daschle saying they don't expect things to turn out well tonight. What are they saying at this point? And we realize this is not official, but what are they most worried about between Minnesota, Missouri, and Colorado, the other three Democratic states still outstanding?
Well, they're very glum about the possibility of winning all three. Clearly the one that they're most in danger of losing is in Missouri, but they certainly don't want to pin their hopes to winning all three of those states. And then they'd also had a glimmer of hope of winning in Colorado. They now don't think that's a possibility. So they're not happy. They think basically nothing went right for them tonight. But Judy, they're very eager to point out that there were 10 close Senate races this year, 10 close Senate races. 9 of those races were in states that George Bush won in 2000. These were in Republican-friendly states, and the president, of course, basically put the White House on hold as far as the Democrats are concerned over the last 3 weeks. They campaigned hard in those states, and it looks like it's really paid off.
So far, it certainly does. All right, John, thank you. And CNN will be talking to you in the hours to come. Aaron.
I was trying to imagine what it's like to see 1,000 political ads. That almost is cruel and unusual punishment. I mean, that ought to be unconstitutional.
Because in South Dakota, you can buy 30 seconds of time in a big South Dakota city for $700.
About $800.
It'll cost you $30,000 for the same spot in New York, and the money poured in, and those poor people, they're begging for used car ads now.
They can't wait for everyone to leave, including us, I'm sure. Missouri is another one of those races in play, as John indicated. Carol Lynn has been patiently waiting in St. Louis tonight. Have they started counting the vote in St. Louis yet?
They're still counting, Aaron, and this race is still way too close to call. The last time CNN was showing you the numbers, we had talent up by about 6%. All of a sudden, we looked and checked with the Secretary of State's office. That lead has now narrowed to 1.3%. This race is still way too close to call. And Aaron, what is critical to know right now is that the votes are just beginning to come in. Kansas City just concluded with 100% of the vote tallied there. Carnahan getting 1 out of 3 votes in Kansas City, a very heavily Democratic area. The votes are still coming in from St. Louis City. We heard about high turnout in North St. Louis, a heavily Democratic district with long lines in African-American neighborhoods. Heavy support for Carnahan there. This race could still turn very easily. Now, about 45 minutes ago, we saw Jean Carnahan come out to greet some of her supporters. She knows that people here are feeling a little bit nervous. They've seen the election results coming into the Secretary of State's office. She rallied the troops, and she said they are cautiously optimistic, Aaron. So we're watching these numbers change literally by the second as we're refreshing the outcomes from the Secretary of State's office.
And have they basically gone home for the night? You don't expect to see the candidate again?
Oh, we expect to see the candidate again. She's sticking it out here at the Missouri Democratic headquarters at the Chase Hotel. She is going to stay here. She told some of her campaign workers, listen, it's going to be a long night. If you want to go, go. But if you want to hang out with me, stick it out. Let's get the final results in. But more than 90% of the votes have been tallied. We're just waiting for those late incoming Democratic votes. Democratic votes tend to come in later. Democrats vote later in the day. So it's still a cliffhanger here, and we're going to be here for it as well.
Well, we shall find out. Carol, thank you very much. Missouri, in many ways, is the country. It has two big urban areas in Kansas City and St. Louis that tend to be Democratic. It has rural areas. It has suburban areas. It is very much a microcosm of the country.
As people like to say every election, except for one small exception, it has voted with the winner in every presidential election of the 20th century. It's the St. Louis Blues, and it's Branson, Missouri with country music. Yep. It is an American microcosm. And frankly, the pre-election predictions are looking very good in terms of how close these races are.
And just one other quick thing on that is it is a reminder that despite what has been the trend of the night, which has been clearly a Republican night, that in many ways, as you look at the country, you look at who controls state legislatures, governorships, the Senate, the House, all of it, the country itself is very narrowly divided in their politics between Republicans and Democrats. It is a very small split out there.
But what that state has been through in the last 2 years in terms of its politics, what tumult. I mean, having the former governor, Mel Carnahan, die in a plane crash 3.5 weeks before the election in the year 2000. His name stayed on the ballot. He was technically elected, but of course his widow took his place. She went through the grieving process in public while she came to the United States Senate to serve in what was supposed to have been her husband's seat, and now she's been holding on, but you know, she's faced some very tough opposition. The White House handpicked Jim Talent. He was tailor-made. I mean, I've heard Candy Crowley say time and again, Jim Talent has run almost a letter-perfect campaign. He hasn't made any mistakes.
He's one of the few challengers with vast, for reasons you just described. We tend to think of incumbents as certainly being more politically experienced. Jim Talent spent 8 years in the state legislature, 8 years in Congress, almost got elected governor. He is the challenger with the political experience, and yet, as Carol told us, this one's coming down to the wire.
Very close, within one little bit more than 1% in Missouri, so we'll wait out that one too. Missouri, Colorado, South Dakota, Minnesota, still on the table tonight. I missed one, I guess. Oh, I actually didn't. Louisiana, where they'll run it off.
And while we wait for those Senate races, we're also waiting for some governors' results. Let's go all the way out west, as far west as you can go, to Rusty Dornan in California, where the incumbent's name is Gray Davis, but, you know, it looks like he may win, but Rusty, it's been not such a pretty campaign.
No, it's also a little close for comfort right now, Judy. With 31% of the precincts in, it looks like Republican Bill Simon, the newcomer, has 46% against Gray Davis is 45%. We've been watching these numbers inch back and forth for about the past hour and a half. Now, Davis had been leading Simon in the polls 7 to 10 points, and they figured right out of the chute that was going to be the lead. Now, Davis, of course, did raise $68 million more than any other governor for the last 4 years for this campaign, for which he was criticized for being obsessed with this campaign funding. Of course, Bill Simon, he's a newcomer. He's never held office. He made a few blunders to begin with. One of them was that he never would show reporters his tax returns at the very beginning of the election. Several other mistakes. But it's been a very expensive, very negative campaign. It turned off a lot of Californians. A lot of folks just said they weren't going to vote. In fact, one of the field polls said that as of this morning, 25% of California voters still had not decided who they were going to vote for. Now, the Davis folks here are telling us, look, we still think that this trend is going to shift, that the absentee ballots tend to be more skewed towards Simon, more from the Republicans, but still, as the numbers keep climbing, there keeps being a dead heat. There's a bit of an air of uncertainty in this ballroom. Judy?
Well, Rusty, you caught me by surprise. I had no idea it was that close when I threw to you. I thought you were going to talk about the kind of campaign, and when I saw those numbers, I did a double take. There must be some pretty stunned and Democrats out there with not much to say. Now, granted, we're just at, what, 28%
well, no,
reporting.
31.
It's early, but...
Yeah, 31%, as you say, but it still is, they thought coming out of the chute they would still have that lead. So they're a little uncomfortable at this point.
Huh. No surprise. All right, Rusty Dornan, thanks very much.
Out there for Newsnight and for Inside Politics.
Newsnight?
Newsnight,
Thank
your
you.
show.
Thank you very
10 p.m.
much.
Eastern.
Thank
And
you
Inside
very-
Politics, your show.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The standard joke or line was, if you know what Californians want to vote for governor is none of the above. Bill Simon was said by many Republicans who have run one of the most incompetent campaigns in the history of modern politics against a man who was kind of born to be a politician, and he is hanging in there very late into the game.
Bill Schneider?
I can't think of any Californian I know, any political expert, any analyst who would dare say that Gray Davis is going to lose this election. But look at those returns. The fact is, most Californians believe that Gray Davis does not deserve to be reelected. They hold him at least partially responsible for the state's electricity crisis last year. The state's fiscal crisis has been a mess. And probably the biggest problem is he doesn't have a personal relationship with the voters. He's not well liked. And he's been accused of a sort of pay-for-play kind of administration where people have to pony up large sums of money to get access to the governor. He's not a popular figure. And in fact, in all the pre-election polls showing him leading, he was leading with 41, 42% of the vote, which means a pretty strong majority of voters really didn't want to vote to re-elect him. As Rusty reported, a quarter of the voters even today said they're not going to vote for governor. They can't choose between them. This, if Bill Simon would have pulled this off, first of all, it would be an astonishment. A lot of people would say, my God, he doesn't deserve to win, having run one of the most inept campaigns in history, and it would be a real feather in the Republicans' cap. It would indicate a real sweep. I mean, even if George Bush and the Republicans can pull in Bill Simon, that's a miracle.
Talk about icing on the cake. I mean, if the Republicans think they've had a good night so far, if somehow, and granted it's early, not even a third of the vote reporting in California, but if somehow that were to happen, I mean, we are talking icing.
That would be
lots of icing.
That would be a sign of a Republican sweep beyond anyone's imagining before the election, and every political observer in California would be astonished.
Yeah, and I don't know how much credit the White House itself would take for that, because you know we all know that they didn't support Bill Simon initially.
Mind you, I'm not predicting anything, but California is a pretty Democratic state. It's reliably Democratic. And for Simon to win this,
someone a couple of hours ago here said, you know, sometimes these things just come down to the two candidates and who you like, and it's not the big grand issue, and it's not the president, it's not anything else. And this is, for my money at least, this is one of those races that has almost nothing to do with what's going on in the rest of the country. It has to do with these two candidates, and particularly an incumbent whose politics you may be comfortable with, but whose person you are not.
And it's important to note that a lot of Democrats don't like Gray Davis. And it's interesting. He spent about $12 million in the Republican Party primary. Now, he's not a Republican. That's more than any Republican spent in any Republican primary in the country to defeat Dick Reardon, the Republican former mayor of Los Angeles. And every poll indicates that Reardon would have defeated him today if he had been the Republican nominee. He got rid of his worst threat only to see Simon nominated, and Simon is now threatening him.
I think one thing we can say is that it's been no secret that Gray Davis has had visions of proceeding beyond the governorship of California to national office. If he wins this, and you know, if he pulls this out, it will be the kind of victory that does not exactly inspire thoughts among Democrats that this is the white knight they need.
I can't see the money givers writing out the big checks. But we'll see how it goes. Sort of the votes in. We are waiting. We continue to wait for Minnesota for a dozen reasons. It is among the most fascinating races out there. Anderson Cooper has been in the Twin Cities. He's in St. Paul tonight. What are you hearing?
Well, we just got a word from the Secretary of State's office. 50% of the precincts have reported their ballots, but only 33% of the ballots have so far come in. So obviously a lot of the precincts who have so far reported, not some of the larger precincts, because only 33% of the votes are in. So it is, at this point, just too close to call. I hate to use Carol Lynn's cliche, but it's true here as well. We're showing right now about, again, this is, well, you're showing with 29%. We now have about 33% of the votes, but 52% for Coleman, 45% for Mondale, 3% for Moore, the independent candidate. Now, I should point out that, again, a lot of the larger precincts have not yet counted their votes, have not yet reported those votes. So a lot of people around here are still optimistic. I'm here at Mondale headquarters, still optimistic, still waiting to hear from some of the larger cities. Also, interesting fact here, about even as late as 10 p.m. here Central Time, the ballots here close at 8 p.m. Central Time. As late as 10, people were still voting. The lines were that long. And we're hearing that from across the state. The Secretary of State's office said voter turnout was enormously high across the board. There's some, there are about 4,076 or 79 precincts across the board. It was a very, very high turnout, even by Minnesota standards. Now, the candidate, Walter Mondale, came down probably about an hour ago to address the crowd, to encourage them, keep them optimistic. Here's some of what he had to say.
I ask you to be patient. Keep your optimism up. We got a good chance of winning this thing. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Walter Mondale is here in the Radisson upstairs, just waiting for more results to come in. And it is just a remarkable night when you consider that 30 years ago was the last time Walter Mondale ran a Senate campaign. He hasn't run for public office in some 18 years since he ran for president in 1984. It is just an extraordinary turn of events here in Minnesota, and this crowd is waiting to see what will happen. Aaron?
Anderson, quickly, we heard yesterday that Hennepin County, which is the largest county in the state, it's the county that encompasses Minneapolis and Minneapolis' suburbs, would not even start counting their vote until midnight Central Time. Is that in fact what's happened? Because that changes the coloration of this a good deal.
Well, yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, my understanding is that they have begun counting because it's 12:26 here, but they are not yet reporting their ballots. And yes, that does change it very much. Which is why, even though some like 50% of the precincts have reported, only 33% of ballots have actually been counted. So it's yeah, as I said, some of the larger cities, some of the larger counties, not yet reporting their totals. Aaron?
Anderson, thank you. I'm not sure thank you very much. I'm not sure it's the same Radisson Hotel. There are a couple. I remember being in one in 1964 with Walter Mondale's political mentor, Hubert Humphrey, on a big night.
I just keep sitting here thinking about all the history that may be being made tonight. I had written down yesterday that if Bush did end up winning, the Republicans, I should say, end up winning seats in the House, Tom Davis, the chair of the National Republican Campaign Committee, said this would make him the first Republican president ever to have this happen. Now, somebody needs to go back and check the history, but, my assumption is they wouldn't be saying things like that. So we're looking at all kinds of things.
It's just, it's a very strange set of historical circumstances that we find ourselves in, given the events of the last year and a half.
I do think we will take a step back and say the shaping event turns out to have been September 11th.
A year ago.
A few days before that, they reran the 2000 election and Bush and Gore were tied. September 11th put the president in a completely different place, than not only he has been, but that any president has been in possibly ever. And I think you don't have to be, it's nothing cynical about it. It's who he became. And in the absence of a powerful Democratic counter-argument, Aaron, you've been making this point, I think you're dead right. People, in the absence of some other powerful pull, are going to stand with a president, particularly at a time when it looks like he may be taking the country into conflict.
And just one small thing, we got one more projection to make before we go to break. It not only changed the perception of the president, clearly it did that, it changed the nation's priorities. The issues that concern people narrowed a lot. National security, homeland defense became the issues. The economy is out there. People care about it. But 3,000 people died on September 11th in an attack on the country, and it changed everything. One quick projection we can make now, and it comes from out west. Dirk Kempthorne in the state of Idaho, the Beehive State. No?
Utah's the Beehive.
Utah. All right. What's Idaho then?
Idaho is a state that normally votes Republican, and this is another example of a senator who left to go home, got elected governor, just got reelected.
There you go.
That's to cover up the fact that I don't know the nickname of Idaho.
Well, we'll take a short break, and our coverage continues in just a moment.
It's 10:30 p.m. in the west. It's 1:30 a.m. here in the east, and we want to make another projection. And that is in the state of Maine. The winner in the governor's race, John Baldacci. And here's how it looks. You can see he is with 48%, at least at this point. This is 80% of the vote that has come in. He has 48% to, is it Peter Chinkett? And the Green Party candidate. So we have called Mr. Baldacci, and that is a pickup for the Democrats because Angus King, his predecessor, was an independent. And now I think we want to take a look at how some of the women are doing. We had an unprecedented number of women running this year for governor around the country, and we're going to take a look at how some of them have done. In Kansas, CNN had earlier projected that Kathleen Sebelius would be the winner. One interesting thing you should know about her is her father, John Gilligan, was the governor, not of the state of Kansas, but of the state of Ohio. Another woman candidate, Jennifer Granholm. In Michigan, we've talked about this all night long, defeating Republican Dick Posthumus, an up-and-comer for the Democrats. In Hawaii, this one is not decided, but we know the winner is going to be a woman, Mazie Hirono, running against Linda Lingle. The polls had shown Linda Lingle running ahead. We can't tell you anything at this point. We don't have numbers. In the state of Arkansas, Jimmy Lou Fisher has lost her bid to defeat the incumbent Mike Huckabee. In Massachusetts, another loss for a woman, Shannon O'Brien. The state treasurer has lost to Mitt Romney, the former head of the Winter Olympics, temporarily lived in Utah but came back to Massachusetts to get elected governor. And another woman goes down to defeat, Kathleen Kennedy Townsend, who was the lieutenant governor of the state of Maryland, losing to Congressman Bob Ehrlich. And one other loss, and this one a bit of a surprise, Mirth York. This was her third try to be elected governor of Rhode Island. She's lost all three times to Don Carcieri this time. And in Arizona, with 87% of the vote in, we're not making a projection here, but Janet Napolitano is holding a slight lead over Matt Salmon, the Democrat, and the independent way behind. A little bit of a surprise there because Janet Napolitano was thought to have a stronger lead than that at this point. And finally, in Alaska, I thought we had projected this as Frank Murkowski, the winner, but it looks like with more than half the vote in, Frank Murkowski 58% to Fran Ulmer, the woman candidate there. So at this point, by our count, we have two women who have won, Kathleen Sebelius and Jennifer Granholm. Both have been projected winners. Three losses, Kathleen Kennedy Townsend, Shannon O'Brien, and Mirth York.
And Jimmy Lou Fisher.
And Jimmy Lou Fisher. That makes it 4 losses. We're still waiting for Hawaii. We know that's going to be a woman.
Right.
And we're still waiting for Alaska. That's not looking so good.
I said earlier I thought the best political job was to be a member of the Senate. I've changed my mind. I want to be the former mayor of Maui. Right? One of the candidates in
but you don't want to be, you might not want to be governor of Hawaii with what's happened to their tourism industry the last year.
No, I don't want that. I specifically want the former mayor of Maui job. Or even the current mayor. Doesn't sound like that bad. The Crossfire gang's been patiently waiting for one last go at each other. And you, Tucker?
Well, thank you, Aaron. We've been sitting here talking about what the world's going to look like tomorrow, and since it is tomorrow by now,
on the East Coast,
I think the real question is who leads the Democratic Party from here on out. You can write off Daschle and Gephardt and Al Gore and Gray Davis, and I really think that leaves Hillary Clinton. I truly do. I think that leaves her as the most credible, the most powerful person left in the Democratic Party, with the exception of you two, and I think it makes her the natural candidate in 2004.
When's the last time a Clinton on the ballot lost? It's about 20 years ago, I guess. Bill Clinton lost his re-election when he was about 32. It'd be fine with me. I'd love to see it. But let's not. For my party, I think right now they've got to figure out why we went wrong. There's a huge debate between the accommodations wing of the party that thinks we should have compromised more with Bush on issues like Homeland Security. I think the Carville-Begala wing of the party, the confrontationist wing, thinks we should have maybe stand for something on the economy, maybe stand for something on foreign policy different from this president, before we get to the personalities.
I think you got to get to the personalities first. No, I really do. I think first place, I like Dick Gephardt a lot, but I think there's a lot of feeling that maybe that is not, he's going to run for president. He still wants to make one last try. I think he may just step aside. And then you'll have a huge fight between Steny Hoyer and Pelosi, Nancy Pelosi, for who's going to be the leader. And that's whether you're going to have a kind of a mainstream liberal or a left-wing San Franciscan. And I mean, that's the question. The other thing, I'm sure that Daschle will continue on because there's no real challenger in the Senate, but I think that Terry McAuliffe is a disaster for the Democratic Party. You know, somebody has been sending me all year long the talking points Terry McAuliffe sends out every day. Do you get those?
Actually, I don't, but I'm glad you do, because I know you follow them faithfully.
Seriously, Paul, it's you would laugh at him. It's absolutely a joke that kind of nonsense is coming from the leader of one of our great parties.
Are you calling him to resign?
Well, I think, I think the idea who the chairman of the DNC is or something like that, I mean, all the stuff we dealt with. Look, this is the problem. We did well in the governor's races tonight because they were each a local election. We did not particularly well, but decently in the House. We lost a few seats because they tended to run. You know what? Let me finish. We did terrible in the Senate because it got nationalized. The party has to ask itself, if we can't win a nationalized election, what can we do? I mean, we certainly did much better in the House than we did in the Senate relative to the number of seats that were up for grabs. So, it's not, I think somehow or another, I heard a lot of Democrats talk about this. Well, we'll get this issue off the table, we'll get that issue off the table, and then we'll do it on technical competence, I think was the operative word this year. I think the Democrats need to look at what they're going to run on, what they're going to stand for, what they're going to tell the American people. I think it matters less if Kerry is the party chair or if we have a new headquarters, anything like that. I don't think that the Democrats need a new headquarters. I think they need a new message.
Well, that's the thing. It's the job of the party. Just a second. I want to respond to that because the House of Representatives, there were so few races because both parties had this conspiracy to gerrymander the seats into safe seats. And the Democrats did terribly, James. They lost almost. You say, wait, can I talk while you're interrupting, please?
Go ahead. Steal my line.
You say there's so many seats. There wasn't so many seats. There were less competitive House seats than there were Senate seats. So they did very, very poorly. Now the governorships, these had nothing to do with party politics. It's that when the economy goes down, the governors are in trouble because they have to either raise taxes or cut spending or both. And the new Democratic governors are going to be in trouble.
Again, you missed completely the point that I was trying. I was trying to make a point that a party that can't win on a nationalized election is a party that's in trouble. If we're waiting to sort of pick off one governor because the economy is bad or the budget deficit is bad in that particular situation, as opposed to presenting the American people with a message, a core philosophy, a set of principles for which a party is for, I think that demands the idea that somehow or another, if we get a new leader here, or we get a new building here, or a new computer there, we can fix the problem. That all may be fine and good. I'm all for new buildings, new leaders, and new computers, but what we need is something we don't have right now, and that is a backbone.
Well, basically what you're describing right there, and I think pretty articulately, is Barbara Streisand. You know? I mean, no, I'm not just mocking you, obviously. But no, seriously, you're describing...
Let me make a serious point. Let me make a serious point. And that is this.
No, that is a serious point.
Party chairman's job is to take care of money and mechanics, not message. Terry McAuliffe has not been part of the surrender swing of this party. He's been part of the confrontation swing. I think he's done a great job. He's raised the money. He's put in place competent mechanics. But the message doesn't come from the party chairman. He's the guy who runs the apparatus. So I defend Terry
Paul.
to the death as somebody who's sort of self-proclaimed confrontation.
I totally understand.
He's taking on Bush
Look,
every single term.
the idea that we're sitting here tonight and saying the reason that we lost these Senate seats is because of Terry McAuliffe.
One of the reasons. If I may interject here for 1 second, it's not the
silliest thing I've ever heard in my life.
I think you're misreading the point. And the point is not that the point, James, that is not that Terry McAuliffe is running the Democratic Party and is therefore responsible for its fortunes up or down. The point is that Terry McAuliffe's statements on television are so disconnected from reality that it's a window into the way the Democratic Party sees the world.
Is there any American who voted because of Terry McAuliffe's statements on TV? Of course not.
You're totally missing it. When Terry McAuliffe gets up and says, we're doing great in this
This is irrelevant. If Terry
it's not irrelevant at all.
If he spoke Chinese, it wouldn't matter. People don't vote against something like this on who the party chairman is. I mean, you just missed the whole point.
James, why don't you explain to me who speaks for your
when
party?
people want to vote, they do. That's the problem. We don't know not only who speaks to the party, what does the party say? It's Washington's silliness that thinks that people care about the party chair.
If not Terry McAuliffe,
See, the point is this, and this is really a serious point, James. Right. It's just that you and Paul get on Crossfire with me and Tucker, and you think that the way to make your point is to pound on George W. Bush. That's exactly what Terry McAuliffe does. But does anybody in the country know who he is? But yet this is the din. This is the attack. See, the attack is not going to do it. You're going to have to come up with something like John F. Kennedy, who cut taxes and was for a strong military at the same time that he was for a compassionate Democratic Party.
By the
That's
way,
what you're going to have to do.
I cut you off when I shouldn't have when you mentioned Barbara Streisand. Let history record that the much maligned memo that she sent out, that you attacked her for repeatedly, Tucker, said Democrats should be tougher on Bush on the economy and tougher on him on Iraq. She was right, and a lot of Washington geniuses were wrong.
No, but I wasn't joking. I was actually being dead serious. I mean,
she'd be a damn sight better. I
mocked her for confusing Saddam Hussein with the president of Iran. But truly, my point...
A mistake President Bush probably has made many times in his life, too.
My point is a real point, and that is you are describing the kind of vigorous Democratic Party that she represents, one that engages the Republicans on the issues from the left. And you think
let me turn to this one quick topic, too. Bob mentioned before about these governor's races were more about the local economy. I think he's right. They're the canary in the coal mine. And we looked at the Republican trend in the Senate. It is real, and President Bush and his party should be congratulated. But on these governor's races, we have 11 that CNN has already called, 11 tonight that have switched parties, about evenly. About half of them have gone from Democrat to Republican, about half have gone from Republican to Democrat. And the incumbent parties are in trouble in Alaska, Oklahoma, California, Kansas, Wyoming, and Wisconsin, which we haven't called yet. So that is the canary in the coal mine for the economic problems that President Bush may well face if he doesn't turn things around.
See, the interesting thing is the Republicans were elected in Wyoming. Democrats were elected.
Maybe. I don't think the race has been called.
Well,
but the Democrats doing
but the Republican Senator Enzi got 72% of the vote. So it's not a party problem. It's a governor problem.
And the governors are susceptible to those economic arguments quicker than the president who's not on the ballot yet. So the president will be elected or reelected on the economy. And I think that Bush ought to do something to jumpstart this economy.
So on this, we all agree. When it is a referendum on local issues, the economy of a specific state, it's up for grabs. Either party can take it. But when it's nationalized, when it's a question of how do you feel about the president, and to some extent all midterms are about that question, the Republicans win, which makes it hard for the party focusing on
a slightly different point. A slightly different point, which is not just local versus national. Those governor's races turned on the economy, whether the governors wanted them to or not. The Republicans did a good job with the Democratic accommodation is helping them of taking it off of the economic issues because too many Democrats surrendered on the tax cut. Again, I say if they had fought on that, they could have made this Senate race about the economy as well.
Do you think it's a good idea now to lay off of George W. Bush?
Personally, no. Personally, yes. Of course not. No, what do you think? I'm a Republican? No. I can congratulate him and his party for doing a good job tonight in the elections, but my party ought to do a better job of taking him on in his wrong-headed policies. But it's his economic policies that have sunk all these governors around the country.
Don't you think it's a pretty clear statement, though, from the voters that we actually sort of support and like the president? I don't understand
where the big difference between support and like. I don't think people support him at all.
No one made the case. No one made the case against the fiscal irresponsibility. No one made the case against protectionism. No one made the case against the cuts in education and job training and
Against
hour work. No one made the
protectionism.
case. Yes, the steel tariffs and lumber tariffs and protectionism, Bob. I don't know how to tell you this. No one made the
That's
case
a Democratic
against
policy.
against the income.
Wasn't Clinton's policy.
Wasn't Clinton's policy. No one made the case against incompetent people in positions of economic responsibility. People need to make the case. If you don't make the case, if you don't stand for something, then the voters are not going to do that.
James, you know what my definition of losers is?
What was that?
People who learn nothing from the results of elections.
Well, I must say, and accommodation is lost tonight, and if they think that the answer is more accommodation, that's like the captain of the Titanic asking for more icebergs. We know what sunk the good ship Democrats tonight.
Well, I mean, let me just say, tomorrow morning, the Democrats begin rethinking their whole worldview and eating each other. It's going to be a happy day for us.
There'll be a lot of that going on.
Hey, we're going to have them on Crossfire. They'll be able to do it on national.
I literally can't wait. Aaron Brown?
Yeah?
Back to you.
Okay. I thought you guys just going to keep going for a while. Thank you very much.
We would.
And you probably are, even when the camera's on you now. Thank you. We have a real vote projection we can make. Cue the animation, as we say, to Candy Crowley in New York at the decision desk. Candy?
Aaron, another heartbreaker for the Democrats. They really thought they might be able to take this one, but in Colorado, CNN projects that Senator Wayne Allard has won another term. He defeats Democrat Tom Strickland.
For a second time. Candy, thank you very much. And now I think we can say with absolute certainty, we've been kind of on the edges of this for a while, that of the races that are still left on the table, if the Democrats are going to keep control of the Senate, they have to sweep the table. And it does, and they may, but it doesn't look great.
They have to win South Dakota and Missouri and Minnesota in order to have the December 7th runoff and Senator Landrieu of Louisiana save the Senate for the Democrats. If they lose any one of those three seats, South Dakota, Missouri, or Minnesota, the Landrieu race becomes irrelevant. The Republicans control the Senate.
And we would just add to that, that while there's not enough vote in any of those places to be to project a winner, the Democratic candidate is trailing in South Dakota by a whisker.
A nose.
A whisker there. The Democratic candidate is trailing in Minnesota by a whisker of some size. And Missouri there's about 1% and a third difference, and we're just waiting for that vote to come in. It's a very tough task for the Democrats, and they don't have any margin left.
Yeah, I don't think there's any place watching it any more closely or with maybe any bigger smiles than the ones they have at the White House. And our John King has been talking to the folks there. John?
Well, Judy, we are told with some confidence that about 30 minutes ago, President Bush walked the dogs. Not a great weather night here in Washington, but walked the dogs in the dark on the White House grounds, and he has finally retired to bed. Mr. Bush up very late tonight, and Mr. Bush is very happy tonight. White House spokesman, the press secretary, Ari Fleischer, telling us just moments ago, and get used to hearing this over the next several days, that President Bush and the Republican Party made history tonight. We will hear directly from President Bush early tomorrow afternoon. We are told here at the White House they want to wait for those final Senate races to come in. But Mr. Bush made more than 30 phone calls tonight to Republican winners around the country. Near the end of those series of calls, he began to look to aides and say that he was more and more optimistic, confident that the Republican Party would be this country's governing party, controlling not only the president, but both chambers of Congress as well. Mr. Fleischer, would not use the term mandate, but he said the president comes away from this election convinced that his activity, his campaigning, his help with the Republican Party made the difference in the close races. Look for this White House to claim an overwhelming mandate beginning early tomorrow here at the White House. Judy?
John, we can see why you would say that. And, you know, it's too early to say. We don't know yet finally what the outcome is going to be in the Senate. But you have to look pretty hard at this point to find any bright spots for the Democrats. I mean, I've even seen some calculations in the last few minutes that indicate even when it comes to the governors, the Democrats had hoped to pick up a net gain of 5 or 6 governors, and that may not be materializing.
All of us, nutty enough, crazy enough, dedicated enough might be the right term to still be up at this hour, have been through this before, and you notice this in an election. Maybe you don't notice it 2 days out, but as you count the results, you begin to see a trend. In 1994, we saw an epic wave
maybe this one's not a wave because there aren't as many races going the other way, but there is a clear sign that the late-breaking races are going the Republican way. That's what they think here at this White House. They believe they will be successful in Minnesota even. They believe the Missouri race late will come in for them. They're reasonably confident about South Dakota. They even think now they may have a margin of 1 or 2 seats in the Senate as opposed to just barely cracking 50 votes.
Last quick question. Are they keeping the press office open? Is there still somebody who's going to keep talking to you, John, in the next few hours as we watch these last races come in?
Mrs. Bush has finally won the night. We are about to get kicked off the White House grounds because the president has gone to bed. We will keep in touch if there is any other reaction given to the president. He has told people if there's anything urgent to let him know, but he also, we are told at 1:15, he spoke lastly to his top political advisor, Karl Rove, and said that he was happy enough, he was confident enough, he was going to call it a night.
So they're not waiting to find out what the exact numbers are and where the Senate goes. They're sounding like they think they know the answer to that question. All right, John. Aaron, there you have it.
I'm trying to figure out if I'm crazy enough, foolish enough, or dedicated enough that I'm still up at this hour doing this. Those are the choices John gave us.
We'll choose dedicated.
I'll buy that. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back. Coming up on 2 o'clock in the East, and our coverage still has a long way to go this morning. Let me throw out, Jeff and Judy, one idea at the risk of being accused of raining on a parade. The one advantage of not having control of the House, the Senate, and the White House, it seems to me, is if things go wrong, there's somebody to blame.
There have been Republicans who've actually said on the record, including Scott Reed, who was one of Bob Dole's managers, just that thought, that there's a margin, there's a safety valve if one of the houses of Congress is controlled by the other guys. You saw the president work that very well with the Senate. Yep. On the other hand, if you believe that you go into politics to get things done and not just to have tactical advantages, having control of everything is probably a good idea.
This is the problem that George Bush wanted to have. I mean, he spent days and days out on the campaign trail, raised something like, what, $170 million in fundraisers over the last few months, he and the vice president and the first lady and others. I mean, this is, we're watching some pictures coming in
from Coleman,
Minnesota. Is that Norm Coleman?
Yeah, he's in the middle of that.
But this is
crowd of people.
I was just going to say, this is a president who wanted the problem of being held accountable and being held responsible and being the one to blame. He wants to have a whack at it.
His one problem is going to be that the Republican base, movement conservatives, are now going to say to him, you've got the power, now use it. Now get the agenda done. And they may not want that agenda pushed quite as hard as the movement conservatives do.
As we look there briefly at the numbers from Minnesota and Norm Coleman, who came into Minnesota politics as a Democratic mayor of St. Paul, switched parties, won re-election, did a lot of things in St. Paul, including bringing the National Hockey League back to the Twin Cities. And if you're Minnesotan, believe me, that is a huge deal, okay? That is a major deal, and he gets a lot of credit for that. He has run a tough campaign when Paul Wellstone was alive, and a smart campaign after the tragic death of Mr. Wellstone, of Senator Wellstone, and he may be reaping the rewards of that tonight. It's not clear yet, but he does have a lead, and he's entered the room with his supporters, and he will say, we assume, something similar to what his opponent, Walter Mondale, said about an hour or so ago, which is we are cautiously optimistic. We like the signs. We hope by the end of the count it works out, but we are not yet ready to project Norm Coleman or anyone a winner in Minnesota tonight, in the Senate race at least.
Something like 36% of the vote was counted, the last board that we showed.
Is that right?
On the bottom part of the screen.
But in case we haven't said it out loud, based on our balance of power, we can actually say Republicans will, according to our numbers, pick up Senate seats. They went into this race with 200 House seats. They went into this race with 223. Our balance of power shows them now with 225. So that goal has been met, and it is, even though Clinton did it in '98, for a Republican president in midterm, it is almost unprecedented.
Well, we said, is it Tom Davis was quoted the other day as saying, it's never happened before for a Republican president. So,
well, you can't say that anymore, it turns out. It has happened tonight.
That's right.
The Capitol Gang is on board, too. They've got some thoughts. Mark, good morning.
Good morning, Aaron. And Bob Novak down in Atlanta. Tell us what's the biggest surprise of the night to you, Bob?
Well, I don't know that he's really lost, but I would say that Steve Largent apparently losing in Oklahoma. If he ends up losing, would be the biggest surprise. If not, it's Roy Barnes losing the governorship in Georgia. The other results in the House and the Senate were, if you remember, Mark, pretty much what I predicted Saturday night.
Okay. Kate O'Byrne, what was your biggest surprise tonight?
I was surprised that the Republicans have apparently only lost one Senate seat. You know, the entire election season was how many seats are so tight, how many Republican seats are at risk. Months ago, even Maine and Oregon were being talked about. A single seat, and only because Arkansas voters finally started caring about marital fidelity.
Al Hunt.
Well, I'm just thinking of Bob said, the whole state of Georgia. I thought the Democrats were going to win the governorship, they're going to win the Senate race, and they're going to win 3 of those House seats. It now appears they're going to lose both the statewide seats and maybe 2 of the House seats.
Amazing surprise. Margaret.
I have to repeat Bob because I'm shocked that a Steve Largent, a football Hall of Famer from the Seattle Seahawks, lost to Brad Henry. This was under the radar. We weren't even following it because we just didn't think the guy could lose.
Absolutely. A big surprise, that Oklahoma race. Democrats, if someone had told me going in the Democrats are going to lose the governorships in Massachusetts and Maryland, win the governorships in Kansas with Kathleen Sebelius, Brad Henry in Oklahoma, and Dave Friedenthal out in Wyoming, Bob, is clinging to a lead. A Democrat in Dick Cheney's backyard. That's a surprise. Is there a big winner tonight? Is there a big, that comes out of this, someone who's enhanced?
Well, Mark, to say the obvious, President George Bush is a very big winner, and I think it was a big win for the Bush family. Jeb Bush had a very big win in Florida, an excellent night for the Bush family and the broader Republican family.
Okay, I would say, just right at the outset, Tom Davis, a congressman from Virginia, chairman of the House Campaign Committee, had been predicted all the way along the Republicans would pick up House seats. A lot of us thought he was kind of exaggerating, and he turned out to be right. Bob Novak, who's your big winner of the night?
Apart from the president, I would say Karl Rove, his political aide, was a big winner. I guarantee you, if the Democrats had done as badly, if the Republicans had done as badly, Mark, as you had predicted, everybody would be blaming Karl Rove, so he should get some credit for a very aggressive forward strategy. And the other big winner is the Republican state chairman of Georgia, much abused by the liberal press, Ralph Reed. I would say that Ralph Reed had a dream election in the state of Georgia.
Boy, Bob, you'll get your phone calls returned tomorrow, both Rove and Reed. Go ahead.
Mark, if victory has 1,000 fathers, it also has 1,000 stars. And there are a lot of Republican stars tonight. I agree with everybody that was previously cited. I'd add one more, Rudy Giuliani, who was brought into district after district, state after state, all over America, south, north, east, west, and really was probably, other than the president, the biggest draw for the Republican Party.
I have an oblique star coming up. If Simon loses, as we expect in California, Arnold Schwarzenegger's initiative is winning big out there, and he intends to run for statewide office, probably governor.
Very, very good point. Is there, in fact, in this night, there's somebody who was really an enormous, how do I want to put it, Kate? I mean,
I think you're seeing
a newcomer star.
Yes. Yeah. I think you're seeing some new talent, beginning with Jim Talent, appropriately named in Missouri.
We haven't called that race.
Well, should he win that race? Jim Talent, who has previously served in the House, is going to be an enormous asset, extremely bright conservative in the Senate. And Michael Steele, the very talented black conservative, new lieutenant governor in Maryland.
Lieutenant governors. Okay. All right.
Jennifer Granholm in Michigan, former attorney general, former beauty queen, ran like a man, and won big, and I think she'll be a national player.
Yeah. Mark Sanford in South Carolina, a young Republican. He beat a tough incumbent Democratic governor. He's a really interesting, clean guy, and I think he's got a real future in the Republican Party.
Bob Novak, do you see a new star?
Chuck Chikola, partly because I love his name. He is the new Republican congressman from your old stamping ground, Mark, South Bend, Indiana. That's not an easy place for a Republican to get elected from, and he did it in running against an old hand, Joe Thompson, and kind of an upset.
First Republican congressman since John Hyler out there, Bob.
That's right.
There's a little piece of nickel knowledge for you. I'd say Kathleen Sebelius in Kansas. She's an amazing daughter of former governor of Ohio, Jack Gilligan, and she won big tonight in Kansas while Pat Roberts was coasting to a second term. Back to Aaron in Atlanta. Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you, Mark, and all. That's G. Carnahan in Missouri tonight, and I don't know what she's saying, so why don't we listen? We'll find out. It's the easiest way.
Ladies and gentlemen, the person we love, the person who's fought for you for so long, who means so much to us in the state of Missouri, Senator Carnahan. Thank you very much. Thank you. You're the greatest. Thank you. Thank you very, very much for waiting out this evening, because it's been a long, long evening, I know, for you. Thank you. I have just called Mr. Talent and conceded this race. I want to congratulate him for his effective and his victorious campaign. But I also want to thank my staff. Will all of them raise their hands that are in here? There is none more devoted than they. None who were more valiant foot soldiers in the battle. None more deserving of praise than they. And I also want to thank the working men and women who have united so forcefully in this common cause. You fought courageously against overwhelming odds, and you gave yourself tirelessly to an effort in which you firmly believed. We are all the better for the battle. We proclaimed our hopes and our visions for the future, and we did it with energy, born of compassion and conviction. Ours is a cause that has not been lessened by defeat or diminished by the heartache we feel this night. As always, others will come to lift the fallen torch. The fire will not go out.
No.
This evening, let me thank you for the deep honor of allowing me to serve the 2 years of my husband's term. It was truly a momentous time in our nation's history, and it is my hope that those who write of such things in years to come will say, Missouri's first woman to serve in the United States Senate from Missouri.
Jean Carnahan conceding defeat tonight, and that seals the deal. In this, the Republicans have taken control of the House. Now we can say they have taken control of the Senate. And Judy, watching her, it again occurred to me how much we expect of politicians. To come out on nights like this and the heartache that she's experienced, and I don't mean
no question.
The political heartache. This is a woman who lost her husband 2 years ago.
And she's had to grieve in public. She's had to grieve in front of the world, in fact, and then she's had to come back and fight a very tough challenge from a young, talented, and impressive congressman named Jim Talent, and she's just conceded to him. We have seen history made, Aaron, tonight across the political spectrum. This president, first midterm, newly elected President George W. Bush, not only keeping control of the House, but the Republicans have won back control of the Senate. They appear to be holding down Democratic gains among the governorships. And across the board, we're going to be looking at a very different Washington next week.
A very different Washington with very different issues on the table and very different prospects for those issues. About 7.5 hours ago, we said that these election nights are the great drama of democracy, and the drama continues on CNN. Our coverage continues. Thanks for Judy and Jeff and all the gang behind us here who've worked very long and continue working. Coverage continues with Darren Kagan and Leon Harris. Judy and I will see you tomorrow at 10 in the morning.
That we will. Good night. We'll see you then. On to Darren.